Level up your gaming experience with over 8 billion playlists, only on Spotify, the official audio streaming partner for the 2025 Esports World Cup.
on my toes, immobilized, as if my brain completely froze. Colder I go, colder I go. So still, calm like the waters at the sea. Silence as if to say my mind's actually at peace to some degree. To some degree. If time's supposed to heal, why do I feel like I can live out? Say it'll get better. How can they know? Water, dry like the cinders in the flame. Bubble, eating. Now it's time to evaporate. Now I feel. The pain that's in my throat.
They said there's a limit in the women's league. In MWI, we say limit? Watch us bounce. From the MWI queens everyone knows, to the stars who came out from nowhere, to the ultimate champions. Now, MWI is expanding greater than ever. Turkey, EECA, Africa, Mongolia, and beyond. We're stretching the map wider. MWI, where dreams get louder. This isn't just a tournament. It's your passport to the world stage. A spotlight for women in the EWC. No rules, no ceilings, no limits. Just this. We're vibrant. We're ready. We're limitless.
Oh,
safe out. See some play game like snakes and ladder. My ex-base, come on, new one's better. It's a playground, better watch your man's getting safe out. See some play game like snakes and ladder. My ex-base, come on, new one's better. Moves like Jagger, hits come on, new one's better. We ain't in a mix, no grabber. Them trick bang fraud like scammer. Ex-claim me real, that's a real bone capper. Past don't matter, build strong still, pray this thing don't shatter. When shit gets real, so the real don't scatter. Got bread and batter, 4 hands on the bread like platter. Said it's cold out, they ain't back in beef, got the phones out. Watch where I sleep and where I roll round. Guess I'm gone now, they ain't even there when it goes down. It's a playground, better watch your man getting safe out. See some play game like snakes and ladder. My ex-base, come on, new one's better. It's a playground, better watch your man getting safe out. See some play game like snakes and ladder. My ex-base, come on, new one's better. My new one's bad, that's my baby. He let me shine and never shady. Girl, same cute, but that don't faze me. If you ask him, then he say he got a queen and now she crazy. Please never play me. He said, please never break me. He's switching station to Mercedes, thinking that it faze me. I can love you through the dark and all my days be. Just never break me. It's a playground, better watch your man getting safe out. See some play game like snakes and ladder. My ex-piss, come on, new one's better. Playground, better watch your man getting safe out. See some play game like snakes and ladder. My ex-piss, come on, new one's better. Playground, bitches got a ring and feel the safe now. They see a pretty bird, but I don't want to cage out. It's a playground, telling me mine, I don't play about. I tell them rise up, used to cry, river shit done dried up. I lost a couple bros on the climb up, I don't mind but ain't lost nothing that ain't mine. Cause it's a playground, better watch your man getting safe out. See some play game like snakes and ladder. My ex-piss, come on, new one's better. Playground, better watch your man getting safe out. See some play game like snakes and ladder. My ex-piss, come on, new one's better. My new one's bad, he ain't entertained, he don't move like that. Tell him move right back, touch shots over time, let her shoot right back. Robust, you can tell how we move like that. It's a playground, bitches got a ring and feel it safe now. They see a pretty bird, but don't want a cage out. There's bad games on the road like a playground, like a playground. It's a playground, better watch your man's getting safe out. See some play game like snakes and ladder. My ex-piss, come on, new one's better. It's a playground, better watch your man's getting safe out. See some play game like snakes and ladder. My ex-piss, come on, new one's better.
Reach your impossible. Lenovo Legion.
In the stillness, before the final battle, there's no crowd, no music, no moment to waste. Only pressure and purpose. Because this stage is not just for the players, it's for those who carry the weight of their clubs, their regions, their legacy. Nothing is granted, everything is earned. And the greatest prize? It's not just glory. It's not even victory. It's this. A symbol of resilience, of excellence, of those who chose to rise above.
Two clubs stand at the edge of glory. History has been made. The West finally has their champion. The challenge to defeat the greatest queens who have ever graced the game. But this isn't just a final. This is a coronation where two teams rise, both with crown, both with sights set on the crown. Here at the Esports World Cup, there are no limits. And tonight, one club will prove what it truly means to be limitless.
It all started 5 days ago, where we collected 16 of the best team the world has to offer. And now, there's only 4. And each team bringing the pride to be limitless. Welcome to the final day of Mobile Legends Bang Bang Women Invitational here at the Esports World Cup. My name is Afel. Alongside with me is Chantel as well as Fasha Bani. We're finally here, the final day of MWI.
It's really a mixed feelings, definitely, because we had so much fun throughout the 4 days, but now on the 5th day, it's the last day. We want to have the fun time for the champions as well, but at the same time to say goodbye for those who will be ending their journey here as well.
Me, honestly, I am feeling really hyped and a little sad. I mean, MWI 2025 showed just how far the women's scene has become. So many emotions, so many clutch plays. I'm just looking forward on what's going to happen next.
Speaking of emotions, yesterday there was a lot of emotions where we got our grand finalists. Let's look at Kadia Play of the Day of yesterday to see some of the highlights that our grand finalists as well as our possible third placing team here, what they got yesterday.
I mean, when we said that there were a lot of emotions, I think even from the audience, they were just really into this match, specifically for Terror Queens and Gaming Gladiators. They showcased everything. It was a very long game. We all thought that the other team is winning, but at the end of the match, it was Gaming Gladiators surpassing their limits and showing how great they are as a team.
I mean, imagine you had a rough start, right, for your first day here at MWI, but then you keep on rising, you keep on going further and further, improving from your gameplay to a point that you became the grand finalist. So, to a point right now, what more can you surprise us? We're looking forward for GG as well.
And also, the second match was Team Vitality versus TLPH. A lot has been looking forward for this game, but Team Vitality just showed why they are called or why they are expected to dominate in this league, even having the prowess of the mother of tanks during that match.
And we saw for Gaming Gladiators as well as Team Vitality, for them to make it to the grand finals, they had to go up against Terror Queens as well as TLPH. And the thing is, they're fighting for today as well. They're fighting for the podium finish of 3rd place. And I gotta say, number 4 and number 3, it's a big gap in the prize pool. And again, this is the pride. Philippines going up against Myanmar. There's still a lot of story to tell for today.
Agree. I mean, okay, we're going back to the history, right? This is the first highest stake that Burmese was able to actually go to the 3rd place itself and going into the grand finals. Usually, before this, is the highest one is M2, but then right after that, we can see that Burmese rising, or probably their records are falling out a little bit. So coming back to the rivalry between Myanmar versus Philippines, this is the most amazing achievement they've gone so far.
Yeah, and in case if you guys didn't catch yesterday, there was a lot of emotion. So we're gonna look at the top reactions of yesterday. Like even for me, like looking at the Sony top reactions here, like especially game number 1, there was a lot. There was a lot going there, as you guys can see on screen.
In all honesty, I'm still not over it. I mean, I think this is the first time that I saw that there was a lot of taunting, even during the drafting phase. Again, it's just the emotions of these ladies. You have NA, and you even have a team from Myanmar. This is their first time actually to be at this level of competition, and it shows during their emotions on that match.
Oh, I think pretty much we love the drama, we love the tension, we love the emotions being poured out straight away into our players itself, and it shows itself on their games. It doesn't matter how much like the emotions that are already been shown on the screen, but the games that matters the most, the skills and the mechanics that improve by time. And I guess that pretty much the girls say like, I'm gonna show you off definitely with the games and how I have been doing well with all the skills and strats that I'm doing so well.
I gotta say, the knockouts has been insane. There's a lot of upsets, so we're gonna be looking at the brackets to retell the story of how it started and how it got here. And the most surprising thing is that we started with the players being champions of the previous year were the first to get knocked out.
Yeah, that's true. We started quarterfinals. We had Navi PH facing up against Gaming, and then a Gaming against Terror Queens yesterday. So I think for Gaming Gladiators, they're just continuing the momentum that they have. But if we look at the run of Team Vitality, also we have to take note that they're winning all the games, not even dropping a single game.
I mean, it started from even from the group stage itself. And if, for example, like this keeps up until the grand finals, we might actually see a flawless fight from the group stage until the grand final from Team Vitality themselves.
Hey, you know what Team Vitality says? They started from the top and they want to stay there. Right now, we're looking at the prize pool. I want you guys to focus number 1 up until number 4. Look at how big the jump is. We got to talk about 3rd and 4th place first, because that is going to be the first match of the day. From $30,000 US to $50,000. That's a $20,000 gap. Second place, I gotta say, that's already quite a lot. $90,000 US, and if you become the champion,
oh wow,
$150,000 US. I don't even know what I would do with $150,000.
Oh, I think definitely a lot of things will be put out for the teams as well as for the org itself. They will definitely use that up to actually build their momentum, even more so coming into the next tournament itself. And I think going into the grand finals, we also have to focus on that 20,000, that difference between that 3rd place and 4th place, right? It's a lot of amount to a point that you want to get at 3rd place. Not only that, to get that podium stand itself.
Yeah, I think also that a huge difference could help the teams get into this clear vision that the next time we get into a tournament, then we're more equipped. Because all be honest, for a majority of the female teams, don't really have that much of opportunity when it comes to the budget, and even for those teams that went here without even having an organization to back them up.
And now we're going to look at the schedule here today, folks. Again, it's only 2 matches of today, but this is the big one. We're going to be starting off with the 3rd place placement match. It's going to be a best of 5 Terror Queens going up against Team Liquid, and then Gaming Gladiators. First time any female team made it to the grand finals, going up against the Queens, Team Vitality, and it's going to be a best of 7.
Oh, this is really a terrifying moment for the Terror Queens, definitely. I think pretty much we saw them compared to Team Liquid themselves. They actually lost 2 matches to actually build themselves back to the 3rd place. Compared to Team Liquid, the only matches they had to drop is only because they couldn't qualify to the grand final. So when it comes to stats, definitely we will put it out like Team Liquid Philippines maybe has a better composition compared to Terror Queens. But I don't know, what do you guys think?
I mean, like, personally, before we even go there, we got to talk about another reason why they're fighting here. It's not just the prize pool, but also the pride of their own club. Because Vitality, as well as Gaming Gladiators, if they win, they have a big shot of actually qualifying for the club. So now let's actually check out the club championship video where we can break it down even further.
Hi everyone, I'm Ginny, and last week we crowned 4 champions across 4 titles here at EWC. And with week 2 coming up,
we figured it's important to keep you up to date in the club championship race. I'm Quickshot, and this is your update.
Gaming Gladiators is the real surprise here at EWC, as they are the first non-Asian club to be heading into a women's MLBB finals. They're going to be going up against Team Vitality for the lion's share of $500,000 and a boatload of club championship points, which for Vitality specifically is pretty important considering the fact they have multiple teams across multiple titles here at EWC.
In Dota 2, of course, the defending champions, Gaming Gladiators, have been eliminated already. So with Team Spirit being in the finals, they can play spoiler to Team Falcons. Why, you might ask? Team Spirit only have 4 squads here at EWC, and if they're able to take down Team Falcons, it hurts their chances at the club championship. There are only 12 teams remaining in Free Fire, but the important ones to keep an eye on: Team Vitality, Team Falcons, VP, Koi. These are the clubs that have multiple squads competing towards the club championship. If any one of them picks up the 1,000 points, it is a massive advantage towards picking up that title.
Semifinals are starting today here at the SEC Esports Arena in Riyadh for EWC, where the defending champions T1 are looking to keep their title. G2, Gen G, and ALLG are also in the competition for as many championship points as possible as they're looking for these placement spots. But who knows, maybe we can get a repeat of the MSI finals.
4 more clubs will earn 1,000 points towards the club championship, get to put their key on this totem. Find out which 4 will be by the end of Championship Sunday.
Thank you very much. Quick shot as well as Janero for that update. And now we're looking at the EWC Club Championship, and the one that I really want to focus on is actually Gaming Gladiators as well as Team Vitality, because if they win this one, if they win MWI, then now they're eligible to actually compete to become the champions of the club championship. But the other one that I got to look at as well is actually Team Liquid. Team Liquid for this year, they really want to win that one. And here's the thing. If Team Liquid gets 3rd place, there's a very good chance that they can still win. But if Terra Queens is able to beat them, then their chances are getting more slim. Speaking of which, I have Mirko as well as Athena, which is going to be casting our 3rd placement match for today. How are you guys feeling? You're feeling good, Mirko?
Yeah, I'm feeling great, man. Again, after seeing all the crazy matches yesterday, seeing TLPH go up against Terra Queens here, it seems like a battle of styles, dude. One very macro-oriented, the other one very aggressive, chaotic brawls.
I'm feeling good also, knowing that we are getting to see the end for the journey of our ladies, or rather in a positive scripting way, but looking closer onto somewhat a new region emerging from the ashes. As we mentioned, the first NA to be onto the top and grand finals for MWI, and for the 3rd, of course, you've mentioned the club championships. Looking forward to who will be onto the 3rd podium finish, right?
Yeah, and I gotta say, I kind of feel like for the 3rd placement, it's more pressure onto Team Liquid because, again, they have a lot to win here and also a lot to lose. Where, personally for me, if I was Terra Queens, I would be so happy just to crush their dreams on actually making it to the top. But let's talk about the 3rd place match here, right? Terra Queens going up against Team Liquid. I would say people wouldn't have figured either of these teams being a 3rd place match. Let's talk about Terra Queens first, because previously they were like what, top 10, top 8? Now, possibility even top 3.
Yeah, despite their loss against Gaming Gladiators, I think we have to take a look at the positives from that matchup alone. The fact that they were already able to read out the strategy of Gaming Gladiators. They let go of the Lancelot, the Granger as well, picked up the Hilda, and then they were able to show just how good they can be with those counter picks. But I think the main strengths of Terra Queens could really be exploited here by TLPH. Just because Terra Queens, yes, they're really good in the early game when it's fighting for Turtle 1, fighting for the first few neutral objectives. But after that, when the game gets much more, I would say, multi-dimensional, like you have to think about other ways to end the game, it gets really tough for them.
Yeah, and we're going to be talking about Team Liquid as well, because again, a lot is riding on the line here, not just for them, but for the entire club of Team Liquid. I just hope that they're able to recover, because yesterday going up against Vitality, that was quite a tough loss.
Yeah, and actually they mentioned that even though they're pressured, it's an honor to be pressured, right? Carrying the pride of the country, and as well as going for a very steady and newbie season, considering this is their first ever MWI appearance, right? And reaching this far for the battle for 3rd, Team Liquid seems to be doing well.
Yeah, and now we're looking at the stats here, head-to-head, Terra Queens going up against Team Liquid. The only stat that Terra Queens is really losing is only average turret as well as average gold per minute. And I would say the goal per minute does seem big, but other than that, I kind of feel like it's all good because, like you said, Terra Queens, they're more chaotic, they're more micro, but it doesn't look like they're sacrificing the macro. They're not sacrificing the lore. They're not sacrificing too much on the turtle. They make sure that, yeah, we're scrappy, but we still got to take the objectives.
Yeah, not at all. I think because they're so they're so team fight based, they're really good in the neutral objectives. That's why they get the turtles, they get the lords as well. But when it comes to structures, I think that's where TLPH have them beat. You see the GPM and the turrets. I think mainly this is because of Claw. She's been phenomenal in MWI from the group stage all the way to the knockout stage, and it's because of the farming and the trades.
Yeah, and now honestly, like looking at today, it's gonna be amazing matches. We still have 4 teams. Today we're gonna see who gets 3rd place, who gets champion. So now let's check out this video before we move on with our day.
for second. Panda's a maniac.
Rebound, 2v1 situation here. The double kill goes through for Shell. Will she get it here? And that's the maniac in for Team Vitality here.
Even just looking for those hero shots, we can already feel the aura, the energy, the excitement of going into this match. But speaking of which, Team Liquid going up against Terra Queens. Now, even though I would say, coming from the Philippines, coming in from a Team Liquid org, feels very strong. But Terra Queens, do you feel like Team Liquid could do it?
They could actually, as Mirka mentioned, they have this specific kind of structure, and they are the team that kind of likes. For the first game, they download the blueprint, they study it, and then it reflects onto the next game so forth. And now, seeing as even though they lost on a sweep versus Team Vitality, we could see the shine within Kla. She's also the player that I really want to highlight, especially that she is actually topping off some of the charts during or before their semifinals round, right? So that really reflects on what Liquid really has to offer for MWI.
Yeah, I think mainly it comes down to how they're able to look for trades around the map, right? I don't think they should meet Terra Queens and play Terra Queens games, which is, again, linear. Early game template with the setups. And you can really see how spicy they are, by the way.
Oh, yeah.
After winning game 1 yesterday against GG, they were already throwing out those guns, man. Like, oh, it's getting hot.
Now, honestly, Terra Queens, they play in-game and outside of game. Even in the draft, they're like, hey, pick faster.
Yeah.
Bro, let's get on to the game. Now, I hope that Team Liquid is prepared for that, because the thing is when you're already under so much pressure, adding more doesn't help, which kind of does show like what kind of players that they are. Some people perform better under pressure. Some people are better at working with no pressure. Whereas for me, I'm okay with pressure, but I don't know about you.
Comparing onto their body language earlier, I do think sometimes it's the opposite for TLPH. They're all smiles, more on the relaxed stance. I hardly see them do some taunts, like doing gestures like this, like that. But let's see if they will be like somewhat triggered by what TQ could do to them later on.
I mean, give them time. Maybe me and Mirko could teach them some things. Like, hey, if any team want to learn how to taunt, like we can give some pointers.
Yeah, I mean, we're the kings of taunting, right? Indo, Malaysia, we've seen so many fans, so many teams, specifically one team in internationals.
Yeah, and now we're seeing the players walking out of their hotel coming here. And again, this is going to be intense because they had 4 days of watching each other play, roughly understanding what they're going to gunning for the draft, what's going to be the priority when it comes to the roaming. So I feel like here is really where they're tested, because again, $20,000 that's a big difference from being number 4 and number 3.
And that is a lot, right? And looking at the club championship points as well, you would want to add up to that. Like the contribution from Team Liquid should be expected right now. Too much pressure, but still, I do believe they eat pressure for breakfast for TLPH.
Yeah, never had pressure for breakfast. That's
Would you try it? Would you give it a shot?
I would give it a shot and then be like, 2 out of 10.
All right, hey, don't knock it until you try it, LaFell.
I prefer omelets, but
Me too, to be scrambled eggs. But honestly, if we take a look at what they've been able to do as well here, it's interesting because Terra Queens, they've done so well at linear drafts, but here, they actually have to go up against a very deep hero pool in TL.
Yeah, and here's the thing. We wanted to say thank you to everyone here, because at the MWI, we're celebrating a lot of things. But right now, yeah, look at me. We're also celebrating 10 years of excellence with Mobile Legends Bam Bam, because we are actually in for 3 different categories. Munton as publisher of the decade, the M5 World Championship as the live event of the decade, and of course, Mobile Legends Bang Bang as game of the decade. Make sure you guys go to Esports Awards /vote. Actually vote for us. And again, we would like to say thank you very much to everyone that's been supporting us for 10 years.
Hey,
how long have we known each other? I can't remember already.
Dude, I started M3. We knew each other at MSC 2021. So it's been what, 4 years?
Yeah, 5 years. 5 years, yeah.
Half of MLBB's lifespan.
That is quite long, right? You have so many struggles or happy friendship memories. I don't know.
Happy friendship.
We kind of hate each other, but we make things work.
I mean, that's why we only meet like every once in a while across the year. But now we're looking at the teams arriving. And personally for me, I kind of feel like Cherry Queens does have the edge for this one just because
They do.
I feel like they can add more and more pressure to TL. I feel like even if they look at TL the wrong way, maybe they can add that bit of pressure.
Yeah.
Yeah, I understand where you're coming from,
Right?
But
The depth's there.
I understand that, but I gotta go and play devil's advocate here. I think TL have the edge over Terra Queen just because of how TL are so clean. They're very organized, and usually when we see systematic teams like this in the big stage, they should be able to take control of that chaos, take control of what looks to be like forced engages sometimes.
Hey, and because there's 3 people, you can break the tie.
Maybe I could just put my shield up again.
Okay.
Just
You
go
can play it
for
safe.
passive.
Don't play it safe. Come on. There's only 2 teams. You have a 50-50 chance.
Oh, okay, I'll go for TLPH for this round.
Hey,
I wonder why.
Athena.
Yeah.
I wonder why.
I really don't know why, but it really feels like TLPH has got this in the bag already. That considering that even if they up against a team that is considering themselves as a dark horse, but you have the aggressorship for TLPH, knowing that this is their first ever MWI appearance as a whole team, but still reaching the top 4, that's tough, and that is quite exciting for them.
And for you guys at home, it's been quite a journey. A lot of plays have happened. A lot of highlights have happened. If you guys want to catch it all back, make sure you guys follow the socials on Instagram as well as TikTok at MLBB Esports _ women.
That was a tough one.
Dude. MySpace days. It's been so long. Have you ever had MySpace?
No, actually, no.
What is it?
Wait,
To be honest,
you don't know as well?
I don't.
Y'all
Was
know,
that
right?
a thing in the 1950s, Lavelle?
Oh, bro. Hey.
Why are we revealing this age?
Bro. We're not that far apart.
Sorry
How old
for
are you?
throwing you under the bus.
How old am I?
Yeah. Think
That's-
long and hard.
That's a good question, to the point where I feel like we're going to throw it over to Rose, where she was able to talk to both teams. So let's hold on that topic and let's actually throw it to Rose.
And guys, for this reporter hit, it is something rather different as I am with both of these girls for their third placer match because they both said they're friends. So let's see how friendly you guys are. Let's start with Luna Lin. Girl, what do you want to say to Soju before the match starts?
I love you, bro.
Okay, that's cute. I wasn't expecting that from you. Okay, Soju, what do you want to say?
I love you too, bro.
Okay, maybe you guys can hug. Friendly hug before we start. Okay. I love the sportsmanship here. So hopefully this transcends into a good game in the Land of Dawn. Back to the panel.
I can feel that. Hey, love you, bro.
Hey, I love you too, bro.
Hey,
Yeah.
thanks, man.
Yeah.
Shout outs.
Shout outs to you.
Hey.
But totally, I didn't expect that. Not you.
Oh, you
Andre.
don't expect them to love each other?
Yeah, no, like I was expecting kind of a sassy way to somehow let's see on the Land of Dawn, things like that.
So that already takes away a bit of the edge that Terra Queens have. We expected Terra Queens to be the ones, more spicy, maybe going in for some taunts.
No. Let me tell you. This is how they actually did it, right?
All right.
Okay, look at me.
I'm
it's
looking
like,
at you. Okay.
Love you, bro. So your question is like, does she love me or not?
Yeah. Could be a trick,
And you tend to overthink that, right?
Yeah.
Mind
Just
games.
is enough.
I actually did that, Wink. You'll see later. There's going to be a segment where I do a...
Okay. Speaking of which, I gotta say, I don't think people know this, but you're very brave to wear that suit today.
Oh.
He is.
Yo, you noticed.
We've been friends for a while.
Okay, for the people who don't know, for some reason, whenever I wear this suit in particular, the Indo teams don't do too well. For some reason, the teams that I support don't do too well. I wore this for day 1 of MPLID playoffs. Guess who lost?
The best team in the world.
The best team in the world.
Best team in the world. So you were supporting for TL. So if I were you, I'd be a bit nervous.
I won't be. There's an Athena shield. Yeah, again. That's how confident I am. Like, for real.
See
I
that,
don't
Lafel?
believe on the mirror curse or something. Yeah.
I didn't believe it either up until it happened so many times.
So you have your own statistics like Chantal and Brigida.
Oh, yeah.
that
it?
They make games go all the way.
Yeah.
I make games go the way I don't want them to go.
Honestly, even the games that they won, he was Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Like, what was the drive? But either way, it's like, while we have a little bit more time, just going to touch on just a little bit on the TL as well as Terra Queen's matchup. Rui, the jungler coming in from Terra Queens, really like those assassins. So we see Romichi actually changing it up because she's been using those utilities, and I don't know, I kind of feel like the assassin should work better.
Yeah, my reaction was like, when they pick the Pedrin, I should think that they should be to their strengths, right? Like prioritizing what really gives her the freedom to really highlight what she is best at onto assassin junglers. And that is what calls for here for the Battle of Third, knowing that Terra Queens are good at micromanaging onto the players, the draft, the clashes. So I think TLP needs to somewhat exceed the expectations.
Yep, and I gotta say, thank you very much to Mirko as well as Athena. Soon, I will let you guys go because we're about to start the day with a third place match. Team Liquid going up against Terra Queens. It's gonna be a fight to get not only the money, but also the pride for the club championship. So I will let you guys go because right now we're about to start the third place match.
Only one match remains before the grand final. One more chance to stand tall on the MWI stage, but this isn't a fight for third. It's a fight for pride, for country, for redemption.
And before the final showdown begins, a clash of faith and honor awaits. The championship may now be out of reach for these two teams, but national pride is on the line. And with that, let the Battle of Pride begin. Starting off with their very first debut right here on the international stage, presenting to you, Terra Queens! And right now, Terra Queens stand before you today, the self-proclaimed dark horse from Myanmar who fell short against Gaimin Gladiators. The Burmese trio, we have incredible lineups here, have already exceeded their prior tournament runs. And now, under the Terra Queens banner, they look to punctuate the historic run with a podium finish.
And their opponents on the other side, it's none other than Team Liquid! Flying the flag of the Philippines, they've battled through every stage with heart and grit, and now fight for a podium finish and for a club championship points. And to make their country proud, this is Team Liquid!
Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, this is the battle for the podium finish. One last battle, all for pride. Over to you at the studio.
Thank you very much to both our hosts. And again, this is going to be the match of pride. Team Liquid going up against Terra Queens. And I feel like for them, this matchup it means so much to them. It's not just about the money, just like our host said, it's about pride.
Agree, definitely.
Oh, we desire. Okay, never mind. Go.
Okay, carry on, Lavelle. Yeah. The impulsive thought just go over you, right? But then again, agree to the point that right now, Burmese, as we talk about, they haven't actually able to go through a high stake level like they are right now, because the only last time that we ever see them on the highest stake level is only on M2, and that was when we see, wow, Burmese able to actually go through and able to go into the same level like Philippines or any other regions itself to the grand finals. But after that, we kind of see them falling out a little by little and not able to go through. At the same time, now finally pushing on, saying that Myanmar, we are here, we also exist, and we can do even amazing job here for the MWI.
By the way, just saying, welcome back, our analyst, Chantel, as well as Pashavani. Thank you very much. And for you guys at home, in order to celebrate this third place matchup, you guys can grab some diamonds for yourself, because here, we're going to give you guys, just make sure you guys grab the code. It's case sensitive, so make sure you guys get it correct and get some diamonds for yourself. And now moving forward, this third place match, Team Liquid as well as Terry Queens, we saw Rose talking to both of them. They look very relaxed, saying I love you, blah blah blah. But once you're on stage, it's different emotions up there.
Yeah, and I think when we say it's gonna be another matchup between Myanmar and Philippines, we always go back to the history of the competition or other international competitions we're in. We see them just really push everyone beyond their limits, and for Team Philippines, I believe that this is where their pride will really stand in, because I mean, from the previous MWI, it is actually Philippines that was the champions.
And now let's actually look at the Myanmar Twins, the Terra Queens, because even though they're not in the grand finals, but when you look at the numbers, my goodness, they're amazing. Number 1 in total kill. Number 1 in total assists.
Wow.
Number 1 in average goal. Only number 2 in average Lord kills. And number 3 in average total kills. And almost 3,000 damage per minute. Those are amazing stats.
If anything, I really love to discuss about the Lord kills, because imagine you're top in kills and other aspects of the game, but at the same time, you never forget on securing the objective. So it means that they both excel in micro and even macro aspects of the game.
Oh, agree, definitely. This is shows that Terror Queens, when it comes to monopolizing or even able to actually go through for every single drafting themselves, they'll be able to actually cover each ground. The problem is, when it comes to covering each ground, there are certain times that you might actually overlook certain things, and probably when it comes to the team fight, there's a little bit of issue when we even saw when they were fighting with the GG itself.
Now we're talking about Terra Queens, but now we're gonna talk about Team Liquid, especially Kla, because this is her debut. And I gotta say, even in game number 1, match 1, she showed up. And now this stats, this was taken before the semifinals, but this stats is above the rest of the competition. And I'm not talking about Gold Lane, I'm talking about everyone.
Yep, and I think for Kla, even on their game against Team Vitality yesterday, she was one of those players that is very consistent. I mean, there was a time wherein I kind of felt like she wanted to go in for a team.
Yeah.
But, hey, I have the items, I have the damage, so let us go in for a skirmish.
Yeah, honestly, folks, if you guys missed that, make sure you guys rewind and look at the stats, and it's not wrong. She's number 1 in almost everything. Goal, damage, kill, assist, whatever it is, she's absolutely amazing. And she has to stay amazing going out against Terry Queens.
Oh, definitely. I mean, looking back on what happened yesterday, they were really heavily dependent on her. She wants to make the game changer. She wants to make the game maker itself for the team of Team Liquid Philippines. But unfortunately, it didn't work out for them to go to the grand final. But then again, this is the podium stand. So definitely, there's a lot of things that they can definitely fix back, go back to the drawing boards. And we saw her yesterday doing the interview with Rose, right? She was a little bit sad, but she's confident to wheel up herself with the team right here for the third place.
Now that we've been mentioning about Kla, I think one thing that we discovered with the Sikoshi yesterday against Gaming Gladiators, if there's too much pressure on the goal lane, then there's a high chance that she won't perform well.
Yeah.
So it feels like for Terror Queens, they need to have heroes that actually support Sikoshi, because in terms of laning, it is Kla that is actually winning as per the stats. So in terms of the heroes, I feel like Granger is gonna be a hero that is
Highly contested.
highly contested. I mean, even on the statistics, all throughout the tournament, it was picked 30 times in this league. So, but yep, more on the Grangers. Probably we see a lot more for Sikoshi and even Kla. But at the same time, we also have to consider the heroes for Ramisi, because I think yesterday it's not the usual Ramisi that we saw from the group stages, because she went for Fredrins. She went utilities when in fact she's also good in using the assassins.
Yeah, definitely. Probably not her comfort pick from yesterday, because was trying to actually develop or trying to adapt with the drafting wise of GG itself. But talking about the draft wise, right? Okay, we do see Team Liquid probably trying to adapt themselves. Terra Queens, on the note, they pretty much prioritize Hilda and Joy all the time. So the question is, are they going to actually build up again the Hilda as well as Joy as their pick? Because again, they were trying to pitch on that priority picks, but it didn't work out with GG. So this is something that they might actually pull out a different kind of stats when it comes to fighting with TL.
As you ladies brought about the draft has started. Terry Queens is going to be first pick. Team Liquid is second pick. And I actually want to bring up what Chantel has been saying since day number one, which is the flexibility in the draft. Because I feel like one of the mistakes that Team Liquid did yesterday was that they locked their draft very early. There's no flexibility. You pick the Arlet and the Fredner. It's like, well, I guess we know who's jungle and who's EXP.
Yeah, it was a very honest drafting pattern. So this is where the drafting sequence will go. But oh wow, so Uranus has been banned 50 times by the way in this tournament. But for Terry Queens, they are willing to let it go.
Yeah, Team Liquid, they're really target banning, because we saw if Hilda's open, first pick, and if Hilda's not, then you're gonna pick up the Khalid.
Yeah.
So now what?
Oh wow, this is interesting. Definitely. The best part is that YSS is open as well, so they picked up straight away for Terra Queens. And moving along, we got Kimi as well as Uranus. I think we haven't actually seen a lot of Uranus being picked up, but at the same time, you'll be able to actually pass through with Farsa to be picked up. But instead, they actually picked up Zetian, and I think the past fight where we see Terra Twins using of Zetian is only when they were fighting with GG, and they actually still lost it, right?
Good thing you've mentioned about GG, because this draft from Terra Queens is actually GG coded.
Yeah,
like
exactly.
You have the YSS, you have Gatot, the Asplays here, even Zetian. So this is like Terra Queens is adapting the things wherein they actually lost. And it's a good thing, because this is a different variation for them, considering that they are known to be a team that actually dives, but this has a lot of control, right, for their draft. So now we see for Team Liquid Philippines, they want to go for a hero that has high DPS, more in the comfort, having this Granger for Kla, and they don't want to expose yet their hero for Ramisi, because they still have the potential to get the Lancelot for this game, even the Hayabusa actually. So for Terra Queens here, they might want to go and somehow limit. Yeah, there you go, the utility jungles, because that's the usual idea, right? If you have Kimi as the mid, it means that you need more sustain in front just for the space to do those free hits. So I'm not gonna be surprised if there's another hero that they will buy. Could be an Xborg actually, not sure, but yeah, more on the sustain, or probably specifically against another pos 5 or another sustain hero.
Agreed. They need some tankiness. Like, I mean, yes, you got the Uranus, but at the same time, you need one more layer of the frontliners to actually guard out your backline, right? Definitely something to put out on Team Liquid as well. So Terra Queens, they know what they actually have to small size, or eventually making sure that the hero pools of the choices that can have inside the Team Liquid can be depleted. And at the same time, we see Minotaur also been banned out. So again, they already prioritize on all the sustain as well as anything that can actually hold that a little bit of healing process for the team of Liquid itself. And now with Esmeralda as the last ban off, it's very interesting coming in from Team Liquid as well.
With the Esmeralda ban, I think this opens up the opportunity or the idea also that they can get. Oh no, I was about to say Angela, but Badang is going to be definitely the tank here, Rome, for TLPH. And by the way, Badang has been the winningest so far.
Yep.
This playoffs or knockout.
Yeah, knockout stage.
Knockout stage, yeah. Was in this tournament, and you have Irisel and Badang. So Irisel and Lapu-Lapus, it's again about control, and as much as possible for Terra Queens, they just wanna focus on having a hero that could actually go back lane. But again, if you look at the heroes of Terra Queens, it is more like they are kind of skill dependent. So it doesn't hate. I mean, if those skills don't actually land on the target heroes, then it might be hard for them to disengage.
Oh, agree, definitely. Yeah, you got the CC, but then again, is it gonna be enough though to actually just hold out the situation for the Team Liquid itself? Because now they got Joy as the last pick. So much mobility, they got a lot of setups, and as well as burst damage. This is gonna be tough for both sides of Team Liquid as well as Terra Queens.
Thank you very much, Pasha Bani, as well as Chantel. And now we're about to start the third placement match here. We're going to throw it over back to our casters, Mirko and Athena. Good luck for this game, folks.
Thank you so much, panel. And we'll be kicking off the day here for MWI at EWC 2025 with a third place match between the two rising teams. It's Terra Queens versus Team Liquid on a best-of-5 battle for third match.
Hey, you want to grab a win, right? Yeah, they lost the semifinals yesterday, but ending MWI with a win on your record is going to be great. So far, drafts. Hey, it's been a while since we've seen Uranus actually left open, and now with TL picking it up, do you think it's enough to deal with the Yi Sun-shin?
Might be. Especially that they already got an assassin here for Ramisi. This is what I was talking about.
Yeah.
More so focusing on what your strengths are. And sometimes you don't need it to sometimes like, the YSS is open. Yeah, just acknowledge that and just stick your grounds on what you really want to show or showcase if ever you are TLPH.
Yeah, we didn't get too much time to speak on the panel, but what a point I wanted to bring up was the fact that I think Ramisi, the reason she went for the Fredrin, the Baksha yesterday was because they were up against Vitality. A team really, really good at going up against Assassins. But yeah, I guess Terra Queens, I think they're fine. They have that confidence to bring up those Assassins, and we're seeing it here. Terra Queens versus TL. Does it seem like TL are trying to play Terra Queens' game though? Like, it looks like a very team-fighty, brawly composition over what we expected for TL, which was more structured, systemized.
Actually, they do, right? Especially with the Badang here for their side, or rather Roamer, especially getting that Uranus. And you're right, now TLPH, some adjustments, even though it seems like they're playing onto the place of Terra Queens, but TLPH is also known for this kind of draft, for this kind of playstyle, that they also want to go for that micro plays, but at the same time, we highlighted that even though you get most of the micros, you get most of the kills, but with that team clashes winning, you're also somewhat accomplishing on the objective side. You're eliminating risk, you're eliminating threats onto finally scaling up or going online. And heading on over onto our first game for our battle for third. Let's head on over onto the Land of Dawn.
Here we go, ladies and gentlemen. Into the Land of Dawn we go. Back again, you have to remember the matchups. Ramisi on the Joy, Rui on the Yi Sun-shin. If this was in the previous match, it would be Yi Sun-shin. That's kind of off meta, and the Joy being probably the best pick. But now, tides have turned. Joy is actually in a pretty tough spot, I would say, in the meta. Like, she just doesn't feel as good.
Yeah, if you will somewhat look at the ranking, even internationally, right? Yeah. Way back home, C isn't just right at the class S and you put it onto levels. But it really depends on how it'll pan out for Team Liquid. Because basing on their play versus Team Vitality yesterday, they didn't even get a single early game facing, right? It was all interrupted. She was constantly denied. And also the fact that she was unable to get the freedom at all. And for Terra Queens, there's some kind of somewhat of a strength here playing on the role, especially for Satoshi getting the Irritel as well.
Taking a look at the emblems here, Bargain Hunter for the Irritel. This is something that we're just used to seeing at this point in the game.
Yeah.
Bargain Hunter for Zaishi too, and in the early game, we can already see Zaishi and Soju really struggle against the Gato Kacha plus Zetian combo. That's something that I think a lot of mid laners don't expect. The Zetian damage early, like especially level 1. She deals a ton of damage, dude, and the range is very difficult to deal with.
Yeah, you're right. Many are saying that she doesn't have that much damage, but maybe you're just looking at it at a different way, right? And looking at the way that they layer, basing on Terra Queen's previous matches here, they actually use the Zetian Kite well. And even for TLPH, even though there was a kind of a bit of a struggle, but let's see. First hurdle up for grabs.
Great pin down there onto Ku as the wow, goes for the taunt instantly, and Rui's right there with the Bounded Chakra. Now goes for Soju, caught in the bravest fighter. That's a flicker out for Zaishi, and Daiki is left all alone up against 3. Has the consecration and will save the sprint. Rui on the turtle. There's no way Daiki ends up stealing this. Rui doesn't even need to commit the retribution. As Cloud rotates over, Koshi pops in heavy crossbow, now does some damage. AOG doesn't land, but look at Hwang cutting her off, forcing the flicker around. Traction pulse, dodged away from by Ku.
They fell right into Terra Queen's trap, right? This is what we're talking about. Even though Team Liquid is trying to adjust their playstyle just to try and cater to what the aggressiveness lineup has to offer here for TQ. But that was a double kill here for Langrina this early. And Ramisi being taken down this early is a whole lot here for TLPH. Not off for a great start here.
Not the best. But this is, I would say, typical TL? Typical TQ. Like, TQ are always really good in the early game. Even up against GG when they lost, they always had like the early game control. TL, most of their matches, they're always behind early. It takes time for them to get going. So the mid game is really where I'm gonna wait for. I'm gonna wait for the mid game to make a decision on whether someone is in their win con or not. Right now, Lunalin, like I say, Cool pin down.
Cool.
It's in the revitalized, won't get taken down. But AOG, Lunalin in the back as well, gets caught in the try, beats. Ruby walks up, has the mountain chakra, doesn't throw it out just yet. Lang goes in, bravest fighter, Zaishi, able to dodge away from that. Now flicker forward from Lang, one more basic attack with a big sword, gets her down. Daiki still just soaking in damage. Sakoshi, the rotation doesn't get the last hit. Soju able to space away in time.
Yeah, on the other hand, we'll be spotting Rui here. Bullets being thrown out. But still, props to Terra Queens. They foresee what CLPH was trying to do. We've mentioned that they're the kind of team that kind of warms up onto the early facing. There are really rare moments that we see them really pop up from the start. And this game might look like just like that, right? But Kla, on the other hand, that's 3 members rotation. But down for Soju.
Wait, Rui got caught in her own jungle. Ramisi comes in, looking for the cleanup now. Ku taken down. Lunalin and Sakoshi can't do much here. Turtle number 2, and it's Team Liquid. Again, it's what we were saying, Athena. TL, slow starters, but when they get going, they're quick. They shift their gears, and now they've got the lead back.
Sometimes you just have to wait for your engine to warm up, right? Literally, you don't have to speed it up as soon as possible. You have to somewhat gauge the tempo that you want here if you are TLPH. We could definitely see that Ramisi took her time, even though she was taken out early in the game, like around 1 minute or 2 minutes so. But right now, we're definitely seeing some adjustments, and they totally downloaded for game number 1. Oopsie.
There's a catch now. The AOG, great fist crack to evade from it. Immobilization, not enough damage. Great revitalize to get her out, but Daiki's cutting them off. Lang has the bravest fighter, will go on to Daiki with no mana.
Okay.
But she's still a threat despite not having mana. Look at how disgusting Uranus is here in the game.
She's just so irritating if you're up against it. And this is what we're talking about, playing right to their strengths. Sometimes I do feel like Daiki has a bit of a struggle with setup heroes onto the XP. She's much more off with heroes that just follows, more in the sustain, holding up, zoning them out, keeping them at bay. All their synonyms for that. But if you're Terra Queens, the moment so that you let Daiki out of your sight, she is just a menace, right? Looking at this part right now, Team Liquid finally got the advantage on the Lord. But for Ku, just spotting on members here. Traction falls there.
Bravest fighter with the stun. Zaichi able to flick her out to safety. Gets the immobilization as well as Ramisi. Goes in. That's a fist crack over. Full stacks for Ramisi. Pops in electrifying beats, but Flang's just so tanky. Baits out the AOG. Gets the pick. Ramisi gets away. And Claw finds the shutdown. Daiki rotating. Eastern Shin up top. Looking for the turret now. Soju goes for the pin. Gets it on Ku, but doesn't have damage to deal with the Gata Kacha.
That's the thing, you need to have an answer this early for Langrina. And TLPH, even though they exhausted a lot of resources there, But what matters the most is they're chucking off onto their Limitless. But people to shut down here for Terror Queens, and now they have this huge space for Zaichi and even Ramisi. Daiki, on the other hand, irritating members of TQ.
Raven Spider use traction pulse too, locking Ku down there. Soju gonna be caught as well. Ku for Soju trade now as the Raven Spider gets used up to the back. Ramisi looking for the stacks, able to get 2, now 3. Let's go for the beat. Zaichi taken down by the heavy crossbow. Fadeaway kill. Daiki still staying alive, but the crit of the passive Rui gets her down. Top of the flicker forward, looking for the kill onto Luna Lin. Gets one. Sakoshi in the bush spotted. She actually walks up to that. Clock hiding away. Halang goes in, looks for the sun, able to find it, and it will be a shutdown to Rui as Ramisi goes in and is unable to look for the full stacks. Electrifying beats just to run away as Rui walks up, traces forward. Ramisi has to run.
That was some kind of an extended clashes or team fights as well. But considering the fact that Kla did a great job on her Granger, totally manipulating them, using the bush to her advantage. But remember, if you stay too long, Terror Queens just might go for they have this lingering terror, right? And they have this kind of a huge juggle around on who to target, who to dodge out. Most of the damage is coming from the bullet here from the Granger. Right now, onto the map, bit of a messy parts onto some clashes here, but Langrina.
One last shot is all she needs. Good respect from Hlang, but that's the damage that TL have, the range that they have. They can just force a fight from out of nowhere. By the time you realize you're getting hit, you're too low.
And while things are quite busy onto the jungle and mid lane, we could see some improvements. Like, it's not plan Z, it's plan B happening right now. The next step is to somewhat shove off the lanes here, win the side lane match, go for the split push, and Ramisi has the freedom compared to yesterday, right? And TLPH definitely has somewhat of an upper hand here, establishing a gold lead this early. 8 minutes into the game, we're heading on to a quick pause before we continue game number 1.
It's difficult for Terror Queens to look for a proper fight just because of how tanky the front line is for Team Liquid and how good their disengage is. The peel from the Badang has been phenomenal. Uranus has just been tearing it apart. Like, Terror Queens wants to play their own version of front to back, but it doesn't work when their backline is just so far back because Uranus zones them.
Exactly. And Daiki, as I mentioned time and time again, that this is the kind of hero that perfectly fits her playstyle, right? She doesn't really have to be very decisive on who to target. She could just target whoever. As long as she gets the job right, just deny them, just disrupt their whole position. As we mentioned, it is quite annoying, but for TLPH, it's working, right? And for Ramisi as well, we mentioned that we also like her onto somewhat of a flexible hero onto the map. Not really the utility type, but on the assassin side as well. If this is the previous meta, the Joy will be having such a hard time. But for this round, it plays beautifully for the whole draft itself for TLPH.
At this point for Terror Queens, they're going to have to rely on the Lapu Lapu. It's all on Hlang to really dish out damage and maybe get pickoffs onto the back on Zaichi mainly. She's been very close to getting those pickoffs, right? A few times Zaichi has had to use Flicker and she gets away with a sliver of HP. If she can just get a bit more damage. I feel usually, okay, you don't want to go damage usually on Lapu Lapu, but this is one of the rare cases where I think you need that extra damage because your backline's too far away to follow up what you're doing. You might just have to get a solo kill alone.
You just have to do it by yourself,
yeah,
right?
You have
to
alone.
adjust, you have to improvise rather here if you're the Lapu here. But also, to add up to that, maybe the layer right now isn't happening for Terror Queens as we mentioned because the back lanes are constantly being shoved around by Daiki, which is a great deal, right? You would want to somehow go for the follow for the Lapu, but if it isn't happening, the Gadot needs to find a way to somehow relieve the pressure onto the frontliner. Very tanky frontliners here for TLPH. Plus, for the Zetian as well, we're not seeing it quite lined up yet with the Fear of the Phoenix, with the AOG, because most of the time, players of TLPH, they're not really sticking together, right? They have this huge range for the Granger, and even for the Kimi, that she doesn't even need to be onto the front lines if she wants, right? Just throwing it away all of those laser beams.
There's no one else who can really walk up, now that I'm thinking thinking about it, right? Like we already brought up the topic that the Lapu has to do everything herself. By everything, I mean dealing damage to the back line and actually winning the team fights. Yeah, there's no one else because Lapu is the only one with anti-CC here. So she's going to have to deal damage. She's going to have to burst through. She's going to have to use the flicker properly too. It's a tough game for Hlang, but if she pulls it off, that's the only win condition I see, at least now.
At least
later on, Lunalin and Rui will scale up, Sakoshi too, and they'll get to a point where they should be able to deal with the Uranus Rui. Traceless to get away. Man, Ramisi's damage.
Okay, we're definitely seeing the fire onto Ramisi, just trying to get for the pick off. Phoenix activated.
There you go, able to find a stun on to Claw. Doesn't get the kill just yet, doesn't have flicker either. The block can be taken out. Sakoshi walks up the heavy crossbow. Now it's going to be Ku going for the lockdown. Soju taken out. Ramisi walks in a bit late. Electrifying beats over to Ku. Be able to get the kill, but Ku's just staying alive. AOG! Forcing Daiki back. TQ with a winning team fight.
And this is what we're talking about. Like, Langrina, even though it's a heavy burden or a heavy responsibility on her shoulders, but once she gets the job done, look, they just took down 2 members, plus a very good pickup onto Kla as well. So right now, checking onto the in-game equipment, Sakoshi is slowly catching up, right? With the Haas Claws as well here, with the Windtalker. You have that clear. You also have kind of the lifesteal and damage. But as long as you mentioned that Langrina improvises, they could actually go and outmaneuver Team Liquid right now.
He's gone for the War Axe, so a bit more damage, a bit more sustain to play with. Pretty good. The Dominus Ice next, though. I think that's... Yeah, I think a Fury Hammer would do her a lot right now. Like, would give her a lot more pressure to play with. We'll see if she actually ends up going for that, but right now, TL does seem like they will just play it slow. Hey! Walks up, gets pinned down, and instantly bursts it down. Clock off the AOG and the taunt. That's going to be a trade at least for TQ. Rui throws at the Mountain Shocker. Zaichi solo. Sakoshi gets the trade down. Ramisi with the walk up. Now Sakoshi's still alive, and it's going to be a mistake. Ramisi walked over. Daiki now in a 1v1 gets critted down, and it's a Sky Piercer for Rui.
On the other hand, Langrina could play that card, right? Sacrificing herself. But Ramisi, on the other hand, I don't think she'll be able to still off this Lord. That's too many members here for TQ guarding her. And that's a 4-woman takedown for TQ at the cost of just Langrina.
Massive for Terror Queens. We were talking about how Hlang has to be the one to deal damage. Well, if you bait out all the skills and you bait your opponents into a massive AOG, and again, the massive damage that we're seeing now in the mid-game for the Marksman, Rui and Sakoshi, it's great, it's all good. You just bait it out and it's still a win. Ramisi, though, a bit of a mistake, not going for the kill, instead leaving it over for Soju.
Yeah, a bit of a mistarget here for TL Page, but I do agree with Langrina here. Just waste your time, waste your resources, waste the damage dealer's ultimate, right? And for TLPH, that was kind of a miscom as well onto where they should be. They get this idea that's to burst down Langrina as fast as possible, but as you mentioned, Langrina went on to a hybrid build, so she does have that kind of defense, sustain, and a damage that adds up pretty quickly if you layer properly with Sakoshi and Ku. But right now, TLPH being shoved up, they left to defend for their mid lane. Ramisi!
Fine Beats gets taken down though still by Rui with a crit. Soju able to flicker out with the AOG now coming down. Ku will be taken down. It's Cloud with a double, looking for more. Has Sky Piercer stacks on the board to do more damage, but they end up having to back away because a big Lord is about to charge in their base.
So far, even if they manage to take down team members, but that's Ramisi being constantly shut it down. And for TLPH, even if on the early phasing of our game, you're able to melt down Lord, you still have that damage, but if this continues, this is actually a TQ win if ever. Looking at the way that they position themselves, they actually get most of the targeting right. Right now, kind of a bit of a struggle here. Still, Ramisi went too far ahead to our liking here after the clash happening. And looking at this instant replay, yes, the Kla does have the damage, but sometimes there are certain moments that she is placed in a position where she is left vulnerable.
So TQ needs to work on that. Right now, they're more of like a... They're very reactive, but not in an appealing way. They're very reactive in an engage way. Like when Team Liquid make a mistake, or when they look for a dive on TQ, TQ don't actually play to defend their carries. They play to look for TL carries. Sometimes it's good, sometimes it could be bad. I think it would be much safer to just play for Peel, considering, again, you have 3 very good backliners that can back you up now. They all have items completed. They're all within their power spike. You can take a look at the in-game equipment. There you go. Melfic gun done for Sakoshi. Rui doing a good job picking up the BOD very early on. And yeah, even Luna Lin, 0-3-11, 500 gold behind of Zaishi. But she's got the items to back up the rest of the team.
Yeah.
Who all missing the time.
Oopsie.
Okay, that's it. All right.
Okay, even mentioned onto the itemization. That's great, looking good for TQ, but Rui. That's 4 members.
Goes in for the stun, doesn't land it, but she's able to escape. Good stun over from Zetian. Now it's Lang. Doesn't want to go for the damage, instead just backs away, flickers out to safety. That's massive, a big resource burnt out. What happened to Ramisi? Mid lane. 2v1 and Ramisi gets caught.
When they were quite busy trying to somehow catch up to Rui, they forgot that Ramisi also needs to somewhat have a bodyguard, right? And for Langrina, she doesn't care if her flicker already exhausted here or activated, but TLPH on war here with Terror Queens.
For the dive, the AOG gets canceled. That's a Sky Piercer stack over. Daiki buying so much time as Rui walks up with a mountain shocker. That's Lang taken out as well. Big traction pulse brings them around. Retribution will get the job done for Rui as Daiki looks for the rundown. But Terror Queens, at least they have a lord to play with.
They got to, right? That was a triple kill here for Kla, but they're playing it quite well into their favor. We mentioned that even though they're more on the micro team, micromanagement here for TQ, but as long as they don't forget to actually accomplish objectives, showing up the lane, TLPH, even though they're playing to their strengths, they really are struggling. And looking at their instant replay, it all started with Langrina as well, just keeping them at bay. And a very perfect position here for Sakoshi, just doing a lot of damage. Yes, you accomplished 3 triple kills here for Kla, but you forgot that there's still a Lord up for grabs here, and we just took it. They took it out of the hands of the LPH.
Really got to give props over to Soju. These peels have been amazing. That fist frag, had it not been used at the right time, would have been an AOG over to Claw, and it doesn't land. It's going to be the dive into the back, finding Claw. Just as I mentioned it, that's how big an AOG can be. But Ramisi gets a trade in the bottom lane. At least they get something on the map.
They're accomplishing somewhat too many onto the map right now. Just when we were highlighting some of Soju's amazing plays, she was just taken right off the bat here. Terror Queen's acknowledging, oh, we are having a hard time because of Soju's face crack fist win, so why not take them out entirely, right? And even Kla, this is what I was saying, that even if she gets the numbers, the stacks onto her Sky Piercer, but if she is easily accessible to TQ, things will not turn out well for TLPH and Rui. Whoop! Wait, ultimate there.
That looked a bit dicey for a second. Rui jumps inside to the flicker forward, finds immobilization. Very low, gets away with the help of Luna Lin. Daiki pops in a sprint, pops in a consecration. Meanwhile, Ramisi up top, able to go for the base turret. Base turret taken down up top now as Daiki continues to chase on towards Luna Lin. Soju is very, very close. Ku coming in to try to save Luna Lin too.
Soju?
Oh, Daiki dodges away from it, walks Luna Lin down, but doesn't have the mana to get the job done. It's a good attempt from Team Liquid. They baited out a flicker, a big resource from Terra Queens.
As well as getting a turret onto the top lane here for Ramisi. Just hiding out. And of course, Rui, who might have been, you know, they know that there's someone hiding here. They didn't want to risk it. But for TLPH, that was quite of a dividing and conquering their ground right now. Just accomplishing many things, but at the same time, a very, what do we call it, very difficult situation to be in if ever Kla was again taken down here by TQ. Looking at the Lord being respawned here is going to be the third Lord of the game, being started, being rushed by TLPH. Rui from the back, might go for a steal here. But Daiki keeping them at bay.
Good job, Rui! Traces forward, finds her entry! But will be taken down. Now Sakoshi with a heavy crossbow. Able to get enough damage down on Soju.
Oh, no.
Sashi trying to peel. Claude gets the kill back on Halang. It's a 2-for-1 right now. So Misi is able to escape. Can go for the re-engage again as Claude goes in for the bullets over to Ku. Rhapsody coming down. Death Sonata as well. A thought forward, but the Sky Piercer executes her. Sakoshi running back. Ramisi, electrified beats! Gets enough damage done for Claude to get the final shot in. It's a double for Claw. Luna Lin looking for the defense with the Lord. She has a frontliner with the Lord. TL slowly but surely getting the job done over to the Lord, clearing it away.
Ooh, what a play here for TLPH. 4 women down here for TQ. But that isn't the end yet. Lunalin still has advantage to somehow keep them at bay by enough time. Rui as well is already alive here just to try and defend for their base. 74 stacks right now for Class Sky Purser. And with the passive as well, we can definitely see it being highlighted here for TLPH. That is the kind of chase that they have to do. But they really have to be careful onto Rui still as well. That is kind of a second time that a Lord has been taken out of their hands.
Really tough for them to get control over the neutral objectives, but they've been winning the fights. And honestly, in the late game, that's really what matters. They got 2 base turrets, 2 in the side lanes, which means they will have auto slow pushing waves for the next Lord. Far lane down below, all good for Team Liquid. They don't need to force anything at this point of the game. They can just play it slow and wait for the neutral objective to spawn back in the game. So we got a quick in-game equipment check right now.
Final BOD here for Kla. So aside or on top of the Sky Piercer, we're expecting more explosive damages as well. And Athena Shield already built up here for Ku, just to try and stay alive longer against the very powerful magic attack here from TLPH. And talking about the adjustments, recently we've seen like 2 Sky Piercers in one team, right? So onto the mid lane, even if you're a teammate, you sometimes need to adjust. And I'm liking it so far. There's only 1 Sky Piercer built up here for TLPH. A Holy Crystal for the last build here for Zaishi, just to try and go for that instant burst that can use damage as well. And might be somewhat of another objective take here for TLPH, but with how things are going, they need an answer to try and get it as fast as possible, and at the same time, not letting Rui ruin the fun for them. Oops.
Rui's getting zoned away. Finally, an attempt now! Full time in the back claw! Buys him in a crown in time, pops it in time too! Now can they save it? No! Sakoshi gets the kill! And this is a massive win for Terror Queens! 4 members going to be down. No! They actually just have 3 members down. Rui's able to escape now. Daiki looks for the chase. Won't be able to do so. It's an evolved Lord, Athena.
Oh no. This is what we were talking about earlier. They need an answer. A bit too messy onto the defense of TLPH. And Kla, out of all people being targeted there, is a heavy burden, heavy defense for Zaishi and Daiki. Will she be able to do that for game 1?
There's no way they defend this. Zaishi stunned up. Sakoshi looks for the play. Daiki actually held the Lord in the back. Now the wave's cleared up, but it doesn't matter. Terror Queens win game 1.
What a game. Terror Queens just waiting for the right moment. Even if TLPH has the answer onto the micros, but what about the macros, right? And constantly being knocked out of here. But the rest of Terror Queens, the terror still lingers here for game number 1. And it's up to our panel to break down the first game for our third battle.
Thank you very much, Athena, as well as Mirko. And also looking at that matchup, it looked close, but there was one glaring difference, which is the Lords. Terror Queens keep getting the Lords, and Team Liquid just keeps giving them away.
I mean, they're not number 2 in the Lord Secures if
that's true.
Yeah, if they're not able to get those objectives. And I gotta say, both the teams had a piece of mistakes all throughout the game. Many unnecessary skirmishes and some parts. I might say that there were a lot of overextensions. But I gotta say for Terror Queens, again, because of those control in the objectives, they won the game. And for TLPH, it's more of them having the macro control
all over the map that actually forced this game to be extended.
I agree on the note of Chantel saying that a lot of overextension, a lot of things that you overstay your area, or probably that you rush too much to a point that you want to get those kills, and in the end it falters to the side of Team Liquid itself. Team Liquid was just too much of trying to push on to get those hero stacks, but at the same time it's giving Terra Queens that opportunity to actually punish them for those mistakes.
Now, looking at the emblems, I actually want to focus on Sikoshi's emblem set because you have the Mystery Shop on an Irithel. Again, we've talked about having an edge over the other gold laner. So this is the change I think that Terra Queens did so that she is able to get those items as early as possible as compared to Clock.
Looking at Ramichi as well, she went for agility instead of real rupture, any kind of damage. She went for movement speed, and honestly, this is something that Mirko brought up as well. If we're looking at the junglers here, Yi Sun-shin, one of the top junglers of the meta right now, and then picking up the Joy, which is still strong, but nowhere near the level of a Yi Sun-shin at this point. So even I was slightly confused. I thought maybe it's just comfort, but I don't know, she didn't even look all that comfortable.
No, I think, again, this is what we see from Team Liquid. They are comfortable with their hero picks. It's just that, again, comfort doesn't mean that you're going to be successful, right? Because, again, draft-wise, you can be as confident as you are using the same heroes that you've been using for the past few years or even few months or even throughout the group stage itself. But then again, now coming into the metas, this is where the fine line that you really have to prioritize the top heroes.
And speaking of prioritizing heroes also, I think one priority that the Terra Queens had an edge against TLPH, which was actually forcing team fights on the turtle lanes, as we could see also on some of the highlights, because they know that in terms of turtle dances and even lore dances, Team Liquid also has the upper hand on that area.
Especially for me as well, I kind of feel like for Terra Queens, the shot calling is pretty easy, which is if you're able to take down Claw, everything else is not really that big of a problem, right? Because you're able to handle the Kimi, you're able to handle the Joy, and even though the Uranus is annoying, yes, but eventually will go down as well. So, I don't know, at this point, Claw looks amazing, but what about the rest?
I think also because of, let's say, somehow some of the players of TLPH doesn't really stand out on that game. I think Kla is forced to do things that she thinks might be good for the team. That's why there's an overextension at 7 minutes of the game. And it puts a lot of pressure in a gold laner. So I think that's one thing that made TLPH falter in that game.
Yeah, and speaking of which, we're going to look at that head-to-head here between the gold laners because, again, Claude did amazing, but still, not enough.
Not enough indeed. I mean, look at that. The statistics was, yes, she managed to actually probably monitors or actually dominates on the side of jungle creeps or even turrets and kills. Again, pushing forwards on those motion where you want to get the kills. But then again, you're opening yourself up or actually exposing yourself for the team of Terra Queens to get you very quickly.
Yep, something to note is that the gold distribution, it does look like for Skoshi, most of the gold did come from the objectives, which is namely the turtle, but everything else, it is on Claw. So it does look like Claw has good range of motion, actually getting a lot of gold in this game. But I kind of want to go back to what Chantal said during the draft, which is you have a Kimi, you really want a strong front line so that she can free hit. In this matchup, it's not really like a very good front line because even the Uranus, you kind of want to go in, out, you want to regen, try to fight, and but now you just want a big setup, right? It's not like a Fredrin, it's not like a Boxia, right?
Yeah, that's true. And the idea of having Kimi is like you will go for a slow push, right? When doing objectives or doing a team fight. And I gotta say, for Cool, early parts of the game, she did the exemplary with those unbreakables, even forcing majority of the TLPH to back away whenever there is a threat from the AOG. So there's a lot of space actually for Terra Queens to set up the pace. But at the same time, if you go back to that gold distribution for the gold laners for TLPH, it's because they were able to stretch it out. But you have 3 objectives on the turtle. It means early game, it was Sikoshi that has the upper hand, hence highest damage per minute also for this game. And the damage taken per minute for a team that actually lost the game means that there wasn't really an efficient skirmish or team fight for Team Liquid Philippines.
Oh, I agree, definitely. I mean, like, you definitely want to be the front line. You were the one who actually put out a really good stun for the frontliners, and this is what Daiki was trying to do, right? But then again, it was not enough because late follow-up coming in from the rest of the team, and you even talked about it, Rafael, when the fact is, yeah, you got Gla trying to do their best, trying to do her best, trying to actually get a lot of those kills, but very late follow-up, especially Ramichi getting on the last minute when most of the players are already down.
Now I actually want to focus on Terry Queens, especially the mid trio, because Rui's able to secure all those lords, but we also got to talk about Ku and Luna Lin. Their zoning is very good, even from the early game. We saw Zetian actually pushing people away from the wave. So yeah, this mid trio is causing problems for Team Liquid.
Yeah, I think there was a point in the game, early games, that you have this little HP for Zaishi at the middle lane, but because she needs to clear that minion wave, she needs to be there. So it's just a lot of pressure. Good point on the mid lane. Probably it's something that they could change on the draft.
And we saw Ramichi struggling a little bit. So we actually got a video where hopefully if she's watching, will reignite her spirit for this best of 5.
Congratulations, Ramisi!
Excellent job, our beloved Trina. I give all the praises and thanks for bringing you at this point in your journey. Your dreams are coming true. More blessings are coming your way. All the best for Team Liquid PH.
Yes, Palanga. We are proud of you together with Team PH Philippines. If the way to more and more winnings, and to Ramisi, Trina, our beloved Palanga, we are so proud of you. You make us proud. You are champion in our hearts. I'm proud of you. Enjoy, be humble.
We love you.
Mga pa, thank you sa mga support mo. Andito na kami. Gawin namin best namin. I love you, miss you na. Thank you.
That was a bit too emotional. I was not ready for that. I understand it's all over social media, but even Ramichi herself, she's like, hold it in, don't. There's a camera. But I mean, talk us through. Is like, what are you guys feeling?
Oh, I mean, if you guys are watching from the studio itself, like Chantal is crying. Hold my hand. Oh my God. I mean, yeah, definitely we do feel emotional when we have our parents, our backbones are giving all the supports we need, and even it's far away, yet that feeling of connection, like saying, oh, my mom and my dad is proud of me. So those are the kind of emotions that will always feel like so close to our hearts, you know?
Yeah, and we are all aware of the generation gap, right? And sometimes it's hard to have support.
To explain to our parents.
It's hard to explain to our parents that we want to push. Thank you for the tissue, sir. It's hard to explain to everyone that esports is a thing, and to have full support from your parents, it's like it could get very emotional.
Yeah.
Very emotional.
Very good job on holding it in. You know, if you guys want me to buy time, you know, you guys can let it out first. You know,
I'm okay. I'm okay.
Right, I can handle a little bit. And as we're looking at Ramichi, you know, I feel like everyone from the Philippines, so own personal friends, family, supporters are hoping for the best for her, because again, like, talk about Team Liquid here, because it's mostly newer players. A lot of players are debuting. Yes, Ramichi has been here for a while, but they're debuting. Compared to Terra Queens, they've been here for 3 years now in MWI, and they've never made it this far. Previous years, 8, 10.
Yep.
They haven't even hit top 5, top 4, and now they're minimum top 4. They've won the first game, so they're much closer to actually getting third place. Now we're jumping into the draft here. Team Liquid, first pick, Terry Queens, second pick. Hope the tears are gone now, because now you guys got to break down the draft.
Okay, I mean, focusing back on what is going on right now, right? Team Terra Queens, they already got their momentum already from their first draft. And again, coming in from Team Liquid Philippines, I think pretty much the mistakes that we've already covered from the first draft is that they're a little bit messy with their composition, with their positioning of trying to go in for the team fights. Because we keep on telling that Team Terror Queens itself, they're much more a little bit on micro. They are very micro style gameplay itself. So they know when it comes to objective, they will always push it off. Especially the fact that Team Liquid, they were so much pushing on the micro fights, and we did saw on the bottom lane where they were, I think Soju was the one who was trying to chase after Ku so many times, and yet they left Ramuchi was just at the mid lane and 2v1 situation. At the end of it all, Ramuchi was just taken down, and you don't want that to happen to your own hyper, to your own jungle itself.
Yeah, I would agree. And I like the point that you've mentioned that somehow the draft was just all over the place for some of the teams. But I gotta say, for Terror Queens, they were able to pull that off. And they are actually 7th in terms of unique heroes used in this tournament. And they're able to pull off a GG coded draft earlier. So they can actually adapt and incorporate their strength as a team or how they play in a draft that was used against them. And that's dangerous for TLPH because we don't really know what's going to happen next. And speaking of, for them, they're sticking on the Yi Sun Shin and even Gatot, but Uranus has still been opened for TLPH. And I like that Lafel mentioned earlier that if they are to get a Uranus or Kimmy at the middle lane, since it's still open, then they should get another hero that is on the sustain. So they get the Sityan, which is a good trade because it's not a great idea to give those 3 heroes again for Terror Queens.
Oh, yeah. I mean,
Ranger this early?
Oh yeah, definitely. But then again, this is also giving too much leeway on the Yusunshin YSS. We did see how much of control and how much of damage that was given out by Terror Queens to Team Liquid as well. So I'm looking forward to see what Team Liquid is going to do. But great.
I was about to say like, it's bad that they pick up the Uranus early because this honestly is a good Phoveus game. But they're like, hey, Uranus can be a jungler. So that's smart. Because in my head, I was just like, oh, Phoveus. And they picked it up. Hey, I'm liking this.
Yeah, this is actually nice. And I think because of that, for Terror Queens, they might want to consider banning out the Kimi because with the Kimi, with those 2 heroes, then it's definitely suitable and they get the Kimi.
Oh, wow. Okay, this is crazy. I mean, yeah, pretty much going in from Team Liquid Philippines itself, they have their own sustain. They have their way to actually build up all their momentums from the front side or even from the early games because we see how it was from the first draft. They were a little bit more dependent on the mid game because they want to make sure that the late game, they have the most intensity to be surviving, to be sustaining the longest, but it doesn't actually secure them the win because again, Team Terror Queens, they provided so much damage to the point they couldn't do anything.
Yeah, that's true. I think at this point for Team Liquid bans out another marksman here. I was thinking if they might want to ban Badang as added layer actually for Terror Queens in terms of crowd control. So with Gatot up their sleeves, Badang is great. Even Lapo is great. I mean, they used it earlier in game number 1.
Honestly, very good idea on the carry ban because right now for Terror Queens, they need someone to shred the front line. And looking at the lineup, they don't really have a lot of shred at this point. Betting on the Irritate as well as Moskov kind of shows to me that they might want to go for that Granger, taking out all the counters. So it will be interesting to see if they can really pull it off because without any shred for the front line, it might get difficult.
Oh, definitely. But then again, I feel like this is where the fun begins for Team Terror Queens, right? Because they've already have so much damage, and then if they add it even more for their goal laner, this is going to give even more tougher situation for Team Liquid as well. Chantel, any thoughts on the last ban itself?
I was thinking actually to ban another marksman hero. I'm not sure if it's going to be Bruno.
Oh,
X-Borg actually for true damage. This is actually nice for Terror Queens if they get it, but it's gonna be 1-1. Okay, 1-1 for them. Since you don't really want to have a slot in your equipment just for the Winter Truncheon if you're a Phoveus and even for Uranus. So, we have the Granger this time around for Terror Queens. Now this opens up the idea for Badang and Lapu-Lapu for Terror Queens. Now for TLPH, you have Uranus as a jungle. You need a roam.
Yeah. Personally, for me, if Team Liquid doesn't have the proper damage profile, there's a lot of good EXP laners for Terry Queens here. I'm even thinking of something like the glue, because then it's like you just won't have enough damage to deal with that. So I don't know. Personally, for me, I kind of feel like Terry Queens, they already got a very good start in the draft.
Oh, they are. They definitely reading really good on the drafting wise of Team Liquid itself. Again, they have all the burst damage. They have all the damage they need to actually pull through. And again, we talked about how Granger is one of the really good picks coming in from Terra Queens itself. But Team Liquid picking up Matilda as well as a Wraith.
If they pick up something like a glue, I don't think Team Liquid has enough. Yeah, there you go. Almost like I've been doing this for years now. Any final thoughts?
I think in terms of easier execution, definitely it's going to be Terra Queen's side because if you're Matilda, you have to consider, is it advisable for me to dive against 3 marksman heroes?
Thank you very much, Chantel, as well as Pasha Bunny. Personally, I really like Terry Queen's draft, but hey, maybe it's different for our casters. So, Athena and Mirko, get ready for game 2.
Thank you so much, panel. I do agree with the draft. Quite a bit of surprise there for TLPH, but for Terra Queens, I'm liking that most of the time it's much more easy to execute, right? But let's head on over to our game number 2. Welcome to the Land of Dawn for the battle of third between Terra Queens versus TLPH.
Let's get right into it. Yeah, I don't know. I'm not too big of a fan of the Uranus jungle, personally.
Yeah.
I like the fact that they utilized it as flex, but then they showed it a bit too early, like the flex pick.
Yeah.
There were so many marksmen available, yet they went for the Phobius. I understand why you want to go for the Phobius, but I think, like, especially in this series, we haven't really seen it contested, not even in game 1.
Yeah.
I wonder why it was so prior for them to get it in first phase. Why did they utilize the Uranus flex a bit longer, you know?
It's like, we understand, but still kind of a scenario, right?
Yeah.
For TLPH, I do agree with the casters that for the first up, yes, it doesn't mean comfort equals win. You also have to think out your execution. A bit too messy to my liking for the macro, especially on the objectives earlier. And with the adjustment onto the draft as well, as we mentioned, even if it isn't the comfort, but you have to consider the lineup, the matchup. Like, happening right now, Kimi versus Zetian. Definitely a Zetian will be on the downside.
Oh, but we did see the opposite of that in game 1. Luna Lin has just been able to win out the matchup. When she was on the Zetian, she was winning against the Kimi. Now she's on the Kimi and she's winning against Saishi on the Zetian.
Because the jungler right now for TLPH is much too busy to somehow accumulate all that she can, whilst Rui, on the other hand, could just assist Lunalin on the mid lane once she crosses that river, right? So a bit of a different adjustments here. Looking at the emblem builds as well here for the side of TLPH. Some more of a mixture here for the sustainability for Ramisi, and as well as additional movement plus the rupture here for both the Matilda and Zaishi here. Roam mid wants to be strong enough, but will it be enough versus Terra Queens?
Yeah, Turtle 1 is definitely like super high prio right now for both these teams. But TLPH should have a bit of an edge coming into it. Great Dark Wave landing on Luna Lin. But they let go of the neutral objective. Dying gets mounted, not brought back just yet. Palang gets away here, pops in a spread.
Okay.
And this is not bad. Dark Wave bringing 2 members back. This is going to be the AOG. Cancelled out. AOG again. We'll find it this time around. Not even trade just yet. It's 1-0. First blood to TLPH.
Yeah, a bit too dragging, as we mentioned. But still, for Turkins, they're having a hard time with this hanky composition. Different approach.
Double and Dark Wave one more time landing on it. Hlang taken very low. One last stomp on it. That's going to be the Circling Eagle to pick up another TL. Early game Turtle 1.
And even Kla was that far away from her own lane. Even if it isn't what we see every day, but as long as it's working for TLPH, they will take it, right? And adjusting to what their lineup really calls for, more on bouncing around the juggling rather, what Lunalin and Langrina has to offer. And this is the kind of aggression that you're confident just cause Ramisi isn't left vulnerable with this Uranus versus to what she was using for game number 1. A different approach, but more so for TLPH, they're winning on their early.
Yeah. I think early game, I kind of expected TL to have a bit of an edge just because of the Phobius and the XP, and that's what we saw again.
Yeah.
TQ, they did a good job of stopping the first turtle from being taken, from getting blitzed, but then they stayed in the team fight a bit too long. Like, they actually committed into the fight.
Yeah,
they gotta respect Daiki on the Phobius, man, because there's a reason we see Phobius, at least in the group stage, all the way to the initial parts of the knockout stage, prioed all throughout. Phobius is almost a Turtle 1 guarantee.
It is, and actually with the Dark Wave, it really matters the most here for TLPH Daiki. Because considering the fact that all she needs is somewhat wait for other members of TQ to get close enough and to top those Infernal Pursuits, plus she has this ability to somewhat deny being the terror that Terror Queens deserves. Right now, purple buff being contested.
A bit too late there for Rui to go for it. Nothing to poke over. Rui and Ku getting stunned, the Dark Wave landing. Perfect setup for the neutral objective that's going to be spawning in 7 seconds. Both red trees used up. Rui now on the orange buff, but it does seem like TL want to continue to invade. Ku.
They do.
Secures the green camp. EOG locks Zaichi down. Now they're going to go for the damage. Luna Lin doing damage over to Zaichi. Picks up the kill, but now gets caught by the Zaman Force. Claw jumping in with the Koro Dash. Asking Circling Eagle over, but the Mountain Shocker catches Claw. Stops her in the tracks. Plang still able to evade. Ramisi doing some damage. Jumping back in again as Luna Lin tries to melt her down, but she's a bit too tanky. Rui caught in the Dark Wave. Has to trace us backwards. That's Hlang walking up with the spread, and that's about it. TL will get a free neutral objective.
Very nice front laners here for TLPH, and huge advantage to Kla, even if she was caught off guard there with a Mountain Shocker. But as long as she survives, as long as she manages to dash out, TLPH might also try and get more of the damage and numbers here for game number 2. And looking about on the long-term adjustment here for TLPH, on the extended T-Fights, yes, they do win, but they also have to take cautious and take precautions onto what Rui is doing. Because right now, even if that is just a 0-0-0 onto her KDA, but still, if she is still continuously farming, she is a nightmare to recon with if you are TLPH.
Terror Queens, it just comes down to them farming now. It's kind of strange to see Terror Queens losing the early game. Massive Dark Wave from Daiki to catch them and to just open up some vision. Rumisi, despite being on a Uranus, is still split pushing. Like, the utility jungle, still playing like an assassin. No worries here. And it's good. Because Uranus is kind of a hero, a utility hero that can do that.
Yeah, and she could actually be somewhat kind of independent, which is what we're talking about earlier, even on the panel. That most of the time, she just needs to do her job, being left alone, but she needs that extra survivability as long as she doesn't give the numbers here for TQ. Sikoshi being cornered.
Soju able to flicker out now. Zaman Force with the dashes. Ramisi able to pick up the kill. Claw though, a bit of miscoordination there. No one's up to tank it up. Daiki jumps in, gets isolated. Daiki might just fall here. Oops. Gets away with the help of the Guiding Wind. Luckily, they've got that Mathilda. AOG locks her down though, and it's going to be the slam spread into the taunt. Still Daiki with the Dark Wave, dealing a lot of damage, sustaining through, but it will be Luna Lin to pick up a kill as Ramisi gets brought back with the Guiding Wind to safety, but the lead is slowly but surely disappearing. Luna Lin, another immobilization.
TQ slowly catching up to the face here for TLPH, and we're right. By Cloud being left behind, we do understand what Daiki was doing, just keeping Rui out of the clash that they were attempting to do. But leaving your gold laner defenseless is a bit of a question mark here for TLPH. And now TQ, with that solo takedown, is able to finally turn the tides into their favor. It's going to be the Dark Wave. A bit of a vision here for TL.
Big plays, Daiki jumps into the back now. Skoshi kiting back. Rui, way too aggressive, gets punished for overextending. Lang stunned up, has the mount, but it will still be a kill. Soju is the one to pick up the kill. TL are back on track.
They're both the kind of team that if they see an error, they quickly punish that, right? But Zaichi caught here.
Yeah, they're just throwing bullets down. AOG locks him in the front. CLA pops in as a Zaman Force, but is unable to get more. Just the gotcha. All G.
Yeah. And for TLPH, that was a very close call there for Kla as well. But looking at our SMB goal difference, most of it doesn't really have that huge gap as well, because Terror Queens actually managed to somehow negate what TLPH has to offer onto the early phasing of the game. And as we mentioned, we are not used to seeing Terra Queens being the one onto the downside, onto the early phasing, right? They get most of their clashes, they get most of their ganks as well, but that isn't happening right now because of the adjustment here for TLPH. And looking at our instant replay, you have a nice catch here for Lunalyn and Langrina, but when Kla is able to move freely, Kla isn't being held back. TLPH actually doing a great job with the damage as well. Onto the mid lane. Here onto our instant replay as well. A very nice call here by Ku with the AOG, but still, there's a problem. Kla is left to just go and dance around them.
Daiki. It's a two-man Dark Wave there, but it is going to be chain CC down. Has to flicker out, but gets mounted, brought back to the team, and it will be Lunalyn to pick up the kill now with the Mountain Chakra, locking Ramisi down. The Guiding Wind grants her a second life by getting her away. Purple buff secured by Ramisi, mid lane Prio. It's up to, it's Terra Queens.
Turkish is just sick of TLPH just setting each and every ground where they should clash, right? They're like, oh well, we should just start off with a very aggressive note here. Lord being taken down.
Yeah, this is big. Line goes in. That's a traction post too. A full lockdown, but the AOG didn't land. Ramisi brought back to the team by the slam, and Lunalyn goes for the laser shot. Sakoshi secures the neutral objective. Claw getting gunned down by Lunalyn. Gets caught in the Dark Wave and will be punished for it. But no, she has to flicker out. Lang able to peel away. Now in front of pursuit. One more time over to Lang. But Terra Queens know they've got the win already. They got a Lord to play with Sakoshi.
They did.
All alone in the mid lane, deciding to stay there. Flickers out, but Ramisi punishes her for overextending.
I was just about to command Tier Q here onto their Lord take, but a bit too messy, a bit too overstaying.
Cool.
The lane.
No Revitalize goes in, sustains interaction pulse, doesn't bring anyone back. Claw picks up a kill. The Lords of Terra Queens, but the win to Liquid.
I was about to say that TQ did a great job onto zoning up members of TLPH and getting the Lord, plus interrupting that messy initiations here for TLPH. But that just isn't happening. But what's happening right now, Ramisi finally being taken down here by Lunalyn and Rui. Bit of a hefty bounty there, Mirko, and as well for CQ. They still get most of the advantage onto the overall macro, but what they don't notice is that there are some glimpses of lapses here onto Sakoshi's position, right? You don't want to give those kills onto TLPH just so they could come back from this deficit.
I don't know, man. Like, TQ had the Lord. They had what was going on?
They really did.
Okay, but why was Sakoshi so far off and so far alone?
She was too hyped up to actually pour down the turret, right? I do agree that they could have just slowly backed away, waited for the Lord to march onto the top lane. And so far, looking at the flame shot as well here for...
We got a description of flame shot.
Yeah. Good to know. Thank you for the refresher. But here for TLPH, needs a refresher on what do they really want to accomplish. A bit too messy here onto what they want. Is it the objective? Is it the kills? Or do you just want to waste the resources here for Lunalyn? They chase it down!
Circling Eagle, locking her down now. Lang walks up, trying to peel away. Has that flame shot. Maybe could use it just to peel with the Dark Wave lands on Lunalyn! And that's Daiki with a shutdown. Still Sakoshi gunning them down from the back with Rhapsody, but Ramisi body blocks all of it. And now Lang is all alone. Daiki goes in for the jump. Ku, for some reason, jumps in with the AOG and will be taken now slowly but surely. That's a slow takedown. Mountain Chakra over. Rui decides to jump in. Daiki just goes and shoulder bashes her over. Now the rest of TL here. Rui gets a shutdown somehow against 5. But it ends up being TL with a massive win.
3-4-1 and TLPH definitely won the round. They managed to somehow trick Terra Queens onto using the AOG, who, in my opinion, didn't have to actually put her life on the lane. But Ramisi, on the other hand, focusing onto the Lord. Daiki dodging up the damage from Langrina.
That's a red tree from Ramisi, securing it, but a mount down over Lunalyn and Sakoshi. Bursting through the front line.
We're getting multiple kills at hand here. Earlier on, we were saying this is kind of a slow game, but TQ, they don't think Takoshi will be some kind of enough there. So Lunalin to the rescue as well. Chase down here for TLPH.
It's a pure brawl. Whoa, what is that damage? Lunalin! Almost one-shotting Kla. You know, Athena, there's been so much action, but why don't you touch on the flame shot?
But more so, it's more on Langrina, just giving most of the damage and then just finishing off with somehow adjusting onto the members here for TLP. She just wants to show them back. She just wants to buy some enough time, and even if the damage just isn't enough, the flame shot is there to actually finish off the round or finish off the HP bars here for TLPH. And looking at the way things are going here on their in-game equipment as well, but before all of that, something might happen. Something might happen here. It's going to be the Traction Pulse.
The Traction Pulse over. Clang jumps in, mounts Daiki up, unable to get the spread to bring Daiki back, but TQ are very close by. Oh no.
Okay.
She's all alone right now. They're actually doing damage towards Hlang. And Hlang will be taken out there, all alone, isolated. Kla picks up the kill with his Zaman Force. The flame shot not helping her there.
There's kind of an adjustment here for Ramisi as being the frontliner, the tankiest one of all here for TLPs, as long as the others stick to their ground. Very strong trio mid here for Zaishi, Soju, and Kla as well. But Fairy Queens has some kind of a different read here onto what TLPH is trying to do. So close there onto actually taking down the tier 2 turret onto the mid lane. But still, TLPH, in my opinion, not the cleanest game for them yet. But still, they're managing to do well compared to game number 1. Oopsie. Ramisi.
We've got a lot of damage already. But they gotta respect the damage back from Team Liquid. Zaman Force over. That's, again, the mount up. Purify out. And it will be Hlang caught all alone again. Pops in the flame shot, actually brings Kla back. Mounted Shocker over from Rui. Halang's all alone again, isolated. Still has a spread as the Traction Pulse lands on Ramisi. Sakoshi trying to land some bullets there. Daiki jumps in and will be able to go for another jump in front of pursuit over. Ramisi with the chase over to Hlang. And the Chrono Dash with the Synchro Fission. Kla is enough to take her down. We've got a total of 26 kills in game 2.
In favor of TLPH, but we do have to acknowledge here Langrina doing her best to somehow hand over members of TLPH to their core damage dealers, right? And looking at things are going right now, BOD lock item here for Rui, finally having the last spot here, whilst a Brute Force breastplate here for the glue here for Terra Queens. They just need a bit more onto the sustainability just so she could last longer and deliver a perfect silver platter dish here for TLPH.
Ooh, massive damage with a Traction Pulse, but Daiki turns it around with in front of pursuit. No! Rui, Sky Piercer, shoots her down while she's on air. Sakoshi throws out the shots, able to go and thread the needle to get the immortality of Soju. But that's about it. 1-0 right now. TQ looking to push their advantage.
Okay, missing one frontliner here. Kla really needs to be careful, but the Purify will be off for use later on. But Ramisi onto the front, Langrina putting her life on the lane. There's the Lord still alive, Ramisi!
Traction Pulse over, Purify already used up. Ku gonna be taken down as that's gonna be a solo, it seems. Hlang still on her! Rui wins out the retreat battle. Kla pops in his Zaman Force as that's gonna be the runaway from Rui. Hlang all alone, has a spread, now dealing with the damage of Kla. Can she escape? The guiding wind brings Kla forward to pick up an unstoppable. TQ get the Lord, TL win the team fight.
And this is what we're talking about. Never underestimate the Zetian pick as well. That most people tend to say that she doesn't have enough damage. Yes, they do. They layer it properly, and that's why it's working here for TLPH. Even with Kla being shoved way back onto their back line, say for TLPH, they find a way, they fought a way here just to try and tore down members here, the frontliners for Terra Queens, and also did a great job onto destroying Lunalin with her Kimi.
12-19, but TQ are the ones with a gold lead at this point of the game. In-game equipment check. Rose Gold Meteor for Sakoshi. We get an instant replay as well to see what happened in that fight earlier.
Yeah, and this is what they're talking about, Kla missing out most of the clashes that they were trying to accomplish. But still, we cannot deny that that was still an objective taken here by TQ. That's where most of the gap as well is coming from here. Still an established lead. If the coaches as well is like, what's happening? Right, you're winning the team, you're winning onto the kill score, but onto the objectives, you're just missing out a lot.
Which is uncharacteristic for TLPH. We expect TLPH to be the ones winning on objectives and TQ to be the ones winning team fights, but it's been the opposite so far. Turret down below, taken very low. That's a circling eagle to the back. Oh, massive stun. Luna able to flicker out, but it's in front of Pursuit to chase her down. Sakoshi will not be able to survive the AOG. Continues to chase onto TQ, and you can hear the crowd here in Saudi Arabia, Riyadh, as Rui tries to kite away, but Ramisi is a bit too strong. Now with the guiding wind, bringing Daiki in. There's no chance for Rui to escape.
Very nice initiation there for TLPH. Right now on real time, we were expecting a different kind of play, more on the macro-centered play for TLPH, but with the adjustment as well, it's working. They're coming in hot, unexpected plays here for TLPH. They're way over here onto the base of TQ.
Soju should be dead here. The glowing wand proc honor. Flame shot too. There you go. Finally getting the value out of the flame shot. They saved the game now. Are they going to go for the chase onto Hlang? AOG might punish them. That's a massive traction pause. Luna Lin gets a shot at Kla. Now tries to kite away. Daiki doing a whole lot, but gets gunned down in the air again. TQ punish an overextending Liquid.
And this is what we're talking about, that once they see an error, it never misses out on their eye. They make sure that they punish them as fast as possible, and now they actually have the chance to throw down another inhibitor turret. Ramisi might fall down.
Uh-oh, Ramisi brought back again. One Sky Piercer is all they need, and it will be Rui to walk up a Mountain Shocker to land on Zaishi. 2-0 match point for the Terror Queens.
The terror still lingers here as Terror Queens manages to snatch off another game against TLPH. One more win away to finally bag that podium finish, that life-changing prize of 50K USD. But let's head on over onto our panel to break down game number 2.
Flame shot.
Thank you very much. And yes, flame shot. Thank you very much, Mirko, as well as Athena. That was a very interesting game where I really feel like for both teams, honestly, don't get hyped, calm down, and stick back to your game plan. Because honestly, like spells, items, movements around the map, priorities, how they team fight, I kind of feel like they gotta calm down a little bit and optimize all of those things.
Yeah, I would agree. I believe that all throughout the game, their thoughts are like all over the place, even during initiation, who to target, and it was very evident on the TLPH side on that last skirmish. Yes, there were a lot of nice initiations, but some moments they want to do more of what they can do at that current situation. And for the Terror Queens, it's just their hero composition has already the items, they have enough damage, they have the damage per second also to counter out Ramisi. And yes, it's just them winning that game we're in. It was, the situation was on their side. Even though if they won't be able to finish that game, they will still get the lure just in case.
I mean, this is what we're talking about. When it comes to Terror Queens, TQ will always prioritize on those those objectives that they need to actually fulfill. Because again, whenever a Team Liquid try to go out for the push or the rush of the team fight itself, yes, they win. But objective-wise, it's all been conquered by Terror Queens. Lots been taken away very easily, also with the turtle as well. And the fact that no matter how much they lose a little bit of their team fights, even though it's a little bit messy, yet Terror Queens has it done to take down all the inhibitor turrets.
I feel like if we really want to talk about some mistakes that the teams made, there were a lot where I kind of feel like just to paint an overall picture is that they're playing for the highlight plays instead of going for the team plays. You know, like even though Terror Queens won, yes, but there were times where Rui overextended trying to get a kill, but it really wasn't worth it. And I kind of feel like now we gotta talk about the elephant in the room. That flame shot for sure was a mistake, right? and it happens, folks. It happens because when you're on stage, there's so much for you to think about, your items, your spells, your emblems, what your coach is saying and stuff. It happens, right? Because I kind of feel like the optimum choice is the flicker. I can still understand if it's like a vengeance or a revitalize, right? But also, I would question about that glowing wand. But I think it's the analyst's job to do that.
Yeah, some parts of the game we actually saw the damage from the glowing wand, but it's kind of crucial knowing that early game is actually Team Liquid winning the moments of the game. So yeah, for that, kind of questionable, but at the same time, it came to a point that the hero composition of Team Liquid was way past its purpose. I mean, sustain heroes early game, Uranus is great, but having YSS, Kimi, and even Granger late game up against a Uranus, then that's the story of the game.
Oh, agree, definitely. I mean, talking about how it was really phenomenal for Team Liquid to actually prolong this game itself. The sustainability is very, very good. I mean, Phoveus White, that's the reason why they have the Phoveus, right? They were able to actually turn things around a little bit for themselves. But the question is, the moment for that last fight itself, where we saw that there was a little bit of miracle, sparks itself, that to a point that maybe Team Liquid will be able to actually take away that one win for themselves, but ended up because they're overextended themselves into that jungle, that I gotta give a credit to Kudo. That AOG was just right on time to capture those 3 players of Team Liquid, and everything just goes back to Terra Queens like it's supposed to be.
Yeah, personally for me, my opinion is that as they were about to end the game, you can see a little bit of desperation there, where I kind of feel like they could have just waited out a little bit, managed the waves, and do it very cleanly, right? Because I really feel like in their head, it's now or never. And we saw that it got heavily punished. So I kind of feel like that's why I want to say, like, maybe just calm down a little bit, you know? Because yes, you want to win for sure. But there are moments where you kind of have to slow down a bit.
Was that the part wherein they were actually trying to finish the game, and then they saw the glue, and then they forced a kill against the glue, and the timers for the players of Terra Queens was almost close, that TQ actually won that skirmish. And if you compare the damage per second that you can deal on a Harith, with a Harith against the sustain of a glue, then it was a lot harder for TLPH to actually secure kills for every team fight. So yeah, that was the story of the game. They just really need to calm down, because that was the opportunity was there. It was whole lots of battle of attrition for both, but at the end of the game, whoever team has better damage per second actually wins the match.
Honestly, I do agree with you. But now for you folks at home, just to remind you guys that this is the 3rd place match. Later on, we will be having the grand finals, and later on, we'll have MSC going on as well. So just to make sure that you guys still remember, MSC will be coming up after MWI. MWI is still free entrance, but MSC, you gotta pay for that one. But still, looking forward to see you guys there. And now going back into the game, like we talked about how, you know, they gotta calm themselves down. Is there anything that you see that maybe Team Liquid could have done as well to make sure that, you know, their head is okay going to game number 3? Because right now, every single game is a best of 1.
Oh, agree, definitely. I mean, like, leading up already for Team Terra Queens, they're already comfortable on their own. Even though, yeah, there was a little bit of minor mistakes that was done by Terra Queens as well. Team Liquid, I think I agree on the notes of Mirko itself. They were actually a bit too rushing on giving opportunity or exposing their draft itself to a point that Team Terra Queens was able to read it out. And this is where the fine line that can you actually slow things down a bit and try to figure out, like, what is the best way to actually have the best counter attack, especially with Matilda as well as Harry to be picked out. That could be a little bit of rushed out opinion or choices to be made on the last pick.
I kind of feel like maybe the Harif could have been picked with something else, but now we got to look at the head-to-head for the jungle, because honestly, I kind of feel like both junglers had their highs and their lows as well. We're looking at Romichi as well as Rui. You know, a lot is going over to Rui, but we do have to say that it's different kind of junglers. One is a tank, one is an assassin.
Yeah, so we could see here that there's a huge difference in terms of average damage per minute. So again, that is because you have a physical that really deals damage against the rest of the players, but it goes to show that for TLPH, the strength of their lineup is actually having 5 players available. So that was the story of the early parts of the game, and then they gave out space, actually, if I'm not mistaken, gave out space for both Rui and Sikoshi on the bottom lane just to go for the farm. And then at some point, this is where we said that there's kind of a deplete in terms of the effectivity of the hero composition. Again, with the Rui having enough items, the damage per second that they can give. Yes, I am literally reiterating on the damage per second because definitely it's just a big deal on that game because latter portions of the game, they were literally depending on class damage and they doubled down on magic damage actually. No physical damager from TLPH.
I mean, let's just make it very simple. Over 20 minutes, 3 marksmen.
Yep.
I kind of feel like over 20 minutes, 3 marksmen will out-damage whatever composition that you have.
Oh, definitely. And the fact that you give so much of leeway to Sakoshi, right? To a point that she could actually just dominate throughout the whole entire team fight itself. And again, we keep on seeing that Team Liquid keep on rushing on those team fights. And they even try to actually probably zone out some of the players of Team Terra Queens. But it wasn't enough because at the end of it all, they were being punished because of the overextensions.
Shabani, I have a very simple question for you. Do you think it would actually be beneficial? By the way, shout out to Lunalin, highest damage. Do you think it's beneficial for Team Liquid just to do something simple?
Yeah.
Because I feel like game number 2, that was a little bit too much 3D chess on that one.
Yeah, agree. I definitely agree on that notion because again, Team Liquid Philippines, I think they're pretty much prioritized on all the damage. They want to actually go all out, pushing further and offended all their opponents' positioning to a point that they forget. You need to actually win those micro things. You have to win those objectives first of all so that you can have a better upper hand compared to Terra Queens. Yes, they're a little bit messy, but yet they always have their focus straight away to say like, if we lose team fights, at least make sure that we push a little bit of that turrets. At least we get those into the baseline itself.
Yeah, I would agree. I think for the rest of the games, even from yesterday for TLPH, they changed a lot in terms of the drafting. I mean, doubling down in magic damage for that previous game. All 5 heroes are magic damagers. So if you're Terra Queens, just build a blade armor, Athena shield, and you're good with it. So yeah, for TLPH, do something basic. Have heroes for Ramisi that she is actually comfortable with. And of course, do not forget the supporting heroes as well because they've been playing really well individually. But at some point in the game, if the heroes aren't really meant to counter the heroes of Terra Queens, then it's gonna be hard for them.
Yeah, personally for me, I feel like when you're in this kind of situation, you just have to be honest with yourself that Claw is an amazing player. She is definitely the carry.
Definitely.
But she can't do it by herself at this point because I kind of feel like a very, very high level competition. If you put all your eggs in one basket, it's very honest. Your opponents know how to deal with it. So you gotta spread out a little bit, you know, like let your mid be the carry or your jungle be the carry. And I kind of feel like that's one of the reasons why in the MWI, the assassins have been shining a little bit more because if everyone is focusing on the gold laner, all of a sudden the assassin is that true. And if everyone is going for the jungle, tackling the assassins, all of a sudden the gold laner, you know, shines. And if both is taken out, still got the mid. And that's what we saw from Terra Queens. Yusun Shin, damage. The Granger, damage. Kimi, damage. Who do you focus on, right?
Yeah. Oh, this is so hard. Definitely, there's a lot of things to be prioritized when it comes to trying to be sustaining all the frontliners itself when it comes to Team Liquid itself, because that's the reason why they pick out the Uranus as well as the team with the Phobias as well. I look at that. Team Liquid still having a lot of the supports coming in from the audience as well, and hoping that their morals is not going down because of having that deficit of points compared to how Terra Queens are already dominating two games of themselves.
Hey, you know what? Shout out to all the Team Liquid fans. You guys are amazing, and they definitely need the support because let's remind ourselves, this is for club championship point, and Team Liquid is one of the favorites to actually win this year. So a lot on the line here, and if they want to do it, they got to do it in the reverse sweep. But I gotta say, if you're winning third place with the reverse sweep, that's sweet, man. That's amazing.
Yeah, that's also a statement already that regardless of the pressure that they get, they can still cope up and actually adjust. And speaking of adjustment, I kind of really like for your TLPH, the rotation is there, the execution is there. they just need to equalize or balance things out. Not too much on the diving heroes, not too much on the sustain heroes, but rather have, okay, we have the burst damager, let's have, for the late game, let's have someone up front, does the crowd control, check, and you have a complete checklist of the things you need to do.
Yep, cakes are amazing, but you can't have 10 cakes at once. Right? You need other profiles of flavor. Speaking of which, it looks like the draft has started. The players are going on with it. First for me, I just want something simple from Team Liquid. Don't overcomplicate it.
I think pretty much right now they have so much of prioritized ban they've done so far that actually kind of, not to say small size of their own hero pools themselves. So this is where the fine line that say like who they want to actually prioritize ban when it comes to making sure that they also have that opportunity as well, right? Because again, they have so much respect ban to the Terror Queens to a point they also have lost touch on their own focus of their own heroes itself, that they have strength. So again, we are seeing like Hilda been banned off, Baxia been banned off. Now we're seeing Zetian also been taken off from the list as well as Farsa. And I think at that point in time we are hoping that Farsa was open up at least for the opportunity of Team Liquid, because again their mid lane control was a little bit too messy that they couldn't actually hold out so much of their positioning compared to how they keep on depending on goal lane.
Yeah, good point. Now the question is, will they give out Yi Sun-shin again or get the Yi Sun-shin this time around? Because Terror Queens has been playing really well with the Yi Sun-shin since they won't be able to get the Setyan right now. So the trade is going to be Gatot again, but I don't think it's an option for Terror Queens if the Yi Sun-shin won't be available, but rather take Badang instead. So yep, that's the biggest question. Are they going to take Yi Sun-shin or are they going to take Badang? It's going to be Yi Sun-shin. They have the damage now, better rotation probably or damage output from Ramisi.
Yeehaw!
I mean, they should have done this on the second draft as well, because again, not taking Yi Sun-shin from Terror Queens was actually a little mistake from the start of the drafting as well, because you've given so much damage to Terror Queens and you know for a fact that if they actually add up with more of the hero sustain, this is going to be tough for Team Liquid. But great job, finally they realize that they need to break that pattern of the mistake they've done for the two games itself.
Now, I was thinking maybe for Terror Queens, this is their opportunity to hit. Okay, they got the Uranus. I think they might get Lancelot also, since they've been playing it well, just for the sake of having a hero to actually dive against class hero if they are to take the Granger or something like that. But I think Phoebus is still a good idea for TLPH. Just for the stage, Jushin, for control. So it's more of the tempo now for TLPH. This is a hero that will, okay, let's calm down. Let's calm down.
And I feel like for the next pick for Terror Queens, they gotta pick their poison. Pick up the Hayabusa or Lancelot quick, because you know that TL will definitely ban that out. And now the Gatakacha as well as the Jushin. You guys mentioned it earlier, the Gatakacha was gonna get taken away, and now the Jushin. So there's already a lot of control, but I'm okay with this because at least their jungler does have damage.
Oh, agreed, definitely. I think the fact that Team Liquid now finally have the damage as well as they have their frontliners, and they know for a fact that whatever it is, they can slow things down for the movement of Terror Queens, and this is what they were missing a little bit from their drafting previously. But again, we do see that Terror Queens, they said that if it's not broken, why fix it? Just keep it up with what we have already had. Granger picking up as well as with the rest of their second or third drafting of the choices they've made with Kimi as well as Uranus.
Personally, because they pick up the Granger, I'm really thinking Rui is telling the team is like, if Lancelot's open, I'll take that. If Hayabusa's open, I'll take that. If none of them are open, hey, I still got a Ling and a Joy.
Yeah, they really have a lot of options in terms of the jungle area. And at the same time, since all of the games so far have been very long. Hence, the confidence on taking scaling heroes like Granger, things like that, since they're already covered in terms of the early game with the Uranus and Kimi. So, yep, with the Lancelot or any assassin hero would work well on Terror Queen's hero composition. So for TLPH, they ban out heroes like Badang. Could be Lapu Lapu actually. For the team, could be halos even as ban. But for Terry Queens, they could ban out Moskov. They could ban out Bruno. Same as to what they did on game number 2. Yeah, just to force Kala to use the Harith again or any other hero, just not the hero that has the potential to go for a split push.
Oh, and CC been taken out by Terra Queens. Okay, interesting.
Interesting, out of the blue.
Yeah, out of the blue. Do you think that there's a reason for that, Lafel?
A few things, because Gaming Gladiators have shown this CC and Gatot combo when the current claw is being used. You can't run away from the AOG, so that's one. Number 2, I think there's a lot of junglers, something like a Joy, really don't like that current call, because say you tie up the Joy and the Uranus, and then all of a sudden it's like, wait, what are you supposed to do? So honestly, like, yeah, I get it a little bit out of the blue, but I can see the reasoning, right? You don't want that combo with the Gatot, and this might be a pick just to protect your jungler.
Yeah, true. I'm thinking now. I think for Terra Queens, they're going for the Hayabusa. Just because they gave out the Moskov for TLPH, there's a high chance. And the Minter has been banned for TLPH, so you need a strong front runner also for Terra Queens. We've mentioned about the Lapu Lapu. Khalid also can be an option against Yi Sun Shin. But in terms of ability, could be in par with the control of Joshin. Yeah, Khalid could be an option.
Khalid definitely is one of the options that is viable right now for Terra Queens. Oh, but yeah, I was about to say that actually.
Oh, Carmilla!
But Camilla.
Hey, if you want to play macro, play team fight, dude, that could be terrorizing.
And you know what? This is actually a TQ specialty. They've been playing Carmilla a lot, even against GG,
even though
during the last game.
Yeah.
I'm just not sure if. No. They won't take another marksman here. So Moskov has been picked here by a TLPH. What is they still lacking? They're still lacking their EXP laner, since I'm assuming that Gatot is gonna be the roam EXP. It's gonna be the Lapu. For them, Hayabusa, Lancelot,
Joy, if they want to go for Joy, because they're also really comfortable. But yeah, Hayabusa will be the first pick.
Yeah, so right now the picks have been done. This is potentially the final game for Team Liquid. I'm pretty sure with all the fans there, they hope they can extend this, go all the way, 5 games. But either or, it's all up to the players. I think both had a pretty good draft. Now it's all about execution. Thank you very much, Fasha, as well as Chantel. Now I'm going to throw it over to our casters, where again, potentially the last game.
With the score sitting at a 2-0, Terra Queens find themselves just one more game win away to securing their 3rd place here at MWI. Every team fight, every decision matters now. Is it over, or will TAPH rise above and drag this battle onto game number 4? Let's head on over onto game number 3. Mirko and Athena here for our possible final match.
It's do or die for the Cavalry. You can hear them already charging in. I mean, hey, they've been louder than the TQ fans in the building today, but TQ have been louder in the game. They've been performing out of their minds.
Yeah.
And for the first time in the series, TLPH have let go of Uranus. TQ pick it up themselves.
Yeah, and especially with the YSS as well, the panel highlighted that TLPH might go for a change of scenery here. This is a do or die, so a lot is at stake here. There's a huge 20k USD difference, Mirko. And you're trying to somehow put yourself onto a podium finish. Both of these queens already has much more good placement compared to their performance last season, right? But looking closer onto what's happening onto the map, very aggressive take here for Terra Queens. Looking at the Carmilla yet again onto their draft.
I don't know. I mean, looking at the emblems here, Master Assassin already picked up for Kla, so he's going to be looking to play for the split pushes for the most part, right? Great Spirit of Misery. Ku also going to be caught there. Luna Lin able to escape and vitalize. Used up by Ku. TLPH get it going first. So, first blood.
Yeah, out for blood here. Great start again here for TLPH, but as we mentioned earlier, some things they might be dragging a little too longer, right? And TQ
just once ahead, waits for the perfect error to be committed here for TLPH, and they just go for the punish. But looking closer here for TQ, we mentioned that you want to somehow scale up the Granger plus the Kimi as fast as possible. They were able to accomplish that because members here onto the front line is doing a great job on to protecting them. But turtle up for grabs here. Still Langrina onto the front line, just trying to delay things up here for TLPH.
TL are going to play it as slow as they can. There's not really much on the board for them. It's too risky to just go straight for the turtle, knowing that there's a Carmilla on the other side. So farming it up with the Yi Sun-shin is the way safer choice. Again, you gotta understand that TQ, despite losing out in the early game, giving over first blood to TL, are still very strong in Turtle 1.
They
Look at
are.
Rui, level 5 on Hayabusa. As I say that, Zaishi might just be dead here. No flicker, no Crimson Beacon. Rui, oh, the shuriken, she didn't let it go. Zaishi gets away.
Okay, that was a very close call here for TLPH, but still for TQ, they're looking at the bigger picture. Could be a Soju and Daiki attack.
Great AOG, locking her down. Now Lunalin able to escape. Daiki doing a good job at zoning them. Baku just walking up again. Now Sakoshi rotating first from the bottom lane. Kla gonna have to stay position. Oh, Great Spirit of Misery! Big Lang down, and that's the chain CC over.
TLPH just dragging the team fights longer as they can, right? Just so Kla could finally catch up, but Rui taken out this early. Somewhat of a great start still here for TLPH. Not to overcompensate their previous game as well, but mostly eyeing out on where to polish more. They have the strength, they have a fairly good draft compared to the previous games that we've seen so far, but TQ just is good onto punishing.
Double stun over. Zaishi has the Crimson Beacon, so not in a threat of dying. Never mind, Rui walks up, gets the quad shadow. Oh man, you hate to see it. And TL, I've been speaking to a lot of the analysts behind the scenes as well, and it just feels like TL, in the last 2 games, it wasn't like they're not good. It wasn't like they weren't winning. They lack the discipline that they had in the group stage and in the early parts of MWI for some reason.
I do agree. It's like a different version of themselves today. This is kind of a big deal, right? Because you're playing up against TQ, and the confidence just isn't there. And Kla, onto the bottom side, being constantly countered here by Unalin and friends. Rui with that swag. TLPH kind of struggles onto trying to catch up onto TQ.
Slow build up for TQ again. Flying the bottom lane. Doing okay in this matchup against the Granger. Walks up, and it might be a bit too early. Sakoshi.
It is.
Could have been an angle to get a kill there had maybe the Kla let Sakoshi clear and shove it in.
Most of the games were dragging. Like they mentioned, it's taking too long to actually see the climax of what's happening. But at the end of the day, Turquoise is just good at trying to predict when and where to pop off those ultimates, right, onto TLPH. Meanwhile, for TLPH, they're kind of like all over the place. They're trying to accomplish too much that they're forgetting the basic fundamentals on what they should focus more on. Sakoshi and Kla.
The solo kill, and that's a step forward. Kla with a solo kill down below.
Right.
TQ. Now looking to play up top, Rui on the green camp. That's going to be the taunt, CCing them. Curse of Blood not landing. Everybody dodging away from it.
Oopsie.
AOG will lock Ku down, and that will be a kill over to Daiki. Killing spree. Lunalin forced back. TL are holding this mid game.
A very good start. We're also a great start actually here for TLPH. Accumulating enough lead. Just a turret this early for Kla. Maybe they already downloaded, but the turtle!
What? Lunalin, a traction pulse to steal the turtle from out of nowhere. Gives them a bit more time, a bit more space to scale up.
Just when you thought the TLPH already has it in the bag, there goes a plot twist here for a Terror Queens. There's going to be lingering feeling that Rui might go in. Langrina being pressed here by Kla.
Oh, the shadow kill over towards the blink. Zaishi still there. Now the bravest fighter, Daiki, you're all alone against 4 members. Will be kited back, and it will be Sakoshi who gets a shutdown. Rui with the quad shadow on Zaishi, forcing to revitalize out of Soju. And it is going to be Hlang rotating to mid. That's a Sky Piercer built up from Sakoshi. the lead gone. Attraction Pulse forcing the Crimson Beacon out of Zaishi. Double Curse of Blood. There's Sakoshi walking up. Look at the damage. Translating over to Zaishi. A turret and the lead for Liquid is gone. Completely out.
This is what we're talking about, that TQ is just good at punishing. AOG follow-up, Sakoshi targeted. But still, you cannot deny that TQ was just waiting. It's like they're dangling bait all over Team Liquid's face, and they were like, okay, you might take the lead now, but wait and see what we have to offer. Looking at the goal difference we mentioned, that was just eliminated. That was just erased. It's like never Team Liquid off top here onto the early game. We're heading on to a quick pause, but still for TQ, we do have to consider that they have the momentum for Game 1 and Game 2 win.
Okay. Yeah, I don't know. The TL, the discipline that we've seen, the discipline that we've kind of known from them, that's part of their character, you know? That's been part of TLPH's identity for such a long time. All the way from the group stage, we were always just talking about how good Liquid are at utilizing the macro, controlling objectives, playing it slow, and getting any lead to snowball to a massive one through that disciplined macro style. Terra Queens, it might just be a case of Terra Queens being able to bait out Team Liquid to play Terra Queens' playstyle.
And somewhat, this is what we're talking about, more so them falling onto the trap fully here for TQ. And as usual, you mentioned time and time again, this isn't the same TLPH we're seeing onto the group stage all over onto the semi-finals. It's like somewhat, is it the pressure finally creeping up onto them? But let's see. There's still enough time. The game isn't finished yet. There's still a best of 5. They could still come before that reverse sweep if you are a supporter for TLPH. But if you are supporting Terra Queens, that is a huge momentum that they're playing around with. No more playing around. Just straight for the fight, straight for the head. One more game win for the 3rd place finish.
Terra Queens are on route. We're scaling up massively. Great traction pulse over Zaichi. Yes, she gets away, but she has to burn Flicker. Now it's the chase down from Rui. Walks up. Ramisi already used Retribution, so that's a green light for Terra Queens to go for the neutral objective, and it'll probably just be free.
And even Langrina is free to roam around, destroying outer turret here against TLPH. And we mentioned no red here for TLPH, a free turtle here for TQ. And Rui just going in onto Daigi. She's alone, forced to back away from that bait yet again for TQ. Low scoring game in my opinion, 8 minutes into the game, 5-3. Kla is doing her job, which is to somehow relieve the pressure onto the top lane. But for TQ, it still feels like they're on top for this game.
They've been playing the better MLBB across the series so far, right? They've just been reacting to Team Liquid's moves, punishing them. Look at that, Daiki. That's a frontliner, by the way, folks, and she's just got melted down by Luna Lin, who's a late game MM in the mid lane. Sakoshi's picking up turrets in the bottom lane, tier 2. This early on, 8 minutes in. No lord just yet, but they might be able to pop in a holy defense later on. AOG finally responds from TL to the siege provided as the Bravest Fighter to the back, forcing Luna Lin to flick around. But now Lang walks up all alone. Will be able to escape. Tier 2 traded for the roamer. And it's another one up top. TQ are the ones playing the macro.
Many are saying that the kills doesn't even matter if you're losing onto your turrets, right? The macro. Because at the end of the day, you just have to destroy the crystal. You have to focus on trying to strangle, to somehow dehydrate the team from resources and as well as the freedom to roam around. And TLPH, yes, you've got the numbers onto the kills, but what's happening with the macro? What's happening onto the bigger picture? Because right now, you're seeing that you're still surviving, but it doesn't just mean surviving. You have to fight back. Where's that counter punch against TQ?
I'm hoping for it right now for Team Liquid. This is looking like a sweep. Little things as well just happening here. Soju shooed Hayabusa away, Rui away.
Yeah.
But she still ended up taking the purple buff instead of giving it over to Ramisi. Now it's soft. Mountain Chakra already used up. Sakoshi poking with the Death Sonata, and TQ are just utilizing this range advantage.
Even if it looks like little things right now, what Terra Queens are doing, But little things do add up.
Yeah.
And it might explode later on to the face of Team Liquid. Lord upward grabs. Bit of a struggle here. Zaishi being forced to use the ulti just to get away.
AOG over. That's going to be the bravest fighter. Soldier not landing the taunt now. Going to be kited away. Cool! Curse of Blood on 3. Shadow kill. Look at the damage. Translation. Rui able to get the quad shadow on the back and now finds Daiki as well. TQ have leveled the playing field on the scoreboard. Now 6-6. They've been behind in kills, winning in objectives. Hlang is just holding on to that turret up top as well. Holy Defense procced in, but TQ get the win. Luna Lin, that's the team's second Sky Piercer. They're feeling confident.
Yeah, they are. And for Ramisi as well, she could do nothing right now for a YSS. But yes, we do know that the Moscow is supposed to somehow go for the split push. But what's happening right now? She's leaving her teammates hanging. They're taking out one by one, and for TQ, they're having fun. There isn't anyone from the side of TLPH holding them back.
TQ are just having fun, like you said. This is another day at the office, or
it is
another day at the playground. TQ, it really just feels like they're in their comfort zone. Every play they make, all the aggressive ones too, have paid off. Meanwhile for TL, they've been playing a high-risk, high-reward game, but they've just gotten the risks. No rewards so far. Rui, quad shadow in. Forcing Soldier utilize that taunt early. Holy Defenses up top will be procced in. Traction goals. Locks them down. That's a good traceless over, but they still have a cannon minion to play with the siege, and another wave comes into the mid lane.
A bloody defense here for Team Liquid, and as we mentioned, it's confusing on what they are trying to accomplish, right? And for TQ, they have this clear vision, they have this clear intent, and the intent is to kill off members one by one here for TLPH and totally annihilate their chances onto the podium finish.
Curse of Blood, that's Tanana landing. Now it's Daiki walking with the bravest fighter. Oh! They flicker out of the AOG and the bravest fighter. Soju left for dead. Luna Lin gets a Sky Piercer stack, says TQ wants to continue this push to secure third place.
TLPH still fighting to defend for their base, but Terra Queens just might end this round. They have multiple incoming minion waves here. A bit longer onto the timers.
Terra Queens with a wave in the mid lane. Zaishi with a desperate play forward. Quad Shadow landing to the back now. Rui jumping back and forth. That's Claw looking for the punish and gets the punish. It's a shutdown to get a bit more hope going for TL. A breath of fresh air for the cavalry.
Okay, you can now take a deep breath. If you're a supporter for TLPH, still the game will start right now for them because of that somewhat hefty bounty going on to Kla. But for Terra Queens, much more so, still having most of the resources. Speaking of which, looking at the in-game equipment, already with a Wind of Nature here for Satoshi. So even if Kla manages to somehow get closer, she could just pop that off, and a Sky Piercer built. Two double Sky Piercer here for both the mid and the gold laner for Terra Queens. And aside from that, they're proactive also onto building up much more damage here for Rui. Doubling up with a Legion Sword. Might be going for the BOD for the 5th item build here. But still, it's reflecting that Terra Queens still has the upper hand damage-wise, tankiness-wise, and now onto the objective. How will this play out? TLPH 5-man members here.
Curse of Blood didn't land on anyone, and TQ just reset the Lord, knowing they have waves pushing it aside. Daiki with the bravest fighter, utilizing it, but getting poked down. Retreat battle now, it's his own in the back. Rui's gonna go for the retreat and wins it out of the shadow kill over to Zaishi. Luna Lin gets the killing spree. Claw able to find the back line. Claw diving in all alone, finding two. Massive shutdown for Claw, now against two. Saving the game for TL. Looking for Hlang as she pops in a Purify and a Consecration.
Seeing a bit of a light here, a beacon of hope for Team Liquid. Kla is going wild, doing all that she can, just so they could just extend more of this round. 9-9 onto the kill score, still the lead is onto TQ. They've got the Lord onto their hands. They're left to defend for their base, and looking at the instant replay, a very nice call there for Daiki as well, risking her life, going to the jump, plus Kla finally getting that position to go for the free hit is actually everything. That is what you want if you're TLPH, but on the mid lane.
Rui gets an assassination with a shadow kill in the back, and it's going to be Ramisi who gets taken down. Traded for Cool, but it's a roam for a jungler.
Still, Terra Queens winning the most here. Team Liquid, so much resources just to take down one roam hero here for TQ. Looking at the damage taken ranking, of course Langrina will be topping up the charge. He's doing a terrific job to somehow confusing the members of Team Liquid here on where should they go, who should they target. They've got the gist of it, they got the idea also. But sometimes Ramisi just isn't there yet. They're not ready for any clashes, but it's forced upon them by TQ. Ready Liquid gun here for the Moskov. And as well, oh, wait. Okay. I thought that was going to be a jump here for Terra Queens, but still, they got the groove here. They got the tempo, Mirko.
It's all up to Claw at this point of the game, man. If Claw can stay away from the Vice Curse of Blood, over, landing on Soju. Now Rui dealing with Daiki as a massive stun in the back with AOG as well, but Sakoshi just dashes away. The SOD doesn't land. Rui gets the kill.
They're doomed.
And Claw is alone in the bottom lane. Hlang is sent to cancel the recall and will be able to find it. Claw, the only beacon of hope for TL, will be zoned away in the bottom lane as Terra Queens secure a podium finish at MWI 2025 at the Esports World Cup.
Sweeping off one of your crowd favorites, TLPH. Terra Queens did it. Finally finding themselves to a much more higher ranking before. Constantly developing, constantly evolving. What a strong finish here for Terra Queens. A 3-0 sweep against Philippines Pride, Team Liquid Philippines.
A phenomenal clean sweep at that. Punishing every little move, every little small mistake that TLPH made along the way. It was fantastic. They were also the ones to implement TL's very own playstyle, playing around the objectives, losing in kills at the start of the game, but playing around those structures, trading around, and not letting this Moskov get to a point where she was too strong. And even the send-off for Halang down below to stop the Moskov, the dodges away from the SODs towards the end there. That was a clean finish for TQ. A crazy improvement from their finish last year.
That is how focused they are. That is how prepared they are for this matchup. But still, props to TLPH for their first MWI, finishing up top 4 out of all the regions here participating. And for Terra Queens, it's a different version. Like, they're so friendly right now, hugging each other, and of course, praising each other. But at the end of the day, they managed to secure a top seed, an upper seed here for their MWI finish.
Hlang, Sakoshi, and Ku are third placers at the MWI 2025 after getting an unfortunate performance last year.
And to hear more, let's hold on over to our stage host.
Terrorizing their opponents in their very first debut here on the international stage, securing a podium finish. Ladies and gentlemen, it's Terra Queens! Absolutely amazing. I have Luna Lin here beside me. Now, I do have a question, actually questions for you. Now, firstly, what does winning this match mean to you, given that, you know, you guys did not make it to the grand finals yesterday?
Actually, yesterday we make a lot of mistakes. Of course, sometimes we can lose, sometimes we can win. But we already made that history. We are so happy. Now we already totally also. So we already arrived to Saudi. We thinking like we cannot make it to group stage. Our group stage is really, really hard. But we just, hey, it's just a game, just play. Yeah.
You did your best on the international stage. First time being here, and you guys secured a top 3 finish, really putting, the international eye onto Myanmar itself. And that's really, really a very good showing. Now, after yesterday's loss, it's very clear that the team is emotional. What did you guys do to recalibrate and bounce back for this game today?
And of course, we are really, really sad that we can make it to top 2. But we really, really motivation each other. We stay in the room together. We watch movie. We chilling. Tomorrow we have top 3. We can go back to our country with winning. So let's go top 3.
You guys going back to your country as heroes. And that's absolutely amazing. You guys are already inspiring players, even at home, I'm sure of that. Now, here's the sweet thing about MWI here at EWC is third place entitles you guys $500,000 US. Now, how are you going to spend your share?
I want to travel with my parents together because I've been playing gaming always and I didn't give time to family. So I want to be with my parents and traveling with the prize pool.
Yes, so off that $500,000 US, you guys get $50,000 in the third place. So that's really, really amazing. And now, looking for, what are your goals in the next coming MWI?
Of course, we already first time and here we already top 3. Next year, we will be Cambodia champion.
Oh yes, there's nowhere but up. And of course, you guys have gotten tons of followers back home and of course new fans as well. Is there anything that you want to say firstly to your teammates and secondly to your fans back home?
I left my teammates so bad because we've been together 2 years, 3 years. We changing so many organizations, but we always stick together. This 4 people is playing 2 years. Maybe we will change the organization, but we 4 years is always stick together. And we also, she's really, really, really good player also. Of course, communication is hard, but she's trying to learn about the Myanmar English. We also learn about the English and Indonesia. So yeah, I love my teammates a lot. They are my family. I love them a lot. I brought all them also.
And of course, in Burmese, are you able to say something to the fans who are currently watching you on broadcast?
Yes. Can I speak with Myanmar language? Hello. မြန်မာနိုင်ငံနေပေါ့နော်စောင့်ကြည့်နေတဲ့လူတွေအကုန်လုံးကျေးဇူးတင်ပါတယ်။နေရပေါ့နော်မလုံနိုင်ကြတော့ကြောင့်မို့ပေါ့နော်တောင်းပန်ပါတယ်။အခုတော့ညီမတို့ဒီနေ့မှာပေါ့နော်အကောင်းဆုံးစူးစမ်းခဲ့ပါတယ်အကောင်းဆုံးလည်းလုပ်ခဲ့ပါတယ်ပေါ့နော်။ညီမတို့ကိုအားပေးနေကြတဲ့မြန်မာနိုင်ငံတနိုင်ငံလုံးကမိဘတွေရောတငယ်ချင်းတွေရောညီမတို့ရဲ့အကုန်လုံးပေါ့နော်ကျေးဇူးအများကြီးတင်ပါတယ်။နောက်ပွဲတွေမှာလည်းအခုတက်ကောင်းအများကြီးစူးစမ်းပေးသွားပါမယ်ရှင်။ကိုတက်တော်တွေမှာရောပေါ့နော် Instagram တွေမှာရောအများကြီးစားလာပွဲလူအကုန်လုံးကိုကျေးဇူးတင်ပါတယ်။ Thank you for supporting us guys. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, this is Luna Lin right here from Terror Queens, putting Myanmar on the map right here at EWC MWI 2025, and it's back to the studio.
And I gotta say, big congratulations to Terra Queens and Luna Lin. You can see the emotions there. Like, yes, they won, but there's a lot of optimism, saying like, oh, I love my team. We've been together for years, and I'm looking forward for next year to hopefully become the champions. And honestly, personally for me, I'm proud of them. They've 8-10 for quite a while now, and then finally top 3.
Yeah, we could see them actually gradually progress in the league and being tagged as a team that wants redemption prior to the start of the MWI 2025, and ending third place is already a statement for Myanmar. I mean, not everyone were expecting them to be this great, but they are great, and actually winning against a team that came from a very dominant region says a lot about how they really love the game and the passion that they have.
Oh, I definitely agree. The improvement must be acknowledged as well as credited to the Burmese as well as the team from the Myanmar region itself. Because again, from time to time again, we keep on saying that the most dominating regions definitely coming on from Philippines, Indonesia, and Burmese, they have definitely had their fallouts in their own not only just for their region, but they're also in the international level as well. But then coming in for the third place, or even here right for the last match, it was really phenomenal how they are very consistently focus on whatever they do in their own gameplay.
And I gotta say, winning $50,000, that has to feel good. You know, be like, guys, good news, bad news, third place, good news, $50,000. So I really hope that they build on what they've already got for this year, because I kind of feel like for every single matchup, it's just close. It's just small mistakes here and there, because we even heard in the interviews like, yeah, yesterday we made a lot of mistakes. We solved that, and it's very evident because them going up against Team Liquid, winning is one thing. 3-0, clean sweep. That's a statement, and that shows mentally where they're at. It's like, yes, we lost, but we're not going to let that drag us down.
Yeah, I believe, since you've mentioned the word mentally, I just think that for this game, it was the Terror Queens that was mentally and emotionally prepared all throughout the game, because game number 3, the game number 2 analysis was us telling TLPH to just calm down and slow things a bit. But yeah, for this game, Terror Queens, they know their power spikes, they know the winning conditions of their lineup. Even having Carmilla, their signature hero, all throughout MWI 2025 work out against hero composition that has Gatot, that could potentially be a counter, and it's all about control for Lunalin also at the middle lane.
Oh, I gotta agree on that, and the fact that the zoning wise that was done by Klang, oh my god, I feel like that really needs a recognition as well as a credit for her, because she always makes sure that Kla is always being zoned out and being focused on her to fight on that split push, but then they don't allow it, because at the end of it all, Ku, Luna, Lin and Rue as well was able to actually push through, and having that momentum of team fight itself on their own. Then Team Liquid was just like, oh, what's going on? Kla is on her own again and again and again.
But let's talk about Kla for a bit here, because I kind of feel like she's the future for female MLBB back in the Philippines, because I kind of feel like, yes, they lost, but I feel like organization, coaches, managers, they're looking at her and like, this girl has potential. She's got what it takes, because this is her debut. This is her first time.
Yep, like girl, huge respect, mad respect for Kla. Even on the last skirmishes, we knew that she wants to win that game.
She doesn't want to give up.
She doesn't want to give up. Even on that last team fight wherein every one of her teammates wasn't really near her, but she knows that she can, and she did. But it just so happened that it's a 5v5. It is a team-oriented game, and for Kla, mad respect.
I mean, honestly, even if you look at the final moments, everyone is dead and only Kla is alive, but they make sure she doesn't go back to base. But now we got to look at the head-to-head. We're going to look at the mid laners here, because Lunalin did amazingly, and unfortunately, Zaishi was controlled throughout the game, which is not what Team Liquid wanted.
This is where the fine line that we going on with Kla, right? When if, for example, like if Kla had a better support system from the rest of the teams, from the Team Liquid as well, maybe things could turn around for them, because this is the game where like, most of the time, so much of the offensive coming in from the team of Terror Queens to the sides of the 4 players itself. This is where Daiki and Ramichi needs to pull through, and even Zaishi was trying to make sure that they can have the initiation, didn't go into the favor. But this is the fine line. I really like how Lunalin comes in with the traction pulse and able to steal that turtle. Who would have thought that?
Insane. That's a wow, wow, wee, wow.
Yeah, I think I heard you scream during that, like, whoa, traction balls. But I also feel like for the matchup between the mid laners, when we saw the stats, it tells a lot about how Lunalin was able to control the mid lane, because Zushin is literally a hero that has higher or larger area of effect, right? So it is expected that she would have higher average damage per minute, and you have Lunalin just dealing damage against the players of a TLPH. Sometimes she is the main damage dealer, or she is up front for every team fight, and there were a lot of moments that because of the damage from Lunalin, the Crimson Beacon was forced, even there was no team fight. And you don't want that to happen if you are a Jushin, because you want to use it to somehow break the tempo or like break the momentum of the other team.
Oh, agreed, definitely. But I gotta give a heads up to the Cloud as well. Look at that. Even though they lost, they managed to actually steal 2 of the key players' title, and this is showing how much promising possibility for her itself coming to the next at her own journey itself. And I know that Ogs outside there is looking at her and watching her what she can do for the next tournament that she's coming in.
Highest damage, highest goal, and highest damage, in case you guys missed that, 6,000 damage per minute.
Wow.
I mean, that's a huge number. It's like, for you to tell someone is like, oh, I'm not giving up. Yeah, doing 6,000 damage per minute, that shows you're not giving up.
And imagine it was a Moscow, right? So it means that most of the moments she's not really it doesn't begin with her as part of the team fight because she does the split pushing, right?
Yeah, she did. And definitely, I think the last team fight itself, which I wish we could actually show it, she actually land the Spear of Destruction right on the time with the team fight is, I think she could actually join into the team fight and clear things out and neutralize a little bit of the things, but it misses just a slight point on that SOD, and that's when the point like that Clark say like, oh, I can't go into the team fight. So at the end of it all, she had to watch all her players, all her teammates just falter to the ground.
Well, with that being said, again, big congratulations to Terra Queens for getting 3rd place. And after this, it's going to be the grand final. It's going to be Gaming Gladiators going up against Team Vitality. I want to say thank you very much to both Chantel as well as Fasha Bunny. My name is Lafel. We're going to be setting up for the grand finals very, very soon. Guys, don't go anywhere, because after this, we'll see who will be the queens of MLBB.
Hey, Naisu, a little birdie told me there's a place that we can play with the doggies. So I think it's about time we check them out.
He's checking you out right now. He's got his... Let's go check it. Let's go check out the puppies.
Dogs, a lot of dogs. Hello there.
Every doubt I have, every fear I face, you're the only one who makes me feel safe. Every lonely day, every sleepless night, you're my true soulmate. Oh, I've got you always in my mind.
Guys, I think me and Fasha Bunny could stay here all day, obviously, as you guys can tell. Definitely come out and check out this place if you guys can. If you want to pet some dogs, have some fun. And I know we're going to stay here a little bit longer. So we'll see you soon.
This land is calling.
What's up, guys? Nice to here. Joined with me is Fasha Bunny. We just came for the broadcast. We're here in the Boulevard City. It's actually amazing. It's huge.
Yeah, it's crazy that I've been here for 4 days and I haven't even had the chance to walk around and explore the new section, the development of the Boulevard City itself.
You know, our producers.
Huh?
We've been working so hard. They want to surprise us ourselves. We're casters. We love to hype things up. So why not go to the House of Hype? I think
To
that's
get
perfect.
hype? Yeah.
That's perfect
I mean,
for
like,
us.
we're always hyping people. Why don't we get hype instead?
Let's get hyped.
Let's explore the House of Hype. Oh wow, what is this? Oh my god! Oh my god, this is so trippy!
That's my favorite. Hold on, let's go this way. Fasha.
Oh, I'm getting dizzy. Oh,
it's
that's a
kind of
nyan cat.
Wait, it's kind of 3D.
Oh my god.
Oh.
Oh, this is so cool. No wonder they call it the House of Hype.
Oh
so
my goodness.
cool.
Well, where do we start, Fasha?
Oh my god. NFT.
These are the NFTs. Didn't you know MLBB had an NFT thing as well?
Like I said,
They did.
I mean, like, I'm even shocked. I mean, I'm already surprised from the first room.
Oh my goodness.
Oh my god. Oh, there's an echo. Oh.
My goodness. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome. Oh, wow.
Right? The echo is so good. Oh.
Oh. That was amazing. We had very little information here at the House of Hype what to expect, but it was crazy.
It was crazy. It was definitely the name of the hype has been built up to its name. But then again, you guys have to actually witness this by yourself. So this is the most wanted place to go to here at the Boulevard.
100%. If you guys are here, come check out the House of Hype. It's simply amazing. I don't want to spoil it for you guys. I don't think Fasha Bunny does either. So come out, check it out. And until then, we'll see you guys soon.
This isn't just a grand finals, this is a coronation as the Queens of Indonesia, long held as the greatest MLBB women's esports team of all time, will face off against the Dreamers from North America, the Queens of a region often overlooked, now one step away from defying the odds and destiny itself. Gaming Gladiators, I can't believe it, but we're finally here, just mere moments away from the grand finals of MWI at EWC. How did we even get here in the playoff journey, Eterna?
Oh, okay. We're invited here already. Okay. So yes, it's been a wild ride. A lot of things that we expected, a lot of things that we really didn't expect. One of which was, okay, quite expected was the really clean journey from Team Vitality, even from the group stages up until the grand finals. But for GG, it has been a different kind of road.
Sometimes, or some of the moments, they were actually called the Titan Slayers, the Navi Slayers even. But we just saw the match between Terror Queens and Team Liquid for our third place. So Terror Queens actually won against a team from a PH that is Team Liquid.
Yeah, it's definitely a brand new era for women's MLBB, but despite the changing of the times, one thing still stands true. Team Vitality are in the grand finals of MWI. Hello, my name is Ranmar. I will be the desk host for the grand finals. And of course, I have here with me Eterna. Yes, not Athena, Eterna. And Chantel. Still somehow getting that wrong. Okay, we've already talked about it. How are we feeling heading into this grand finals? Excited? Nervous? I'm sure you're like overly confident.
I wouldn't say so, because this is the exact same feeling or the exact same position I was last year. I thought I was confident about Vitality winning it all, but then Smart Omega Empress from the Philippines came through, 3-0'd Vitality, and I just
want to enjoy MLBB, I think, for today.
I mean, for me, in all honesty, I just feel really hyped for today. A little electric because we saw some changes in terms of the draft from the previous match. Probably there will be changes also for this grand finals.
Yeah, it stands true. Every MLBB Esports Grand Finals, especially major international events, always show up some incredibly unique picks in the grand finals. Lots of surprises and lots of unexpected events happening. But one thing expected of the Esports World Cup is actually one of my favorite things to watch now, considering that the hydraulic machine that we use for crushing keys is incredibly stronger this year. And keys don't just get crushed, they get absolutely snapped. So in just a moment, you're actually going to be witnessing the key crushing that we've missed out from multiple times all throughout MWI. Actually, no. I think this is even better. We're going down memory lane for key crushing.
Yeah, it's been a journey. It's been a wild ride. A lot of different emotions, I think, really were relayed on the faces of these women. Some were really happy about it. Some were, just like, it's another walk in the park. It's another day at work. I think particularly for Team Vitality when they do their key crushes.
And now that we get to see a majority of the keys being crushed, you also have to remember that after today, it will be a total of 15 keys crushed because we will have only one team winning that title.
Yeah. 3 of those keys, if I'm not mistaken, will end up in the hands of the eventual champions because they will be able to select the keys of their opponents. It doesn't have to be teams that they face, just teams from the tournament, and then show it off, bring it back home and say, these are the teams that fell before us, and it's us becoming champions. And of course, the overarching narrative for the Esports World Cup for these two teams here in MWI is that both Gaming Gladiators and its Team Vitality are in the running for earning club championship points. Team Liquid was denied earlier today by Terror Queens, but Gaming and Vitality, especially where they are in the standings, I believe second in the
is
club.
for Team Vitality.
Yeah, it's looking good for them.
Absolutely. They're very close to Team Falcons, who are at number 1 at the moment. I think the disparity of points is like, what, 250?
Yeah, I think it was
100s.
250, because Team Falcons is currently sitting at 1,000 points and then 750 for Team Vitality. So them, if they win this game, then it would mean a lot for the club championship.
That would put them at number 1.
Yeah, put them at number 1, and most importantly, one of the prerequisites for becoming Club World Champions is to be a champion in at least one game title at the Esports World Cup. If Vitality wins here today, they are gonna be in the front running for becoming eventual Club World Cup champions. Now, of course, as we're still going through the journeys here, you're seeing Terror Queens, who beat Team Liquid just earlier today, crush their keys, and that was a incredibly surprising result. I know you were in the panel already earlier, so how did it feel at that moment? Since you're here, you had to work, you're Filipina, it hurts, I got to cry, I'm good. How are you?
Speaking of I cried a lot during that Ramisi video clip, but going back to that game, it was a little emotional, because again, we were the defending champions of the league, and having to see a team lose against a different team, of course, can get a little emotional, but but it's part of the tournament. Sometimes you will win, sometimes you will lose, and looking at the faces of the players from TLPH, I think there's this feeling that they're still proud. I mean, they are proud because it's their first time to play in an international tournament.
And now you're seeing here Ashley, the captain of Gaming Gladiators, of course, leading the charge for key crushing as well. I believe this is from 2 days ago or just yesterday. No, yeah, 2 days ago, I believe, in the very first day of knockouts / group stage. So yeah, keys don't just get them. They are absolutely crushed this time around.
Yeah, crushed into 2 pieces. I mean, this is a representation of the dreams of these ladies before going into MWI. So having able to see your key being crushed in front of you, that's something.
Yeah, your dreams being crushed. But only for this year, right? Because things change. I think we learned a lot about that in MWI this year. Nothing is constant and everything just keeps moving and it keeps changing.
Yeah. Now you're seeing here I believe. Oh, it's actually Team Vitality crushing the key of Team Liquid. Yes, because yesterday their keys were crushed. Okay, I just had to jog my memory there. So since Vitality defeated Team Liquid in the semi-finals and Gaming Gladiators defeated Terror Queens, those two respective teams, their keys were crushed yesterday. Yet, of course, they still had that battle for third. But that means they can no longer be champions for this MWI. It's so funny, I just want to say before we move on from all the key crushing, it's so funny just to see the teams just cutely waving in the background to the key as if it's like, bye-bye, just going on a trip.
Sometimes I also do this, like, sorry.
Yeah, they're either like apologizing, waving. In the case of some teams, sometimes still continuing the toss, but we love it here. And we love the energy that's being shown by the women of MLBB. But now we find ourselves at the cusp of another grand finals for MWI at the Esports World Cup. Vitality has returned to the grand finals yet again, while Gaming Gladiators, after finishing, if I'm not mistaken, it was around 7th to 8th. They were eliminated in the first round of knockouts last year. Now they're in contentionship for that championship trophy.
This will be the 4th time that Vitality will make it to the grand finals, 3 of which they won it all. And they're coming in with, I think, huge confidence, right? There were a lot of interviews that were made with the girls from Vitality, and things are quite spicy. I don't know if we'll get a clip about that or we can discuss it now. What do you prefer?
Yeah, I think a little bit later on, once we get to the storylines deeper. Now let's look at, before we talk about the storylines, at the statistics that is shared between these two teams so we can get a better understanding of the comparison, which I believe will be insanely skewed considering that, as Eterna mentioned earlier, Vitality has not lost a single game this MWI.
And I think for Gaming Gladiators, they actually played 14 games in total all throughout MWI. So hence there is a little scatter in terms of the statistics that we have. But looking at the average kills, pretty much near towards each other. But I think the average turret that they destroy, okay, 1 point means a lot because for Team Vitality, they play really fast. I mean, they end games fast. So it means that there's a lot of control on all sides of the lane. And if I remember it correctly, there were moments wherein it's as if the other team doesn't really have much opportunity to roam around the map.
And very rarely do we see these games pass like the 20-minute mark, right? For Team Vitality in particular. But for Gaming, it has been a longer struggle. There are moments where we've seen games go above 20 minutes. So that's why we're seeing a little bit of a difference in terms of the statistics and the data. And it's also important to note that for Team Vitality, sometimes it doesn't really require them to take down all the turrets to win the game.
Yeah, that's true. And also, at the same time, we also have to mention that for highest total kills actually for this league, Vitality is sitting at 6th. So it means that they're not really into skirmishes, they're not really into team fights, despite those explosive plays, but they know when to focus on macro and even micro.
Yeah, but now we got to talk about Gaming Gladiators. If Vitality is a little bit more macro focused, even though they do get a good amount of kills as well, Gaming Gladiators, one of the best things or qualities about them in this MWI, I feel like, Eterna, is the fact that they've gotten so much better at team fighting.
Yes, especially with Nicolette on her assassins. We get to see a lot of more kills on the board that usually they utilize to translate to map pressure. And that's maybe like mid-game as we transition into the late game where Panda just completely takes over. And that's why we do see a lot more kills, I think, for GG.
Yeah, it actually interconnects because in terms of total assists, they are currently number 2. Next to Terror Queen. So that's 145 total assists in all those 14 games. And you have 184 total kills, and the next is 200 plus. But it goes to show that for Team GG or Gaming Gladiators, they're focused on team fights on mid game, as Eterna mentioned. But at the same time, it's all about layers of crowd control.
Yeah, and I think that is what might give Vitality somewhat of a struggle if we even get to the point where we're going to be seeing a lot of clashes between the two. Because again, as both of you mentioned, Vitality love to play the map and apply pressure through there. Something that I feel like in previous panels, not only here on this stream, but back when we still had our Stream B friends running the show as well over there, that they mentioned that Gaming Gladiators also need some more work with their macro.
I don't agree.
You don't? Oh, you think?
What's the hot take?
Macro-wise?
No, not that.
match, or-
The first statement.
All right.
I don't agree that it will be a big problem for Vitality because after reviewing their games yesterday, when they are in a situation where they're not ready to go for team fights, they're really good at just ignoring everything else. They look for something else on the other side of the map. They try their best not to engage in these team fights and wait for their power specs to hit. So in this particular match, I don't think that will be an edge that GG has.
Because you think Gaming might not even have the opportunity to outfight Vitality because Vitality won't give it to them.
Now that Eterna mentioned that, I think that might be something for Gaming Gladiators because they want crowd control, right? And even initiations. But how is it possible if Team Vitality doesn't give them the chance?
Yeah, like how can you control a crowd that
When
isn't
there's no
even
crowd.
there when there's no crowd? So in the game, so now for Gaming, hopefully that is something we get to see them work on and maybe flex a little heading into the series against Vitality. But then, as you say that, I just remembered something that we talked a lot about last year's finals, just a bit before we head and show you our personal power rankings, is that Omega Empress actually somehow got to force Vitality into fights then. So let's see if we'll see history repeat itself for this year's grand finals. But now let's look at our Aramco power ranking so you know where the panel stands. I think there's going to be one
This is really mine,
very
right? This
clear
time?
choice.
Okay, thank you.
So Eterna with
Because yesterday's
Vitality.
power rankings were wrong. It wasn't me who filled it.
Yeah, to the point where the Team Vitality
Yeah,
members messaged you.
KCS was so mad at me. So yeah, Team Vitality.
Okay, so very clear today, very Vitality coded for Eterna. But us, are we just here supporting our boy Midnight, our fellow Filipino jewel?
That's one thing, but at the same time, we love underdog story, right?
That's true. Yeah, especially since we come from the region that just loves to tell the story of underdogs.
Yeah, I think I love the Gaming Gladiators because of that. From now we started from the bottom. Now we're here.
Zero to hero potential storyline there for GG.
Yeah, and I think that's what makes this story for Gaming Gladiators all the more interesting because it seems like compared to last year, even when I remember the beat of the community when Smart Omega Empress made it to the grand finals, a lot of people, especially Filipinos online, were also still worried that I think we might just end up getting swept. Vitality looks so good. But there's something different in the air about the community's perception about gaming. There's a lot more people also saying now that, hey, I think they have a shot. Even though Vitality hasn't even dropped the game yet. How do you feel about that?
Last year was a perfect example to show that sometimes gods still do bleed, right?
Yeah.
And so we are seeing a moment again for the community as a whole that they're not just, all right, just give the trophy over to Vitality, that there is still a fighting chance because technically throughout the story of GG, they've been going head to head with teams that people consider are a lot stronger than them. And yet they still made it to this point amongst all odds.
Yeah. They have continued to defy odds, and the big question hangs, will they defy the biggest odds of them all? So let's hear it with Rose and Arya from Gaming Gladiators to know more about how they're feeling heading into today.
Hey guys, welcome back to Reporter Hits. This is Rose streaming to you the last day of MWI Finals. And with me here today, we have the one and only Arya from Gaming Gladiators. First of all, Arya, how are you doing today?
Hi, I'm doing great.
Okay, now Arya, as the only Malaysian representative left in MWI, and also she has been breaking history as Arya is also the only Mobile Legends Bang Bang Malaysian female player to have entered a grand finals in an international scale tournament. How are you feeling?
I'm feeling great because not everyone can be in my place right now. So yeah, I'm confident.
She's confident. Are you proud of yourself?
Of course.
We are all very proud of you too. And I see that your family has flown in to show their support as well, which is honestly incredibly cute. However, Arya, back at home, back in Malaysia, clips of you have been going viral because people are wondering, why were you so happy when you crushed Navi MY's key?
I think in the heat of the moment, since we are winning and it is a single elimination, I was excited. That is why I was smiling.
Oh, that was why you were smiling. Yeah. Nothing else.
No.
Okay, now if you guys were to win Vitality today, you will also have the honor of crushing their key. In your opinion, which one will make you happier? Crushing Navi MY's key or crushing Vitality's key?
Of course, Vitality, because they are the OG, so crushing their key will make us very proud.
Yeah, that will technically mean you guys are the best if you guys get to beat the best, right? Okay, one last question. If you guys were to win MWI this year, you guys will have the honor of picking 3 keys from the opponents you guys have went up against. Who are the 3 keys that you want?
For the 3 keys, I think it will be Vitality, Navi PH, and also Terror Queens.
And there you guys have it from the one and only Aria. Thank you so much and good luck for your grand finale match. And with that, let us right back to the panel.
All right, so that was Aria from Gaming Gladiators. And yes, you heard that right. Her entire family flew all the way out here to Riyadh to the Esports World Cup to support her and to potentially even see her become a women's world champion. Chantel, you were here, or you've heard the stories then with MWI. How does it feel, especially since considering that for Omega Empress last year, they've been very vocal about how it sort of felt like home ground because there were a lot of Filipinos on board. So how does it mean, with all the experience you've had talking to players, that their family is here?
In all honesty, I'm really proud to get to see family supporting, friends flying out of their respective countries just to give their support. Because again, being a woman in an esports title or an event like this is really hard because not everyone is really open with the idea of having female pro players. And yeah, that's about it. I'm just proud and happy to be here because it has been a long battle cry that diversion and inclusivity rather in terms of the competitive scene.
But now it's time for us to talk with someone from Team Vitality that we have not often heard from this MWI, but someone who has had an amazing and tremendous impact on the team. It's Coach Casius.
Hey guys, welcome back to Reporter Hits. This is Rose bringing you all the live action for the last day of MWI. And with me here, we have Coach Casius from Team Vitality. Hello, Coach. How are you doing?
Yeah, I'm fine.
Okay, now Coach, we know that you guys have been a title contender this year and everybody expected Team Vitality to go to the grand finals. However, your opponents, Gaming Gladiators, they're considered the underdogs. What do you think about them?
Actually, I thought the gaming was like position 3 or 4 even in the group. And as unexpected things happen. And they're like qualified for the playoff. And then they are here right now in the grand final. So it's like an unexpected enemy for us.
Do you think they're good?
Yeah, they are good enough, especially for the micro. But I think we win by the experience for them.
Yes, Vitality definitely have the experience advantage up against GG. Now, Vitality has been in 4 MWI grand finals, and you guys won 3 of them, right? Now, how different? Oh no, 2 of them. Sorry. And how different is this grand finals for you guys?
Actually, this is my first grand final with them, so the difference is come from me, maybe from the coach, and also from the enemy because they used to play against what we call Omega or Navi PH right now, yeah. But in this year, we fought different enemies and yeah, very unexpected. Very unexpected.
The shift in region, right? Usually it's a PHID grand finale, but this time around it's a IDNA grand finale. Now, Coach, before I let you go and get ready for the grand finals match, give us a score prediction of grand finals.
4-0 for sure.
Ooh, 4-0 for the side of Vitality. Thank you so much, Coach. Good luck on your match. And with that, let us throw it back to the panel.
Again, that was Coach Casius of Team Vitality, someone who is, since I do cover MPL Philippines, so more of the Philippine teams, when Coach Casius was still coaching the Indonesian League, all I heard a lot from him was how good he was at drafting. So finally, we get a Bear family get-together in the MWI stage. I'm here with our casters for the Grand Finals, Naisu and Brigida. How are you feeling heading into the Grand Finals?
Feeling good, man. It's been plenty of days of just action-packed. I think there's been, we've talked a lot about the upsets going on. We've gotten to cast a lot of the games together. I think it's been phenomenal. So I think me and Brigitte are both excited.
I think I'm just trying to mentally prepare myself, considering that this grand finals is going to be another Indonesian team. And for the past few days, whenever we do get to cast Indonesian teams, it's just been, non-stop action, kind of run out of breath. But today, nice is the play-by-play. So,
But we have to discuss the very important thing. Unless you're familiar with it, you are working the casting desk. Chantel is working the panel.
Oh, no.
And when both of you are working the same series, our days tend to stretch out and series tend to stretch out.
Oh, but I just arrived and I'm surprised to see a sweep. So I'm wondering if it will actually activate.
Oh, that's true. She arrived after the series had started, so it wasn't activated.
Yeah. So I think, if we go to Game 7 earlier, y'all know who blame, or at least thank. And Chantel, and of course, the teams as well for giving us a Game 7. Now, going from out of the esports realm, we'll go to in-game, into our clients. There's a special event going on right now in the MLBB game. It's our All-Star 2025 Dino Planet. The battlefield in-game has changed. There's new interactions with some specific pieces in the map. And outside of that, you can also play some different mini games in the Dino Planet event page. You look really excited about this, Brigitte. Do you have a favorite with a game in there?
No, I just wanted to share that it kind of gets impatient when you roll them one by one.
That's true.
So I think it's best if you at least do it in fives. There's an option to do it in fives, and that for me is the fastest way to do it.
Yeah. So check out the event in the in-game client of Mobile Legends Bang Bang. But now we gotta head back into the esports realm here. Let's hear a little bit more about Gaming Gladiators.
I think it's pretty obvious that in the beginning we were struggling a little bit to climb out of groups, and then after we made it out of groups, after we beat both Navis in the same day, we were kind of just thinking, we're actually pretty good.
This guy gives a second can for Panda! A triple for Panda. Rose Gold Media bought in time, dodging away from the sun as Aria walks back up to provide the front line. Panda's a maniac.
I know we were the first North American team to ever make it this far, but to even think a non-Asian team is a huge achievement. I knew we were capable of getting here, and I'm very proud of my team. It's the fact that we all have the same goal in mind, and now you guys have to worry about North America.
We are about to see Gaming Gladiators and their opponents, Team Vitality, walk up to the stage. But yet again, we are in the middle of the Esports World Cup for Mobile Legends Bang Bang. It's not only MWI, it's also MSC. I almost said MWC, but MSC. So we have MWI at EWC 25, and you can redeem this code in your in-game client. 2 champs, 1 game. Celebrate the final day with us. Tell your friends, tell everyone you know to watch MWI. The grand final starts in just a bit. And speaking of, finally we find ourselves in this so important moment for 2 teams. None of these women grew up as kids dreaming to become MLBB Women's World Champs, but hard work, skill, and fate has brought them now to the doorstep of destiny. Gaming Gladiators from a region often overlooked now have a chance to be the queens of MLBB, and Team Vitality looking to get their crown back.
I think it's pretty obvious that in the beginning we were struggling a little bit. After we beat both Navis in the same day, we were kind of just thinking, we're actually pretty good, and now we're beating Vitality.
Sejauh ini, alhamdulillahnya semuanya bisa diatasi karena kita berpegang teguh pada kedisiplinan dan tidak perlu melakukan montek-montek yang tidak perlu. Yang penting target utamanya menang. Jadi untuk membuat lawan meng-comeback kita itu sangat kecil karena kita disiplin dan tujuan kita menang EWC.
I'm very proud of my team. I honestly did know we had the potential to get to this level and get this far. You can call it ego, but I knew we were capable of getting here.
Kita harus tetap tenang. Dan tapi untuk mental, aku sangat pede dan sangat siap melawan tim manapun.
See you in your dreams, Vivian.
After days of battles, upsets, and unforgettable moments, it all comes down to this. 2 teams, 1 stage, 1 shot at the trophy.
This isn't just a championship, it's legacy, it is pride, it is history waiting to be written. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to Mobile Legends Bang Bang Women's Invitational. Let the final journey begin. Let's meet our finalists, starting off with Gaming Gladiators! From the grueling grind, they've guaranteed their greatness, clutching grand victories and gathering glorious triumph. Now, these galvanized giants are here to grasp the ultimate gold. They enter the grand finals, setting up a historic feat of being the first NA team of making it to the grand finals.
And their opponents, it is none other than the bees from the hive. It's Team Vitality! They stood at the top before, under pressure, under fire, under the brightest lights. But now they bring violence, they bring volume, and they thrive under vicious pressure. They've been tested and tried. But now they are ready to take it all. V is for valor. V is for victory. V is for vitality!
And now, I would like to invite each team's captains to meet me right here at the center. From Gaming Gladiators, Ashley, and from Team Vitality. And now, I would like to ask, and of course, stakes are high as ever. On one hand, we have Gaming Gladiators looking to prove their worth, putting NA over on the map. And on one side, Team Vitality is going to fight tooth and nail to reclaim their former glory. Do you have anything you would like to say to your opponents?
Good luck, guys. Let's give it our all, and we'll find out who the real mother of tanks is today.
Any response to Gaming Gladiators?
Let's see how the game goes.
And there we have it from our two teams. Ladies and gentlemen, let the grand finals begin. All troops deployed.
Our contenders have taken up the stage. Let's start things off with Team Vitality. Overall tournament favorite so far, undefeated still.
Undefeated still, and they have gone undefeated in many of their past tournaments here at MWI. 2022, they only dropped one single game. 2023 was 100% game rate, and they're looking to replicate that same success this year.
And of course, their opponents from North America, it's Gaming Gladiators.
You know, for Gaming Gladiators, I really like the attitude here for Ashley, just leading the team. I mean, she is called the mother of gaming. So with the leadership that they had, or that she has, I think they can against the mother of all tanks.
Of course, we didn't get the face-off between Ashley and Vivian that we were looking for. But of course, Team Vitality represented by their team captain, Chinny. And I feel like what we saw from Chinny, the energy she exuded it felt like watching Ashley. This is our first grand finals in a major international stage. We're giving it our all. We got to show who we are, you know?
Yeah.
But then Chinny was just there like, we've been here so many times. I could do this all day. Let's just show it in the game.
Unbothered.
Yeah, unbothered was
Yes.
Chinny.
Even with a poker face, even before they were asked by Charlie, she was like just like this. And it's already the aura here for Chinny and the rest of players.
So, on the road to becoming limitless, Team Vitality has had their ups and downs. Mostly ups, but some of their downs were incredibly heartbreaking. So, let's learn more about the history of Team Vitality and how they got to where they are now.
Ini adalah momen dimana kita udah tunggu-tunggu selama 1 tahun dan kita here we are again.
Finally, Indonesia have won the golden road who can complete in the MLBB set.
We got M1, M2, M3. No, 3, 4, 5 does not matter because we are going to be limitless in the Women's League. Team Vitality.
Kita doakan, kita berikan support agar mereka mendapatkan golden road-nya karena golden road kali ini akan mencapai Limitless.
Oke, tetap merunduk dan fokus dan ambil juaranya. Vitality, yes!
GG, watch out for the Southeast Asian teams. Be ready for us, Gaming Gladiators. May the best team win. Good luck, have fun. And we won't give you guys chance to taunt us. Saya percaya diri buat dapetin golden root.
The storyline for the team that everyone thought would win it all last year, now they have a chance yet again. They've said it. They've been waiting 1 year for this whole moment. Aspiring Queens from Team Vitality now won a series win away, 4 game wins away from the MWI trophy. They won a lot on the way here.
Yes, they did. They saw the mistakes that they made yesterday, and I think it really woke them up, right? They were undefeated for so long in the women's MLBB, I would say, what is it called? Professional stage. There you go. Professional stage. But as soon as they lost last year, I think they really did take it hard. A lot of tears were there. A lot of arguments were made. A little bit of like a backstage story there coming in from this team. So I think everything that they made as a mistake last year, we will not be seeing today.
And if ever they win this MWI 2025, it is their own version of a golden road into becoming limitless. Because even after that loss from last year, they've been winning all the tournaments. So we never saw them like falter because of their losses, but it's just them coping up and adjusting, and they just keep on moving forward.
Yeah, you can't deny the greatness of Team Vitality, and as to why heading into this tournament, heading into this grand finals, they've been consistently the favorites, still undefeated. If Gaming can start things off with a win right away, that already breaks one streak. What more can they do? Welcome to the draft of game number 1. Yisun Shin and Uranus still just taking away some of the best picks in the meta, while Vitality have already shown they have their eyes set on making sure that Ashley cannot roam as comfortably as she can.
And to be fair, for Team Vitality, specifically for Vivian, she only used 3 heroes so far. So it's Badang, Arlot, and Akai. So if you compare it to Ashley's hero, it's more revealed to Team Vitality. So hence the bans on her usual heroes. But I was also thinking if for Gaming Gladiators, are they to prioritize this time around the Badang, because it was 6 games in total for Vivian with 100% win rate.
That's definitely something that we are considering. I mean, these 3 bans in general, even taking the respect as a on the side, these are heroes that we've seen banned throughout the tournament, right?
Yes.
The top 5 bans are the Uranus, rather, Baxia, YSS, and usually we do see the 1-1 ban come through in the first stages. But obviously there are going to be some differences here as the respect bans do come through, with the Arlet being taken out here by GG.
I feel like now, though, this sets up a potential Badang first 2 picks on the side of Team Vitality, considering that we've listed down some of the best heroes played by Vivian. And of course, we know that Ashley has proven herself to be a prolific Badang player as well with their matches yesterday in the semi-finals. So for the last ban here of Team Vitality, will it still be Roam coded, or are they going to go for maybe a Nicolette ban?
Actually, they could actually go for a Nicolette ban, because probably a Lancelot, even a YSS could be. YSS have been
Maybe a
banned.
Hayabusa. Oh wait, no.
Oh, they are the ones to actually take out Badang in this drafting. So the Kimi is open, just not sure if it's going to be picked here by Gaming Gladiators. So other options, Uranus isn't there. Baxia is open. I'm just not sure if they really prioritize on that. Yeah, what could be Baxia?
For MWI, we've seen a lot of, there you go, CC first pick.
Oh, right.
Very interesting, but considering that the CC does do well in a lot of EXP lane matchups, we do see the CC being heavily prioritized. And considering with the way that, GG plays, Arya has picked the CC up, and technically it's still sitting at 100% win rate, 3 times picked. Vitality now, they are the ones to have to think about this. Do they want to look for a lane to specifically shut down the CC, or do they want to prioritize something for themselves instead?
Yeah, considering that a lot of roamers are out from the board, maybe we'll see the roamer locked in here for Vitality. You mentioned the Akai as one of the other picks that Vivian has picked up. What if they surprise and say, okay, no, Akai is top 2 picks now for the red side, but they're not going to be going for the roam just yet. They go and show their main hand already. Most likely this Kimi is going to go into the hands of Chinny, while Viva on the jungle gets the Lancelot.
Yeah, because yesterday it was twice picked, or actually consistently used by Team Vitality. Now the Lancelot is actually a counter pick on Nicolette's hero. So for Gaming Gladiators now, if we look at their tendencies, they could actually get Zetian on their hero, just for the sake of having that control. Team fights always could be an option actually for them, because latter portions of the game they tend to Granger and Hayabusa, very honest for Gaming Gladiators, which is not their usual pattern, by the way, because they love to get heroes like this on the second phase of the picking.
I think they're really sticking to the idea and sticking to the fundamentals that they need winning lanes, right? So the Granger does come through. Usually into the Granger, we do see the Irithel pick up for a lot of the teams here at MWI. We're considering that as an option, or they could go for a little bit more lockdown, right? Obviously, this Hayabusa is going to be a problem. We've seen when Nicolette gets her Lancelot taken away from her, she usually picks up the Hayabusa, and she's very comfortable on it, still a 75% win rate, but they go for something different. They go for the Moskov here, not the Irithel, and the Moskov has been quite a safe pick in the gold lane against assassins, right? The toss-up is in the early game. Obviously, you need a little bit more time to get to your power spike. But considering how the women have been playing these late-game heroes, very early rotations,
that scaling should happen earlier than later.
And also, I think there's also a respect for Team Vitality because they know that for Gaming Gladiators, they have this tendency to actually stretch the game. So at some point, this Moscow will be their breather just in case Gaming Gladiators will go full in on a longer team fight. So with the Forza ban is actually nice since you have two marksman heroes on your lineup, both Kimi and Moscow. So yeah, I think for this one, Zetian is still a good option, but for Gaming Gladiators, they limit again the hero pool for the Mother of Tanks with
Vivian.
the Akai ban. Yeah.
Take out the Akai, and we're heading into a second phase where we still don't see the roam in mid for Gaimin and the roam and EXP for Team Vitality, where it's like they're saving some of their main and absolute best win conditions for last. We've spent all MWI long talking up Sayori and Ashley's combination together and how well they pair up and link up. While for Team Vitality, yes, you have Vivian leading the charge, but in an island of her own, Fumi Echo, if she can just do things on her own, so many times you said it in MWI, if you can just leave her alone and just wait for Fumi to join you at the right time, that's the way Team Vitality likes to play. So they are going into the second phase wanting an advantage in their main win conditions.
Yeah, that's true. That's why there's also a Jushin ban for Team Vitality. Now I was thinking for Gaming Gladiators, don't have the Arlot. Akai has been banned. So they might want to force a different hero. I'm not sure if they are to ban Kalea on this match or for this draft because it is actually a good option for Team Vitality also.
I think this might be a more dangerous game for GG in this particular situation, right? Vivian has been around for quite some time. She's called the Mother of Tanks for a reason. She has a lot of heroes that she can utilize. Meanwhile, for Ashley, obviously she did surprise us with her Minotaur pick. I'm not really sure if that's the best fit in the composition that they have right now and considering the enemy composition. So it feels like her heroes might be a little bit limited here. Matilda banned out. Hylos is still an option.
With a lot of shields potentially given out by the hero that I'm thinking of in mind, with the Esmeralda banned out and all of that range, what if Gaimin might pull out a Lolita for Roam?
Oh, right.
It's possible.
The direct answer against the Akimi.
We can go Lolita Valentina considering there's an Edith.
I was about to say. You can pick up the Valentina here to counter the Edith.
Yeah, that's actually a good point. It counters out three heroes actually from Team Vitality. So Gaming Gladiators, Lolita and Burst Hero. Actually, they can even go Lilia if they want to.
Here's the thing.
Lolita Lilia.
If they do go Lolita, it's good against the Kimi. But how do they lock down everyone else? Because everyone from the side of Vitality right now have dashes in their kit. We have the Lancelot, we have the Moskov, even the Edith has a dash.
And they're known for crowd controls.
Alright, we won't get the Lolita we were looking for, but we're going to be getting a Grok from Ashley. Interesting pick. So they want to be able to apply the map pressure, and considering what they have on the board, a momentary wild charge might just buy them enough time while they go for Wu Zetian in the mid lane. Oh, I think I'm echoing now what you're feeling, that looking at it, the Team Vitality draft just looks a little bit more dangerous.
A little cleaner, right?
Yeah.
The Grok is a debut pick in for Ashley here at MWI. We haven't really seen her perform on it just yet. Hopefully, maybe that's the X factor that is needed here. And obviously, with the Zetian in the mid lane, they do want to, like Renmar mentioned earlier, want to have mid prio, right? That's why they have the Grok in. It clears a lot quicker. It will help the Zetian because they're in a lane against the Kimi. Oh, but speaking of clear and speaking of signature picks, that's a signature pick for the Mother of Tanks that we haven't seen in quite some time.
And it's actually to negate the potential threat from a Hayabusa just in case it types in at the back, right?
This is gonna be an interesting game number one. Give it your all for Gaming Gladiators and Team Vitality. Once again, welcome to the Grand Finals. Bring it on, Naisu, let's go.
The drafts are set, and this is indeed their first step. One step closer to becoming limitless for both of these teams. Welcome to the Grand Finals, game number one between Gaming Gladiators and Team Vitality.
Man, in as early as game number 1, I'm loving the surprises coming in for the drafts.
The surprises, Brigitte, so far, you know, that Edith coming for a debut pick, of course, is going to be a big thing because it's been a while since we've seen it, and I got a glimpse of it too before we got this split screen. It was the Warcry emblem, of course. She's going to be a threat, you know, whenever she pops that Primal Wrath to be able to pump out some extra damage, but this is also the matchup that I can't wait to see, the jungle between Nicolette and, of course, Vivol. So this is gonna be great.
Yeah, and I mean, we're already talking about matchups too. I feel like every single one needs to be mentioned, even the roamers. This is the second time I feel we'll be seeing a Grok here in MWI. The first has been a little unsuccessful, if you recall. It was Navi PH, and that was their final game. But now, up against the Troll, I feel like this is such a great advantage because you have that ability to just not care about all the crowd control. You know, you can just keep yourself immune and keep up in terms of the wave clear, which is why here in mid, it seems like they're action already.
Yeah, a little bit of action. No level 4s though, exactly, so there's going to be just some poking, but you saw that. Before that, we got a glimpse of the mid lane, the gold lane. The battle between, of course, Panda and Shell. She forced Panda back, so she had to go back to base. Here's a glimpse, though, real quick of the emblems.
Yep, I'm looking at the Edith here. It's been a while since we saw it, especially against the CC, but hold on.
Nicolette's so close. She has the level 4 available. She's going to go and do the damage to Vivian. Gets the first blood. Looking for Vivol as well. One hit! And Ashley will pick up the kill. That's 2 for GG.
It felt like Nicolette just knew they would get the kill anyway.
Oh, Panda.
Oh, okay.
Oh, that was so close.
That could have been a 3-0 start for Gaming Gladiators. If they got that kill all across the map, it would have been Gaming winning so far, and they also get control of the turtle pit. It seems like this might just be a no contest turtle. Even Fumi Echo's quite low, but I take it back.
Vivol gets the turtle anyway. They might still break out in a fight. The Primal Wrath is already going to be popped. Arya jumping on in, but she's 1v3. She might get caught out as she falls. So you need to pick up a kill. Spear Destruction is going to be thrown down, but won't connect. So for Team Vitality, they get the objective and a kill.
Okay, so the thing is, they didn't need to fight.
They didn't have to fight.
Gaming Gladiators at the moment. Even though Fumi Echo was low on HP, it didn't really matter. Gaming Gladiators, they did not pay that much attention. They didn't really decide to go for the kill onto Fumi Echo. They probably didn't feel that threatened at all, but Vivol was just nearby, so that quick switch to securing that turtle sort of equalizes the lead that could have been already significantly in Gaming Gladiators' hands right now. But it seems like the rotations are about to take place. I like how they're both keeping up with each other.
Yeah.
It seems like there's no team being too reactive so far.
It sort of relies on, this is the classic where like both roamers are going to have that option to go ahead and start things up, whether that's the wild charge or whether that's going to be the kick from Vivian. And as we heard the panel mention, like Eterna mentioned, this is a signature pick for Vivian here on the show.
You had to put extra emphasis.
Signature.
I mean, I don't think we've seen much of this Cho in this entire tournament as well. But given the amount of, I'd say, babysitting, not even, they're just really keeping an eye out on Panda to ensure that there won't be any successful attempts from Team Vitality, because Vivian, they're the ones who can just really do all these flicker way of the dragons onto their targets, onto those gold laners here for Gaming Gladiators. But so far, they've been keeping this very quiet so far. I was preparing myself for non-stop team fights, but that's not happening just yet.
I feel like that's been the story so far for MWI 2025 is like just these brawls breaking out, you know, left and right. But so far, this has been a little bit of a slower start, but they still have a ton of games to play, right? This is going to be the best of 7, so you have plenty of time to kind of adjust to the playstyle. And, you know, we saw that breakdown earlier on from Gaming Gladiators where they mentioned, you know, their first matchup in the first days of MWI, they weren't really happy with their performances. They weren't really feeling confident about it, their communication, but they figured it out after winning a couple games like Ashley mentioned. So it's definitely looking different, I would say, for GG. They are going to get control, though. For this turtle, Vivian might have to look for the angle herself here. But she's zoned out.
My Panda.
My Panda alone.
Panda's the one doing it. Oh, Fumiko, that doesn't connect.
Oh.
Wait up. Oh.
Nicolette goes back after the shadow kill, but he's going to force the fight anyway. Vivian quite low. She has to get out. That's going to be a flicker burned. Again, the SOD won't land. The turtle is secured, though. And Cindy now joining the fight. Going to force them back, trying to reinforce the team. Arya looking to jump in under the turret, too. She gets tossed in the air with the onward. And she will fall, but it's still going to be a trade. And Ashley quite low herself. And Cindy gets a double. Looking for the triple. Forces the flicker out, but she'll get it over the wall anyway. Cindy comes in clutch for Team Vitality.
That looked sideways for Team Vitality, but right as they were able to reposition, somehow place themselves under the turret and gain a little bit more of protection. They're able to turn things around, not just equalize, but actually gain the advantage up against Gaming Gladiators. And we're seeing the instant replay. There's something happening live as well. But Cine did so much in this entire fight. She made sure that the damage dealers who were sort of left alone got taken out, and they got the better trade in that fight.
Wow, and yeah, on the live screen, Nicolette died. I think it was Vivian that picked that kill up. So Panda will go down. She gets a turret. They're trading across the map right now. Team Vitality, though, with a decent lead. Small, but starting to build up. This is going to be some damage on that tier 2 turret, though, now.
I mean, that's 401 for City on this Kimmy, who we've been mentioning. They've been having such a slow start to this game, but this is going to be a problem for Gaming Gladiators if ever it does stay this way, if ever Cine doesn't get picked off by Nicolette.
Yeah.
And that's another thing. I feel like Team Vitality, in as much as Gaming Gladiators have been doing a great job at protecting their key heroes, Team Vitality can do the same. The Edith in itself is a great way to just stop these attempts from Gaming Gladiators. Just one well-timed onward Earth Shatter combo, that could mean the end, or possibly an easy pickup for Nicolette even.
We saw that earlier when Arya tried to make that play under the turret. They're going to have to respect that Edith. But meanwhile, 1v1, Nicolette going for a shell. Might be able to get a solo kill for her, but flicker burn. And meanwhile, in the mid lane, they're going to force Panda back. She's in trouble. Spear destruction will land, but she's not going to follow through. She finally does to join the team. Ashley, though, will go in with Wild Charge on Shell. Shell's in trouble. They're going to be trading the gold laners 1-for-1 so far. Make it more. Mope. Fumieko jumps on in with a flicker. She goes in, pops the Primal Wrath, though. The sun is there on Arya. They're going to have to disengage. So much expended here. Meanwhile, Vival still up, trying to take the purple buff. And that she will. All in time for the Lord to be up.
Those were all for a 1-for-1 trade, by the way, between Panda 1 as well as Chell. So the gold laners went down, but that was such a well-timed wall placement here by Ashley. If it weren't for that, I don't think it was a huge miscalculation from Chell even. She just went in with the SOD when she knew that the other members of Gaming Gladiators were already trying to walk away, and she was trying to join in her, or regroup with her teammates in that disengage, but that wall just stopped her from doing so. So now we're looking at the in-game equipment so far. The lead isn't that different. I'd say the most...
It's very close.
It's in the hands of Cine. Like, that's the most we're seeing in terms of difference. And that's a 5-0-1 with the Sky Piercer.
Still very close. This fight for this Lord is going to be not anyone's sure win, but they're going to initiate the fight anyway. Nicolette on the backside. She will find Cine! So she shuts down Cine. Still GG all alive. Vivian has to flicker out. Under the turret she goes. Vival to follow, and GG. This is a clear sign to start up the Lord. Can Team Vitality do anything to stop him? I don't think so, but the push down bot from Shell. She'll go for the base turret. Vivian trying to be a distraction. Shell, somebody has to deal with Shell, the minion. She's with them. Meanwhile, the base is going to be worked on. She's working on the base, and Arya's there. They have to clear out the minion, but she'll take it in her own hands, and they take game 1 for Team Vitality.
No one would have expected that game to end in that moment. I was so certain that things would still happen after the Lord fight. They would have been able to somehow defend, but There was a different call for Gaimin. I feel like they had their attention split all over the place. You had to worry about the potential Lord Steal from Vivian, which happened, and the split push. There's so much that took place. We need to hear what our panelists have to say.
And the experience of Team Vitality shines through just when we thought Gaming Gladiators have found the turnaround to maintain momentum for potentially the next 3 to 5 minutes of the game. Team Vitality with a split push, and it seems like, looking at it from outside the box, that Gaming Gladiators had a breakdown of miscommunication.
This was a glaring thing that we saw from GG a couple of times in yesterday and the day before that. I forgot which match it was in particular, but that was one of the main things that I wanted to highlight about GG. Housekeeping. When they go for these neutral objective takes, they need to make sure that the lanes are cleared and that they're pushing in favor of them, because mistakes like this do happen. But yesterday, nobody was able to capitalize over it, but a team like Team Vitality will look for these openings and these windows, and they will take advantage of it.
Now it makes perfect sense as to why they got the Moscow for Team Vitality, because again, for GG, they're known to be heavy on team fights. So just by looking at it, they knew that Shell could potentially actually end the game, and just the players of Team Vitality, they stayed on that area and even forced longer team fights. For Gaming Gladiators, hence that space for the split push. And I think there was a bit of a miscommunication, because it was kind of delayed as to when the players from GG was to defend the base.
Yeah, and with that game ending at 9 minutes and 36 seconds, I believe that re-breaks the record set again by Navi?
Or they're both at...
I think they're both at 9:36.
All right, so just a second shy of achieving their goal of breaking the record set by Navi PH. But yeah, it looked like there at the end, the members of Gaming Gladiator seems to have overheated a bit, because there was a split moment where actually Sayori, the one furthest in the formation, could have gone back and recalled and then helped clear the minion waves. It seems like they also relied on the burst of the holy shields.
That's it.
But it just wasn't enough to take down the minions that Shell had.
They underestimated, I think, the damage output that the Moscow can have in terms of siege, in terms of the wave clear, in terms of, shutting down the turrets as well. So all in all, I do feel, as a general thing to look at, GG did really well. Right? They understood their winning conditions. They were able to get a lead onto Panda. I think Nicolette was really groundbreaking, because she was able to shut down Cine after she was able to get that triple kill that was traded in for the turtle take that Nicolette also got the retribution for. It's just these small mistakes, and I don't think that GG will make the same mistake again in game number 2.
Yeah, that's true. And to add actually on the aggression of Team Vitality, or the way they played the game, I think for Cine here, she had the edge over Sayori, because of they both had the Mystery Shop or the Magic Shop on their emblems, but at the same time she had this 1 point something lead as compared to the Setyan. So it means at least one item. She has one more item against Sayori here, hence more damage against Gaming Gladiators. And I gotta say, it shows in this damage dealt as compared to the other players of Gaming, and somehow for Team Vitality, because of that continuous pressure from the mid laners and even crowd controls from Vivian and the rest, there was a lot of space for Shell to actually just be on the lane, just stay on the lane, break those turrets, and it all goes back to them prioritizing the macro aspect of the game.
Yeah.
And there was something that when we were watching the games of Team Vitality together last night, that it seems like Vitality will always find a way to play the game and have a lineup that's strong as a 4-man team fight, while at least one member is just handling the rest of the map. And with having an Edith, even the Kimmy in the mid lane, which is sort of like having a gold laner with you at all times, they were just free to push with that Moskov.
That helped balance things out, because if we're looking at the side lane control, it didn't feel like Shell was winning. I mean, technically she was on a Moskov. There were moments where it was like a 50-50 trade, but all in all, it felt like Panda on the Granger, with the initial damage that the Granger can offer in his kit, won the lane, quote unquote. And even in the EXP lane, we saw that Fumi was a little bit struggling on the Edith against the CC. So they were counting on the fact that they had the mid lane control, and that's how they stayed put. Because the side lane control definitely wasn't in their favor.
So let's see if Gaming Gladiators will be able to correct a little bit of their macro decision-making calls. I think, solidify though, they are damn good at fighting.
Yes.
They know what they're doing in terms of the team fights, the push and pull. They fell down to Cine, but then they were able to find a way to come back. Here's another bit of shocking news for you from the STC Arena. Faker and T1 has just been eliminated. They lost their game. They were swept 2-0. They lost to AG, and they are eliminated from their run of the tournament here in the Esports World Cup. So T1 will have their eyes set at getting points through other titles because they've already lost their main chance here. Again, falling to AG, AL. They defeat the best team in the world so far.
Yeah, that's interesting. I mean, a lot can happen at the Esports World Cup. This is a celebration of dominating players all over the world. Yeah. And I'm just looking forward on what's next.
Obviously, yeah, for sure. Because we got a little bit of an upset here as well, right? Our defending champions were eliminated.
Yeah.
Now VPH very early here in the knockouts was also taken out. So I think that's the entire theme of EWC. It's not just who usually is able to win it, but the new stories that are built. And I think that was the whole premise of having EWC to begin with.
Yeah, because of, again, their elimination, they're going to be crowning new champions over there at the STC Arena, and then we'll be crowning new champions here as well today at SNB. So let's take a look closer at the head-to-head from that previous matchup, considering with all of the things that we got to see. Again, we have to go back to the mid lane here. The difference between the Zetian and the Kimi. The fact that one is more utility and one is more carry in the hands of the captain of Team Vitality.
Yeah, that's true. And we could see that for Gaming Gladiators, definitely average kill participation for Sarah is going to be 100% because she is the center of the team fight. Now for Cine side, I kind of feel like that it was very effective for them since it's more on the DPS. You have a tank on Gaming Gladiators side that can, yes, sustain all the damage, but at the same time, the continuous damage isn't really that sustainable for a Grok. If ever, it is on a longer moment in a skirmish. So it all boils down also on how they play, because if we look at the overall statistics, not just for this match, most of the time Sayori isn't really fast in terms of having those golds. I mean, she's currently at 12 as compared to Cine that is at level. Who is higher than her. So there's a 200 difference most of the time in terms of the average. So having high DPS hero for Cine is really great for Team Vitality versus a hero for Sayori that is more on AoE.
Mm-hmm. That makes sense. In an era where magic defense items aren't as great, having a mid laner that deals damage will give you a lot more leeway to hold control over the early game, and I think that's what we saw. And luckily enough for Cine, her on the Kimi allowed her to weave in and weave out of these team fights a lot. The DPS was there, and that final push that she was able to get that final triple kill on as well, flickered in very aggressively. It also reflects how aggressive Cine can be as a mid laner.
So now it really looks like Gaming Gladiators have another problem they have to sort out, the Kimi in the mid lane, that option. Because it seems like with getting the Kimi, yes, you sort of don't have to face off against the total map control pressure that, say, like a pick like Farsa brings to the table. But then now you have to worry about Team Vitality readjusting their strategy, where instead of playing to support the side lanes, most importantly Shell, they left Shell to her own devices, told Fumi Echo, all right, Fumi, you're gonna have to join us as a tank. I know this isn't usually our comfort, but don't worry, we have the Kimi in the mid lane. And Fumi's probably like, okay, coach, sure, why not? And then they were able to get the win. So we've talked about a lot of players here, but of course the highlights heading into this series is of course the matchup between the mother of gaming versus the mother of tanks, Ashley versus Vivian, where in game number 1, where we saw the Grok in the hands of Ashley, a debut pickup for her, but then Vivian suddenly showed up and surprised with a Cho pickup, able to get her signature.
I really like the difference in terms of the statistics for both players, because if you look at the number of games played, definitely Ashley has a lot more compared to Vivian's, but the KDA is very near. So it means that for Ashley, they are really teamfight centric as a team. While as for Vivian's side or for Team Vitality, I mean, the side lanes are being covered, but at the same time, they put pressure on the junglers, like their mid tier is there. So whenever there is an opportunity for Gaming Gladiators to initiate, then you have the answer for Team Vitality. Okay, let's not go for a team fight. Let's focus on the side lanes, and it just kept happening on that game number 1.
That, and also the fact that I feel like GG rely more heavily onto Ashley to make these really big plays. That's why in the percent KP we saw that Ashley was around like 70%, 77%, and it was a lot higher compared to Vivian, the mother of tanks, who was at 66%, because her role isn't just necessarily to look for opportunities, but she is also the information giver, and she does a lot to zone out the enemy away. And that role of setting things up can also be given over to Fumi Echo depending on how the drafts begin.
Speaking of, the draft for the second game has begun. Gatakaja still getting prio banned here by Team Vitality. Now, considering that they're on the blue side, they also ban out the 1-1. Interesting. Have we seen Panda play 1-1 this MWI?
No.
No, not yet, right? It's usually mostly Granger, Irithel, if I'm not mistaken.
Panda, Irithel, Granger, Bruno, Carry. Irithel, Bruno, 0% win rate. Granger, 75% win rate.
Yeah. Oh.
Carry, 100% win rate.
All right, so the Vitality, it seems like a preemptive ban. Maybe they know something that we don't, or just trying to play it for safety. Or they're trying to tell Gaming Gladiators, we're going to be playing a slower front-to-back kind of play style that might see maybe I don't know, a tank fighter in the jungle?
Yeah, probably because Baxter was opened game number 1. So yeah, that's a safer route, I think, just to be sure, because we are expecting probably longer team fights for both teams. So Yopon one has been banned. Uranus is the answer for Gaming Gladiators. I'm just not sure if they are to ban like the Setian on this game, but so far for Gaming, I think they should be wary of the Kimmy. I think it's about time to ban out the Kimmy, because even from yesterday's performance for Team Vitality on the Kimmy, they are a different type of breed. So just imagine, it was Gaming Gladiators winning the team fight at top lane, and then you have the Kimmy just dealing damage. So Batang has been banned here for Team Vitality, and I think they have been banning this hero consistently, even though they are the ones who are actually using this just to limit the potential of having heroes more for Ashley.
Okay, so in first game, we saw the Arlet banned out. We were talking about the Kimi earlier on. I think one of the main concerns for Vitality here for game number 2 is honestly the Hayabusa, because that could have gone really bad for Vitality had not Shell been able to do that split push onto the far side of the map. So they consider that push also to be a threat. So GG instantly eliminate the Moskov. And now Vitality are torn in a position where, hey, Nicolette does crazy things when she gets her assassins. The problem is, it's not limited to only one hero. We're considering the Lancelot here. We're considering the Hayabusa here. Do they really want to let go of these heroes and give it over to GG?
Let's see what the answer of Vitality will be to that question. With the Moskov banned out for Gaming Gladiators, so the Badang banned out as well. I know it's not really like the best pick anymore. You no longer have to rush or really respect it. I wonder if there's room for Fanny at some point. Like maybe it might end up in the hands of Vival even, because considering what we're seeing in the bans, it might show up, not get rushed. Maybe if ever.
Surprise pick?
Yeah,
probably
pick.
last pick, because a lot of games, or actually all games, it was opened. And if they get the Akai early, then they can go Fanny on the last pick, just for this idea that it's still a flex for the Akai, right? You can go EXP lane, and you have a good support instead of thinking whether or not the Fanny will have a best game.
And this time around, the Moscow's banned out, so that's also another quote-unquote counter taken away. It opens up the opportunity, but backstage, a lot of discussions around this Fanny, why it isn't as popular, and a lot of times we don't see it banned out, is because I think we mentioned it a couple days prior to this, right? The Fanny isn't as strong anymore. The amount of energy usage that is required to utilize the steel cables got a lot bigger. So even with the purple buff in the hands of Fanny, she's not as a threat because she can't roam around as quick as well.
Yeah, and we're seeing a lot more heroes and lineups that are built for invading jungles. It seems like the risk that would used to go alongside the reward that goes with Fanny has just been elevated. Like, it's way riskier now, while the reward that you get is honestly pretty mid.
Yeah, that's true. And now that we are the ones to actually neglect the idea or negate the idea of having a Fanny, I was thinking if for Team Vitality, if they want to get the CC, because so far CC is great for gaming gladiators, and then they take the Katot after the next 2 picks of GG. Because normally, right, for gaming gladiators, they get CC and they also have the Katot on their side. So if they're not to take the CC, then they give out the hero that has given gaming gladiators a lot of wins.
Man, look at Arya. She's locked in. Super locked in. Oh, that's Midnight saying hello to the fans. I think there's a lot of gaming gladiators fans in the building here, and you can hear them in the crowd. Amazing support shown through, and a little bit of a fun fact here for Arya, because technically it was Vitality that knocked her out of MWI in 2022 when she was under Kara.
Interesting. So, hence to show that she's really excited for this game. And speaking of Ara, I really like that she's very confident during that interview with Rose. Doesn't seem like she's playing grand finals with the way she answered.
Thank you so much to the crowd over there at the arena and everyone watching at home for your patience. We will be seeing the draft once again in just a minute. We just had to sort some things out here, of course, making sure that our women and our athletes have the best play
possible
for them. Thank you so much. So we've returned to the draft. Vitality does not ban the CC, but they do ban the pick up the R-Lot, and that means they'll end up with one of the best picks again for Vivian in her hands.
Now this keeps the question if for gaming gladiators, are they gonna change the usual heroes that they get? Because normally on this situation, it's either they get the Lancelot as early as possible, or even the CC and even Gatot. It could be Lancelot and Gatot, or Lancelot CC.
Gatot's ban.
Oh yeah. Sorry, I didn't see that, but it's gonna be Lancelot and CC. The usual pattern for gaming gladiators.
Okay, so they get their comforts.
Yeah,
I think this is gonna be the continued trend. It seems like gaming gladiators, especially with what we saw yesterday, they love those tempo breakers and team fights. They love playing around that, so CC will be a consistent pick for them. Well, for Vitality, honestly, I wouldn't mind it if they just end up going Kimmy again for Sydney.
It makes sense. You want that mid control. It's also important to note that the R-Lot is flexed, so it doesn't necessarily mean that will fall into the hands of Vivian until the Akai comes through, and then it's triple flex. So we don't know where the Akai is going to go. We don't know where the R-Lot is going to go. And obviously this will be putting, Coach Rexman as well as Coach Midnight in a position where, hey, what do we actually go for here? But a specialty on the carry here for Panda. And this carry was not practiced, by the way. Panda came in 3 weeks of boot camp in Malaysia without practicing the carry. So technically, when we saw her play it yesterday, that was her first time, and she's still sitting at 100% win rate on it.
She played great on this carry, but I think with the Akai and R-Lot, this guy is forced to use the Purify spell, because if not, it's gonna be hard, because we know that for Team Vitality, they have this tendency to actually gank potential threats as early as possible, but Claude ban for Coach Rexvin and Midnight. So I think the drafting for both comes a little too deep.
Yeah.
I mean,
it's a little bit deep there for Team Vitality. While for Gaming Gladiators, it's still very much their tendencies that we're seeing right now. The link gets taken away. I think Gaming are also just doing some housekeeping, making sure that, okay, if you are going to be picking up the Akai and possibly putting it in the jungle, that it's most likely we've expected it already, considering some of the best assassins are out of the board. You still have the Hayabusa sudden surprise flex available for Vitality. So yeah, it's so tough right now for Gaming because that changes how you want to pick for your mid and your roam, because you don't know who you're going to be going up against in the roam pick and the opposing jungle. My head hurts just thinking about it.
But the general storyline from the bans that we're seeing from GG are eliminating heroes that have a lot to say about map control, right? Moskov eliminated, really good at far lane. Claude can also do the same. We've seen a lot of games where the Claude takes on the far lane during a Lord push and goes in for the exact same thing that Shell was able to do earlier on the Moskov. And Ling, technically the quote-unquote god of the far lane. So these heroes are eliminated. I think maybe they're still worried that housekeeping will be a problem coming to game number 2. And the Jushin ban from Vitality.
You know what? Looking at the bans and picks for Team Vitality, I think it's still okay for them to go Granger and Hayabusa. With this hero composition, I mean, you have continuous great crowd control with Akai and even Only Dash on this Arlot, given the combo. But if they wanna speed things up, then Hayabusa and a Granger would be a great option. But we could see Valentina, by the way, for Gaming Gladiators, just for the sake of using those Arcane Shadows in the Terrify. And we saw Sayori, how she played the Valentina the other day.
Yeah, and of course the age-old response to Akai. You see Akai on the other side, you pick up a Valentina for a chance to get the heavy spin. Doesn't always work out as much as it used to though anymore. But let's see if Gaming will be able to make some magic. Are they going to go for the Assassin jungle for Vitality, or will they actually... Oh, okay, it's Hayabusa and Harith.
I was about to say, because with the Valentina in the hands of Sayori, naturally you would think that the Valentina blind pick is kind of weird. But we saw what Sayori was able to do, and considering there's a heavy spin on the other side of the team, then they need to go for a gold laner that can bring Purify. Granger is great in lane against the carry, but the problem is, will she be able to survive long enough in these team fights before a potential pick hits? So Harith is the choice. Your Hayabusa that you mentioned here comes through, and now we're looking at the final pick. And this should be for Ashley. Do they go for Minotaur?
Yeah,
or they can go Hylos also?
Hylos, I feel like it's a little bit too... I stand here, I poke, I make you go faster, I slow you. That's... Oh, they go for the Hylos? Maybe I'm just a bigger fan of the Minotaur, but I wish that we saw the Minotaur. But hey, they go for the Hylos instead. Quick thoughts. Turner, how do you feel about this? Because you've had some opinions about Hylos before.
Yeah, I understand, right? Technically, it's a point-and-click stun that can alleviate the pressure that the potential Hayabusa can have. But other than that, I do want to see a little bit more of the impact in the team fights.
All right, let's hear some impactful casting from Naisu and Brigida.
Thank you so much to our our panelists.
There you go.
Rather, there you go. It has been a very unexpected end to game number 1 in this series. Let's see how Gaming Gladiators regroup and find a way to even this out against Team Vitality. Heading into game number 2. It's been a very confident draft again, I'd say, from both sides. Still deciding to go for the early PC pick on the side of Gaming Gladiators, but again, for your Team Vitality, it's Vival this time holding the Hayabusa.
Yeah, they did a little swapperoo there in the jungle. That's fine, but you know, my biggest thing is, can they make that adjustment? Because the way they lost game 1 for GG is a test to see if, you know, these ladies can go ahead and lock back in, focus on game 2. It's behind them now, and I'm sure they had that talk with their coaches and staff here once we had that chance. Now, going into this, I would say what they did in game 1, they had a lot of good moments. They had a lot of good decisions, but clearly one major one. And I think that's, like the panel mentioned, they banned specific heroes out because maybe they just don't want to deal with that side lane or off lane, off the map pressure that can happen with some of those heroes.
And Team Vitality respond to it by saying that they too are gonna fully equip themselves with these team fight heroes, with this team fight comp. By the moment they picked up the Harith, it felt like it was an immediate response to whatever Gaming was trying to say, that they're gonna fight them head on in terms of team fight. And I like how Gaming, in response to, decided to pick heroes which
could make things a little uncomfortable for the Harris. Like you have the high loss, it wasn't the Minotaur, and you also have Sayori, who I believe whichever ultimate she's gonna pick up is gonna be very crucial in this match.
I always feel like that's the hard part of one of Valentina's picked up, and this has been seen kind of statistically in competitions around, is the Valentina struggles a little bit. Now, she was at the top of the throne before, so I think it was warranted that, you know, she had some of the changes, but still, it's like you mentioned, Brigitte, like, you got to be able to choose the right ultimates to take for the right situations, and yeah, the heavy spin would be great. You could also go and argue the final slash could be too, if she takes it from Fumieko. So those are the hard decisions that Sayori is going to have to make here throughout this game.
Yep, whichever could disrupt, whichever could really split up Team Vitality, because I feel like for Gaming, they don't necessarily have that hero who you could just assign to really look for the pickups onto the backside, but
Fumieko jumping in, they're going to fight back, heavy spin used to, into the traction pulse though. Ashley going to be in trouble. She doesn't have the level 4, Panda goes down though. Meanwhile, still across the map, they're going for more. Vivian's quite low. Ashley can't hunt. Cine just playing around the wall, and now Vival joining the fight will swoop down and take the turtle. Team Vitality gets a whole lot that early on.
For the second time in this series.
Oh, she's gonna go for Arya. Arya! She's nowhere to run. Not even the tower is safe.
I mean, I feel like she wanted to do something other than steal away the turtle. Because for the second time around, if you would look at that instant replay, things looked like they were going so well for Gaming Gladiators. But that counter traction pulse coming in from Cine, which had or forced them to stick to each other, and which allowed Cine to have a easier way to actually target them down. And of course, I think the most important of all is them buying time for Vival to catch up. So,
Panda.
Wait, okay.
Panda could be in trouble! Barely getting away, the rest of the team here. She's gonna have to get back, but you're seeing how much pressure is there. Traction pulse just to check that bush. So Panda will go back, but she's gonna be forced off that lane a little bit. So that's some extra gold going in the hands of Shell now. So GG, they've gotta kind of find where they're gonna go for a potential pickoff to try to find a trade. Maybe they can do that a little bit better now that they have, you know, Ashley's got the Glorious Pathway. They can fight a little bit because they've got a Revitalize there too. And you can see Sayori chooses to take that heavy spin. So they might be planning for a setup.
This is exactly when they can do that, because they have a way to engage, to set up a fight. Because Team Vitality, if you look at the lineups of both teams, Team Vitality is the one who clearly has a little more options when it comes to looking for those angles. Because for Gaming Gladiators, you do have the high loss, you have the Glorious Pathway, you can catch up to Team Vitality. But so long as you're aware that the heavy spin is still intact, the Zaman Force is still intact, and that the other potential ultimates which can punish you are still there, such as the final slash too, I believe it's very important, you might hesitate in terms of starting a fight. Punishing could be the way to go for Gaming Gladiators here, if ever they find the right angle. But Fumieko, will she replicate that attempt she did earlier?
I think so. I think she wants to use that final slash or that flicker beforehand to go ahead and set things up. The turret goes down up top, so they're going to be willing to trade an objective. Meanwhile, a full force of GG is going to start this turtle up. They're going to go for a traction pulse again. Heavy spin. Vival's going to jump off, pops off the shadow kill, and Nicolette's gone. Turtle secured for Team Vitality. And now, GG on the run. Panda can't escape again as she falls, and Sayori and Ashley, no choice, they're left alone. GG is going to lose a lot more here.
I feel like that was a happy mistake even, that the Ogi Shadow kill didn't necessarily land onto Panda. They had other ways to deal with Panda nonetheless, and that just allowed Vival to again secure that turtle, and every single member of Team Vitality did a spectacular job at allowing allowing their damage dealers to reach the other members of Gaming Gladiators in that fight. You see how they could have decided to just target Gaming instead, but since they knew that everyone else had to just run away, had to play defensively, then there was just no holding back from Team Vitality anymore.
Taking a look at this instant replay, this is how it's all set up. You see Vival approaches on the backside.
Yeah, she tried
Even
to go.
here, she goes right for Panda to put pressure, a glorious pathway, and a traction pulse, all landing so well. Time-wise, a turtle secured, and then it's a split up. You know, you're forced to try to disengage on your own at that point for GG.
Yep. And we also forgot to mention that traction pulse again for Team Vitality. Cindy, she's been making things so hard for Gaming Gladiators. At least if you look at their lineup,
Yeah.
they wouldn't want to be put in a single area together. You want Arya to actually be able to freely look for the target in the backline. You want Sayori to not be so close to Ashley, because Ashley is definitely going to be the one receiving majority of the damage from Team Vitality, the one holding things out a bit more for Gaming Gladiators to be able to decide on whether or not they want to proceed with the fight. But that hasn't been the case so far. Gaming Gladiators, this is, I'd say, the reactive style of Gaming Gladiators we've been seeing so far. It isn't the way they've been playing majority of the past few games they had. And speaking of, they might just decide to go for it this time, but will
I guess they want to
have
fight.
enough?
They go in with a glorious pathway, but then they disengage, and now Nicolette jumping in. She's gonna go in. Fumi Efko will catch her with the final slash, and Nicolette is gone. Meanwhile, Arya as well. Next up is Vivian finds a lockdown with a heavy spin. Panda trying to run away, but Cine goes forward, flickers in, and will take turret shots. So a trade there. Team Vitality wanted that kill. Won't get it, but they still win the fight.
I mean, that wasn't a shutdown this time for City, but still, even that mistake felt like it was an okay thing for Team Vitality. Because even then, they're able to transition into getting this Lord. They already used the Diamond Force and the Shadow Kill. There's the glorious pathway. Will Game in catch up?
Oh, they won't. Vival able to secure the Lord. I think GG should just disengage, recollect, and get back to ready to defend here. You know, we saw that like earlier. I was expecting, you know, they drop down that glorious pathway, they go for an initiation, and then they back off. So I don't know if that was some hesitation or if they were just trying to go for a play, but you got to remember they're quite behind. You know, 7,000 gold difference in total is a lot of ground to cover, and not to mention even the jungle. Nicolette is behind 3 levels to Vival.
This is such a statement so far from Team Vitality. Looking at the items right now, this is clearly going to be a struggle too, especially for Ashley. Majority of the damage coming from Team Vitality are magic damage. Oh my goodness. Fortunately, there was a minion wave.
Yeah, the rest of the team had helped Nicolette. Again, this is how much work she's got to do just to contest for her buff even.
Yeah. And going back to what we were saying, there isn't any magic defense items yet for Ashley. And the Grange, or the Harith and the Kimmy feel like they're already online.
Yeah.
They're somehow online. And Ashley's responsible for tanking most of the damage. So how does that fall now? Ashley, oh no!
Oh, this is trouble. They drop down the Zaman fourth, forcing the fight. Turret's gonna go down. Fumieko will flicker defensively. Nicolette joining the fight, and they're gonna force them back into it. They'll find Vivian, but on the backside, Vivo goes into the turrets, into the fountain, and she'll go back. But on the hunt, Nicolette wants this one, but it'll be Panda that picks up a double kill. Gaming Gladiator is able to find something on the overzealous Team Vitality for that base.
It was a good angle. It was a good attempt, especially from Vivo, but I feel like they weren't able to really consider the waves and the amount of support that were alongside them. But hold on, Chell.
Chell, Zaman Force, she's gonna hit Nicolette a couple times, but she's in trouble. Panda picks up another. Gaming Gladiator slowly but surely getting gold in the right hands here of Panda. She needs this on that carry.
Okay, I feel like there's been a switch for Gaming Gladiators, and it all started when they went for that glorious pathway earlier. That wasn't as successful as it could have been, but from that point onwards, they've been playing it a bit more aggressively. Looking at that instant replay again, it was a beautiful attempt. The angle from which Vival came from could have really been a potential cleanup if only the other members, if only Chell and Cindy were able to damage Gaming Gladiators a little bit more, but it seemed like since they weren't able to, it was more of a miscalculation on Team Vitality's end, and that wasn't the first time this happened. So it's gonna be
it's gonna be tricky for Team Vitality if this happens again in the latter portions of the game, because Panda 1 unknowingly is starting to catch up in terms of damage.
Okay, this is where we see the test here too of managing the map. This major objective, the Lord, is up. It's going to be started by Team Vitality. Fumieko takes a couple shots. Could still be used. They final slash in. They're going to fight it anyway. Panda unleashing on the backside. Not able to find Vivian, but they will get the flicker down, and Shell, the first to fall. Fumieko next. 2 down for Team Vitality. They want more. Nicolette jumps in. Vital on the hunt, but she'll have to be forced back. So Gaming Gladiators just got control of this objective. If they can go ahead and secure it, Panda and Nicolette will start it up. But Vival, she has the retribution. She's just around the corner. Is she gonna go for a steal? Arya jumps in, trying to cover them, but Nicolette will get the Lord, and Gaming Gladiators once again will turn the tide in their favor.
Okay, now I think this is where I'd say it was a great decision that Ashley prioritized physical defense.
Yeah.
Because at that moment, Team Vitality, Vival, for some reason, it seemed like they split up the damage and they tried to take out the frontliners first for Gaming Gladiators, which might have cost them this Lord we're seeing march down bottom lane. Because if you do pour in all of your resources towards the tankiest heroes and you're unsuccessful in doing that, then that just allows for Gaming to find a way to answer back.
Oh, Panda! Oh, Panda's gonna be in trouble. She goes down, gets picked off. That is not where you want to be, but the Lord is still up. Gaming Gladiators will go ahead and still try to play into what they can get, but after that, I don't think you can get much more off this. It's gonna be cleared out. Nicolette spotting things out. I'm not sure if the team wants to actually pursue any further, so they'll disengage. Again, earlier on, they had a 7,000 gold deficit. Gaming Gladiators have brought themselves back into this game. That Lord won't get them much. Vivian?
Wait, are they not allowing them to recall and defend the base? They somehow try to distract Gaming. There's the Glorious Pathway, though.
Glorious Pathway to jump down on defense. Vival forced back too. You can already see the firepower is online for Gaming Gladiators. It looks like they still want to go down mid. Nicolette joining the fight too. She jumps into the backside, looking for the target. They get final slash though. Vival trying to heal back up, join the fight. Fumieko will go down, but Cindy still unleashing, untouched in the mid lane as she picks up Ashley. And Ashley falls, and Arya gonna be next, and Cindy is untouched, unbothered, triple kill. Huge win for Team Vitality.
Cine, the moment they weren't able to take out Cine, they thought they could go for the fight. There wasn't any heavy spin anymore. But they have to take note of the Sayori!
Sayori trying to get the minions to focus on her. Flickers forward, but that's gonna be it. Team Vitality, it might have looked close, but Team Vitality will take game 2.
I'm pretty sure that could have been different. They knew that they could potentially start a fight. There were resources that were actually down for Team Vitality. One of the most crucial ones being the heavy spin. But that took them long enough to find the right timings, to find the right positions. And eventually, the Zaman Force cooldown made it. City was just free to do the 3 hits. We have to hear what our panelists have to say about game number 2.
Yet again, Team Vitality is able to trump what could have been a Gaming Gladiators comeback and take a 2-0 lead in this best-of-7 grand finals. A little bit more dominating. I thought that this time around Gaming would not be able to find a turnaround, but they were able to punish some mistakes. Up until Vitality delivered an even bigger, deadlier, game-ending punishment in the final team fight.
Yeah, and we could see actually that early parts of the game, it is actually Team Vitality winning the team fight. But at some point, the mid-game, there was a nice setup play from Gaming Gladiators. And I gotta say, this Valentina pick actually made sense with those heavy spins from Sayori's IMU, but at the same time, I really have to commend Team Vitality's usage also, specifically for Vival on those shadow kills, because there were moments wherein, yes, Ashley was there to do some stunts, but at the same time, since she knows that idea, then she waits for the perfect timing and then comes in. But I kind of felt like for Chell and Panda's laning, if this game stretched into a more longer game, it would be a lot easier for Panda.
technically the Harith also has a little bit more to work with in the late game as well. I think at the final bouts, we finally saw her pick up the Holy Crystal, so that's where the burst damage was coming from. I guess Wind of Nature wouldn't be as efficient for Harith because technically, you know, the Kimmy does differences of damage that can penetrate through the Wind of Nature, so it does make sense. All in all, I don't think that this was a clean game for Team Vitality, despite them being able to get this win. A lot of moments where we saw overextensions. I think Vival made a few weird moments. Shell also on the Harith was overextending in a lot of these engages, which is very peculiar. I don't know if it's overhype or overconfidence that we're seeing, but Cine was the main anchor and the main pillar for Game 1 and Game number 2.
Definitely for Gaming Gladiators, if they are to give up the Kimmy for Cine, they really have to be prepared. Like as much as possible, they need to stop her early game or as soon as possible because I think there was a team fight wherein it was actually Gaming Gladiators winning in terms of numbers, in terms of position, but because you have Cine on the Kimmy, then it goes to show that for Team Vitality, they're just really confident whenever they have a hero at the middle lane that deals constant damage every team fight. So it revolves around having a hero like Kimmy. You just need the support and you need the backliner, but you have all in all for Gaming Gladiators. What's really nice is they were able to stretch the game even though Arya didn't have a great time on the laning phase.
Yeah, essentially for 2 games now, Team Vitality has worked with a double carry setup. 1 carry in the gold lane, another carry in the mid lane. It alleviates the pressure from Shell that if ever the Harith falls too early, and in a lot of the fights eventually in the latter portions of the game, it became like instead of sure kill, it was a sure trade. It was Harith for something from Gaming Gladiators, but Cine was the problem because, again, a double carry setup means you can afford to lose one of your carries and expect the other to cover for it. While for Gaming Gladiators, I agree with you there, where as this stretches out, it'll be even harder for Team Vitality to fight against the carry of Panda, but almost all of the pressure of the damage dealing is on the shoulders of that carry.
Yeah, so it wasn't one-dimensional is what we're seeing here from Team Vitality. So coming into game number 3, if they opt to go swap sides, maybe GG would consider picking up the Kimmy in the first phase of the drafts, or even consider banning it out if they get second pick. Because again, this Kimmy, you mentioned it from game number 1, it's a huge problem. Don't give it to Cine.
Yeah, I think we're gonna have to ride on that idea for the rest of the series. Don't give the Kimmy to Cine anymore. Let's look at the head-to-head for this game number 2, but a little bit more focus on the matchup between Vival and Nicolette. A little bit tougher this time for the Lancelot with everything in consideration. Vival, she did have her moments of kind of questionable, but ultimately, I think she was able to really do the expected job of a Hayabusa in this game.
Yeah, that's true. And it shows in the statistics, jungle creeps, even on the distribution of gold. And it felt like majority of the gold, or if not, it didn't felt like for Gaming Gladiators, specifically for Nicolette, the only time that she was able to lessen the gap was from team fights. Them being able to actually secure kills against Team Vitality. And because of that, for Vival, she actually controlled majority of the areas of the map. And because also of the setup heroes from Fumi Echo and even Vivian, there was a lot of space for her to wait the perfect time for her to be inside or be part of the team fight.
She was, I think, in some stage of the mid-game, 2 or 3 levels ahead of Nicolette. This is something that we haven't seen in quite some time. Nicolette, usually on her comfortable heroes like the Lancelot, like the Hayabusa, will either equal it out or even be ahead of the enemy jungle. So Nicolette is caught in a position where she's really behind. She can't contest for neutral objectives. Her jungle keeps getting invaded and she's uncomfortable for sure. And that's what Team Vitality does. They make you uncomfortable. Before the start of the day, when we were talking about these 2 teams, we were highlighting that Gaming Gladiators have really, really good team fights.
Team Vitality, up until this point, have exemplified that they're really good at making team fights messy. So when things don't go according to the plan and the tempo that usually Ashley sets for the team, this is the results that we're seeing.
Yeah, and actually that's the beauty on how Team Vitality actually plays, because game number 1, the pressure was on Panda's lane. And then came game number 2, then they have the pressure on Nicolette. So it's a bit hard for Gaming Gladiators to actually point out as to where the pressure will come from. So we don't normally see Nicolette at 0-2 early game on a Lancelot.
Exactly.
So this is unfamiliar territory for Gaming Gladiators.
Let's see what else Gaming Gladiators will be able to do in their adjustments for the drafts and how they execute, so that they could make sure that they're not going to go into this 3-0, meaning 1 win away from Vitality taking the championship. And of course, we don't want to see sweeps here. Now, Eterna got to do this either yesterday or just a few days ago. I think it's my turn to do it. This is the Dr. Sulaiman Al Habib hot take for the day. And it's going to be coming from yours truly. I think, and hey, it's hot takes, not lukewarm takes, not cold takes, it's hot takes. The loss of Gaimin from game 1 is affecting them more than they let on. Because there were some moments in that game number 2 where we were wondering, wait, nothing's gonna happen? It looks like all of you were setting up for something. Wait, why the sudden hesitation? It seems like how they lost in game 1, getting split pushed like that, and them overcommitting into a fight is affecting them more than I think we realize.
Oh, so it's mental now for this lady. So sometimes the pressure keeps getting on, it piles up, and then you want to do something, but the outcome doesn't go the way you want it to be.
So we're looking at Ashley then, right?
I'm looking at the entire Gaming Gladiators.
No,
I don't want to
because,
single out someone.
I mean, I saw it. She opened up the ult from Hylos. But they went back instead. There was hesitation there. I'm pretty sure there were a lot of other moments that's
True.
why you consider this hot take to be a thing. But Ashley's shot caller.
Yeah, that's
so. With how much confidence that she's shown on stage, claiming that she wants to be the mother of tanks, and now that she's down 2-0, it could be affecting her.
Again, all up in the air, and it will only be answered by the action brought in game. But Sandstorm actually got a chance to talk to one of my favorite people in Sir Action Slacks. Let's listen in on that.
What up, everybody? My name is Sandstorm. This is Slacks, and we are here at the Dota 2 Arena, where I believe we have 2 grand finals for the Esports World Cup happening. But you know what? I think our finals are more hype because, you know, we have GG, the first NA representative to ever make it to a grand finals in Mobile Legends history. And we have Team Vitality, who have won MWI twice, but they have never won it in Riyadh, in Saudi Arabia. They got to the finals last time, and they only got second. They were taken down in a sweep, which no one expected. So what's going to happen now? Are they going to be able to take it, or is there going to be another sweep? I don't know.
That is actually much better than what's happening in Dota. I'm going to be real with you. That's a storyline. GG has a good team, and they're from NA. You bang-bangers know what you're doing. We got Falcons, local team heroes. That's great. Big ups to Falcons. Then we got Tundra, whose interesting characteristics are existing. So I want to go watch Mobile Legends Bang Bang. I couldn't care less about my stage. Bang Bangers, I'm coming, baby. Get that Layla out. Bam, baby!
You know where it's at. It's happening at the SNB Esports Arena. Make sure you come over for the grand finals. We'll see you there.
Okay, is that official now? Sir Action Slacks, are we just bang bangers now?
Are we called bang bangers?
Are we gonna write in? I'm gonna write in all that for the entirety of EWC.
We're bang bangers.
I'm a proud bang banger.
Bang bang. Because the game is a banger. Never mind.
Yes,
It's banging.
Don't retract it. It was good. You dropped a good line. Why do you have to suddenly?
You have to be confident.
Be confident. Don't hesitate.
Don't hesitate.
It took you time to digest what I just said. That's why
it's good.
Yeah, okay.
So we value your feedback, Chantal.
Of course, and I value your feedback.
Yeah, so don't forget to scan our QR codes on your screen. We'd really love to learn more about your experience with the Esports World Cup so far. Please fill out the survey. So of course, future iterations, and hey, EWC is a long event. So as the event goes on, we can continue to improve, and hopefully the improvements we can find as well from Gaming Gladiators across the board. And it's not like we're asking for like big game-changing improvement. It's just refinement at this point. Because again, going into this Team Vitality are so experienced. They are incredibly refined.
Yeah.
While for Gaming Gladiators, it's like a tougher ask for them. Like you're in the middle of your grand finals and we're asking you to, hey, just like, refine this, refine that, refine this, refine that.
One of the major headlines coming into this particular matchup is the fact that Team Vitality have been together for 3 years.
Alright.
And they have been competing competitively for 3 years. Gaming Gladiators, on the other hand, have been together for 3 weeks.
And it was actually during a boot camp in Malaysia. So it feels like for Gaming Gladiators, since sometimes they have this tendency to overthink, then maybe they don't see the big picture in terms of the draft. Definitely, my question in mind, are they gonna give up the Kimi again?
Yeah.
I mean, Kimi has been a headache even for TLPH yesterday, now even game number 1 and game number 2. But I'm not sure for GG, they've been very consistent on giving this out. But definitely the respect is there for Team Vitality as they ban out Uranus.
We're seeing the exact...
Gaitot.
Okay, exact same bans are coming through here. And interestingly enough, GG has opted to go for second pick again. So... are they going for a Kimi ban instead of the Moskov ban in the third place of the bans in the first phase?
Actually, that I'm not sure. But I think in terms of the... We could focus actually on the assassin heroes. I think GG plays better with the Hayabusa, even though we've seen them play well with the Lancelot.
Yeah, we've seen some hella Nicolette highlights.
Yeah,
on
but
that,
with the Hayabusa,
Lancelot.
I think they had this more potential actually to just have this somehow lessen the number of players before a team fight.
It's
like game
more
number 1.
Yeah, like more consistent impact from a Hayabusa is what we're getting from that. So, yeah, I think I'm gonna have to echo that statement. If ever it's possible for Gaming Gladiators to rush pick that Hayabusa, get it right away, maybe they should. Badang gets taken out by Team Vitality. Gaming, you know what? I'm really just gonna have to go on the please just ban the Kimi. There we go.
Thank you, Gaming Gladiators. But now, since this has been the ban, Baksha's been open, but I don't think they really prioritize that much.
It seems like
on the hero.
Baksha doesn't exist anymore between these two teams. Like he's just gone.
Now for Team Vitality,
they could go Arlet again.
Yeah. There.
So for Gaming Gladiators, we've mentioned about the difference in terms of the jungle heroes. But I think they can also use Baksha on other lanes.
So Haya
Baksha.
I'm honestly thinking Haya Granger, but that's just me. I think out of all the picks possible right now for Gaming Gladiators, I know we were talking about the jungle and potentially swerving the Baksha. If ever and someone's gonna end up with Baksha in their hands, it might actually be more Ashley than Arya and more Ashley than Nicolette. I think they could just put that into the roam instead. But I think considering that there's an Arlot on the other side of the board, it's already so difficult to play a Baksha if you're going to be playing it roam. Because Baksha, yeah, he can be annoying. He can get around the map really quickly. He can harass you with damage. But then it'll be so easy for an Arlot, if ever that's going to go into the roam, or anyone in the roam in mid, to just punish the Baksha right away. That might actually be more of a detriment to Gaimin with picking that up.
Yeah. Is Ashley okay?
Like generally?
Yeah. I think they're just waiting for the next hero.
She looks really tense. She looks really
As compared
tense.
To the previous game.
I'm not good with reading body language and all that, so I'm gonna leave that up to you two. I'm not so good with psychoanalysis.
Maybe she's just focusing, right?
Yeah,
she could just be focused too.
Yeah. Optimistic. Half glass full.
Yeah.
Okay.
So now
you just need a little bit more optimism.
Yeah, maybe she's just, what should I do for the next game?
Yeah.
Because we've mentioned about she's the center of the team.
Yes.
She is the shot caller, so she need to do a reset.
That's why I agree with what you picked up earlier on about the CC always being a constant pick here for GG. The problem is that I'm looking at is with the CC always a pick and the lack of hero pool coming in from Ashley, it really makes their gameplay one-dimensional. like you know what to expect.
Yeah, okay. Well, for the side of Team Vitality, it seems like there's a lot more dimensions.
Exactly. Vival could be the one to open things up. Vivian can be the one to open things up. We've seen Fumi Echo take that role as well.
And to be fair, it has been just 20 heroes that they actually used before Grand Final. So for the side of Gaming Gladiators, they don't really have that much information as to what heroes they will use coming to this match.
I just realized though, for the head-to-head matchup, I mean, we're putting a lot of focus here onto Ashley and her hero pool, but her hero pool is massive compared to Vivian heading into this day. Vivian has just been so far Gatot Kacha, Badang, Arlot, Akai. Oh, Arlot, bro?
Badang, Arlot, Akai, and Cho.
Okay, Badang, Arlot.
Yeah, we add the Cho, so
And
4
the Cho.
heroes in total.
So 4. While Ashley actually has a rich selection of roam heroes that she could go for with the Minotaur, Kalea, Matilda, Hylos, Gatot, so on and so forth. So there's a lot of options there. What if it's not the roam that we should be looking at, but it's actually the EXP? Because there's been also a lot of differences in the EXP lane for the series. Because suddenly Fumi Echo has an Edith game with her right now. Yeah?
But the big question is, has she done successfully on these unique heroes?
Are we fighting right now? Should we
It's
just
okay.
fight? Should we argue?
It's a heated discussion because it's a heated match. We need to talk about this. We need to figure out
Why
a
are
way
you
to
raising your
take Team
voice?
Vitality down.
Just right beside you guys. Yeah, to be fair, I think the only team also from this tournament that has the highest potential to use CZ is only Gaming Gladiators.
Oh.
I mean, it's their top hero for EXP lane.
Yeah. But we've seen Fumi Echo pick up the CC before, right?
3 times.
3 times, yeah. All right. I know it's not the hot take segment right now, but I'll just drop in my hot take. What if Gaimin just starts prioritizing the Kai?
Actually, given that now that you've mentioned that, game number 2 was Arlot, and then next 2 picks they got the Akai
in the first
and
phase.
then we saw the Arlot just dashing all around them.
Yeah. Arlot Akai is such a good combo right now.
So if they take the Arlot, then they take Hayabusa, then would it be a better trade for Gaming Gladiators?
What do you mean? Because Vitality already has the Arlot with them.
No. What I was saying, it is for a counter pick for GG, just for the sake of not having Arlot and Akai on Team Vitality.
Also, you think that next pick GG picks up the Akai?
There's a chance, maybe.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking too. Like, just get Gaming Gladiators to pick up the Akai in the first 2 picks, so that even the Arlot would cause a lot of problems. I mean, the Arlot was already picked, right?
Yes.
As the first pick.
Yes.
So it's already
They were
there.
waiting for the 2 picks from GG.
GG.
So you can go Akai Hayabusa.
Yeah, Akai Hayabusa.
Yeah. You get a strong pick at the jungle right away. You get a very flexible panda that you can put in multiple positions.
Yeah, and for
now just 2 Roman XP.
So for Team Vitality, they can get Baksha. Or was Baksha banned?
No. I am on the boat now that we are not going to see Baksha for the entirety of the series.
I think it depends.
Uh-huh.
Because if they want to go for like a healer setup, maybe the Baxia can still be considered. But without that, I agree. I don't think we'll see Baxia again.
Okay.
Yeah, that's true.
So with the Baksha
Goodbye, wheel.
Yeah. And
I really like that we're trying to like complete the heroes now, even though we don't see anything.
Yeah. Of course, thank you all for your patience. We're just making sure everything's A-okay over there on the stage for our 2 teams. Again, if you are just joining us here today, this is the grand finals of MWI at EWC. Game number 3 already underway for the drafting portion. First 2 games were won by Team Vitality, but it wasn't all just completely a dominant performance. We've seen hints of possible resurgence and comeback multiple times from Gaming Gladiators, and that might actually end up reflecting in the series score if ever Gaming can translate that into a game win. And again, if ever they translate that into a game win, I feel like that's going to be massive momentum for them that they can use, considering that they can proudly proclaim that they are the only team so far in MWI 2025 to give Team Vitality a loss. Again, that's only if it happens.
Yeah, I think that will affect definitely Team Vitality, because Shell confidently stated that from the start they were actually aiming to become champions with a 100% game win rate. And And now we get to see Akai and Hayabusa taken here by Gaming Gladiators.
Oh, as predicted by Renmar.
Well, I mean, she did bring up the Hayabusa, so.
Both PH never mind.
Oh, okay, okay, I see.
It's the PH connection. Let's go.
It's okay. ID will win the championship, but let's continue.
Oh, what if that ends up becoming an eternal curse?
Nah, it's fine.
I mean, just companies like, nah, yeah, we're gonna be okay.
Okay.
Okay, Lancelot, Arlot, then the Moskov.
Huh. Farsa maybe?
Yeah, steal the Farsa. Well, it will be really tough for a Farsa, though. This is a tough Farsa game.
Yeah. You have the Lancelot, even Arlot.
Yeah.
Right.
But I'm also in that same boat of like, okay, if they're not
Just
gonna pick it, just ban it.
Yeah.
You have to at least ban it.
Or if they open it, they get again the Valentina.
Yeah. Oh wait, Juice's open.
For too long.
Although it's very mobile, so yeah, okay, carry. They can ban the Farsa, but that might force out the Juicin ban from Vitality when Gaimin would want to pick up the Juicin for themselves. Considering that they already have a true damage dealer and a high physical damage burst on the Hayabusa, I think Gaimin would lean towards either the Juicin or the Zetian as their mid because they don't need any more damage. They need a little bit more utility.
Yeah, I'm leaning towards actually on Zetian for Gaming Gladiators because they had more games with it. Just for the sake of comfortability. So the next ban for Gaming Gladiators could be Farsa, Jushin, any mid heroes that could either burst, but it's gonna be Kalea for them. Oh, okay, interesting. Kalea ban.
Yeah, I would consider the Farsa as one of the bans coming from GG because they want to make sure that the carry does not get outranged. She is strong, but she has really low range, and burst heroes like the Farsa with the long range does become a problem for the carry in the later stage of the game, especially if they want to go for in these particular team fights. Kalea gets taken out. They are trying to pin out Vivian, I think, here. Technically against the Hayabusa, we have seen the Cho become an option, the Kufra become an option as well. These are heroes that we have seen Vivian play before, but it's not as meta. So that's another consideration. Ruby is something that we do see going against the Hayabusa because I do think that the Hayabusa is going to be a problem. Game number 1 was clearly very difficult for Vitality to close, right? Without that split push coming in from the Moskov for Shell, I think they could have lost that first game. So we come into the second phase now for the bans for Team Vitality, and the Jushin does get banned, like you guys mentioned. Considering we have seen a lot of Lancelot games that don't go as according to plan because of the range and the pickups coming in from the Jushin.
Yeah, I would agree. By the way, this is a very smart ban from Gaming Gladiators, the Karita, because we all know that it could actually use that skill to stop the heavy spin midway. So the typical ban is going to be Minotaur, still limiting heroes for Ashley. So I think they're just forcing this Akai to be just a pos 5 or tank here for GG, since again for GG here they want the heavy tank as much as possible, but I think it would be best for them to place this Akai on the EXP lane and have a hard tank against the Lancelot, and could probably hold Moskov in terms of team fight.
Yeah, so 100% I think that guy does go into the EXP lane, considering that the times that they've shown it up, it was actually Arya who played it incredibly well, but it was paired up with a Badang usually, and so we might have to see a different combination for the Akai of Gaming Gladiators. As expected, Zetian is going to be the mid lane pick for Gaimin. Now Vitality, still it would be tough for them to pick up the Farsa, but I wouldn't knock them for deciding to pick it up. It still plays to their strengths and what they do best.
What if they... I was thinking about Faramis though, but is it great for Team Vitality? I mean, just to counter the shadow kills and such, but they will lack burst early game. Oh, Selena.
Yeah, I was about to say the Selena. The Farsa is too risky with this composition that GG has with the Hayabusa, with the Akai as well. Selena is a hero that we have seen Cine pick up 3 times, so it's one of her main heroes, and like we were talking about earlier on, right? The choke comes through. They have a lot of ways to lock down, but it's very single target. So we might be looking at them trying to disengage from team fights and look for pickoffs instead. GG, on the other hand, they are the ones that want to go in for team fights, right? They have 2 layers of CC with a Tigreal implosion and now the heavy spin.
I'm feeling good about this lineup by Gaming Gladiators, although Team Vitality Selena is deadly. Let's see what will happen. Will it be a 3-0 lead for Vitality or the first score on the board for Gaming Gladiators? Let's go, Brigida and Naisu.
Thank you so much to our panelists. Indeed, the match point is on the line here for Team Vitality going up against Gaming Gladiators, who I believe I'd agree too. This feels like a much better draft, a much confident draft for them. And you definitely need to be confident in pulling this one off. It's a Tigreal and an Akai.
Can I just say, I think Gaming Gladiators has been so far the only team in MWI. I know it's 2-0 right now, but they have made Team Vitality uncomfortable in certain parts of the game, right? But the main thing is they need to get a win. That's what they have to do here, and maybe this lineup, this composition can allow them to do that. It's so funny too how we just see very similar junglers being swapped in and out, you know?
Yeah, it's just still going to be the Lancelot and the Hayabusa for this matchup, but I definitely agree. And we've had some time away from the Land of Dawn before heading back into game number 3, so hopefully, as mentioned by our panelists, Gaming Gladiators have also had enough time to talk about the things that need to be addressed, because in the first 2 games we've observed a lot of things, I feel, especially in terms of the macro, their decision making and whatnot, and those are going to heavily matter for this one because they are going for a very teamfight centric comp, and they can't mess up in terms of targeting, in terms of priority if it's about that, but that's a nice force on the trigger.
She's going to go for Shell. She gets the Purify. So both gold laners burning the battle spells. A Flicker and a Purify down for both of them. And good little rotation for both. I think Panda still want to be careful here. You know, last game it took her a little bit of time to really build up on this carry. And it might be the case if she's able to build up faster, and then maybe it puts them in a position to contest some of these objectives earlier or have a better opportunity to do that.
Yep, like in the fast rotations and the early rotations coming in from Team Vitality. But we have to watch out for Game In. This is a pull yourself together Tigreal that Ashley actually has. Also prioritizing the rapid boost. The setup might come soon, but okay, that was close. But just force out the Flicker, although Arya...
Oh, Arya, she's gonna survive this. Oh, she pops the Flicker, but she's burning from Vimval again. Little Impure Rage there too. Still the pressure, Ashley on the run. And Nicolette's gonna want to get her buff here though. I'm not sure if she's gonna pull the trigger on the Shadow Kill. She does, and she'll find Cine. Now looking for some more damage, but again, a trade though. Gaming Gladiators will pick up 1.
And just as we mentioned that you have to pay attention to the potential setups, Cine feels like the biggest problem now for Gaming Gladiators. Always able to keep an eye out on where Ashley could potentially come from, and Ashley was the one who could have set things up for Game In earlier because Arya was forced to recall, and they probably had to wait a little longer before showing themselves up that early because they were clearly at a disadvantage.
The kick is true. Spear Destruction, Panda sees it. She's going to back off. But again, the initiation. Again, a final slash thrown out from Fumieko. She's going to be collapsed down on a Shadow Kill is going to be popped out. Fumieko 1 hit away. She goes back with a vengeance. Finally going down to Arya. Turtle for the taking, and Vivalt just around the corner. Goes in! Takes the turtle from under the noses. Now Nicolette on the run. She can't escape Vivian. The fight's still breaking out as Arya takes a little bit of damage. Still forced out, but can't run away as Arya falls as well. Team Vitality again finds the win.
How is Vival still able to stay alive despite all that? Oh, wait, Vivian actually gets taken down. Cine, she might just be in danger here, but is able to get out of the turret anyway. So she is able to keep herself safe. But going back, that was Vival, who, by the way, already got pinned down by the heavy spin. There was Sayori, there was Ashley nearby, Arya too, doing a lot just to try take her down, but it still wasn't enough. This is the
this is the threat of Vival on the Lancelot, who, by the way, in case you missed it, secured the first turtle away from Gaming Gladiators in game number 1 with the exact same way she did it here in game number 3.
They're looking for more here. Vivian out on the wins. She does have the Way of the Dragon, but no flicker available. So she's going to be spotted out by Sayori. I'm not sure if GG still wants to look to pick a fight before the turtle comes up. Still a little bit away here. So they'll go ahead and get in position, but they find themselves 2K under now against Team Vitality. And this is the thing. You don't want to replicate what's happened for the past 2 games. You know, you wait too long to try to turn things around, especially with a carry on your side. That's not going to be where you want to be. So they'll go ahead and get their resets in. Turtle comes up in 20, and you'll see GG kind of get in position. They have to play around this. Fumieko. Jump in. Fury the Phoenix is going to be used, but nothing after that.
That is some insane pressure onto Nicolette. They knew that Nicolette was all alone, but now Gaming Gladiators, will they still try to look for something? Oh no, just
they're gonna go. Fumieko goes in again, final slash to be able to find 2. Panda in trouble, tries to get out. Vivian not able to find the connection. A heavy spin, but Viva will jump in under the turret. She doesn't care. Makes work and finds Panda, and now the turtle is up.
You know how the Lancelot was just recently adjusted, which makes the dashes so much more easier? I never expected to see it be this smooth. Okay, SOD. Oh no, they go for it.
So gonna go for it. Takes a couple shots. Fumieko making her way to final slash with the flicker. And Nicolette had nowhere to go. Team Vitality is not letting up at all. The buff's gonna be worked on now too. They go in, swoop it in, and it's Cinny that gets the purple buff.
Just as you thought you were safe. Even Nicolette, I feel like she already thought she was safe during that moment, but the flicker final slash just to secure that kill was too much. The abyssal arrows as well, they're limiting so much from what Gaming Gladiators could do. They rely so much on positioning and looking for those setups, but they couldn't go in just yet, knowing that Team Vitality, there's a potential Way of the Dragon. There are these abyssal arrows just constantly going in, and there's another one landing on Ashley. It seems like Gaming Gladiators are doing their best just to defend this tier 1 in mid.
That's so tough. I mean, even when you try to get some space to work around with, you know, we always see this when teams are up against the Selena, dodging those arrows, watching out for those traps, and then she's got a purple buff on top of it. It's tiresome work, and that's what's going to be here for GG to deal with. And that's why we're trying to see them hold on to this turret so hard. But Vivian has been in the same spot too, and that's the threat with a Cho. Look, she's going to go in, finds the kick right there on the Way of the Dragon under the turret. Implosion going to be used into the Fury of Phoenix. Turret still work on. Vivian might get taken out as Arya picks up the kill. Cinny on the run. Couple shots from Panda, but GG at least finding something.
That was great positioning and holding of the brush from Vivian, I must say, the mother of tanks. But that might have been a little too overzealous. Hold on, Nicolette. Oh, okay. So yeah, going back, it was a great engage, but the follow-up might have been lacking.
Here's a play. She goes in. Spear Misery there too. Cinny in trouble. Panda, she's so low. She does find Shell. So she picks up one. Panda gonna be okay, but Fumieko jumps in, gets her ankles broken by Nicolette. But Nicolette gonna be fine. Ashley here to help. Fumieko still wants to go. Sacred Hammer gonna keep her okay. Nicolette has dealt with this pressure all game. And now the Lord is up. GG's down almost 4,000 gold. Are they in a position to contest this objective?
They might have to consider whether or not they want to go for that. I mean, they have both ultimates from Ashley and Arya, so they might be a little confident in doing this, especially as they were also able to do quite a number of outplays down bottom. Earlier, we saw how they were able to win against the sister connection, the duo of Team Vitality, even just as we thought that Shell could have still survived that. But now it's clear that Gaming Gladiators might want to hold on to this current position that they currently have, but it's gonna be it could just be quick for Team Vitality to catch up. I mean, they just have to look out for the SOD, and then eventually they can catch up to the team fights. There's the Conceal already committed, however, from Gaming Gladiators, and they weren't able to find any targets. So
that might be one thing Vitality could. Oh my goodness! Look at these two roamers!
This is the standoff we've been seeing all over.
Who's the real winner of tags?
Well, right now it's Team Vitality has done a whole lot. They haven't lost a game yet, and it's not looking too good. Nicolette gonna be in trouble. She goes in with a shadow kill, forced to fight it out. Gonna pop the regen. Vivian will back off. Still a whole lot of limit testing between both teams, but with Team Vitality in this lead, they should be able to head and go get this Lord. It's already in position for them, but they still look to be respecting the lineup of GG.
And the waves. The waves are such a huge problem for Gaming Gladiators too. It feels like Nicolette always has to deal with it. And it's not like she could show herself up too far away from the base because Vivian is always accompanying Chell.
Yeah.
So one crucial mistake from Nicolette could cost them the objective, could cost them the Lord. And you know how decisive Team Vitality is, but they go for Vival.
He's gonna jump in. Implosion already used, but it's Vival. Maybe not the target you want to be going for here. Waves are pushed in on the bottom side. Look at Nicolette, she's in trouble. Show will pick up a kill, and now she's just gonna push the turret down. GG has no choice but to respond. Spear Destruction gonna be used, and they force a fight as Arya goes down as well.
This is what we've been saying. The waves, they're too difficult to manage. And one crucial mistake from Nicolette, now it cost them the Lord. It was just all hypothetical earlier, but now it finally happens. And how unfortunate is it for Gaming Gladiators who are now forced to defend? At least for them, they have setups, they have the implosion, they have the heavy spin, but they have to use it on the right targets.
Vivian jumps in, goes in with the Way of the Dragon anyway. Implosion to respond. Immortality gonna be popped, and Panda flickers defensively, all fighting on the turret as the Fury of the Phoenix goes down, and they finally find Vivian, but Nicolette is gone, as well as Arya. Team Vitality with a massive lead will just win the fight.
That was a bold decision from Team Vitality. They did not wait for the Lord. They just went in for the Way of the Dragon. There was a slight miscalculation in terms of angle, which led to Vivian getting punished either way. But it seems like they don't mind. They gain access to the inhibitor turrets. They pop the holy shields, and they already took out the inhibitor turret down bottom either way. So they have the Lord already gaining access to the base, but Vivian, she is yet to catch up. So they might just respect Gaming Gladiators for now. If you look at their overall capability to defend, somehow Panda 1 already has the Trinity either way, and this is still Sayori we're talking about. I believe there could be a great combo coming from the Fury of the Phoenix and either of their setup or ultimates. They just have to time it well enough. But Team Vitality, they might have just learned from their previous games. They do not want to give that opening anymore to Gaming Gladiators.
Yeah, this is the troublesome part, though. You're finding yourself 8,000 gold behind, and Gaming Gladiators lineup when they're looking for, say, to follow up on Ashley's implosion. You know, are you able to actually withstand what, even if you get a pick off, it's like, are you able to withstand that fight after it breaks out? And that's the biggest question for them, because yes, Panda might have that trinity of items, but the hardest thing is surviving, you know, and Team Vitality right now with this kind of lead, they have so many options to go at off angles, especially when you throw in Fumi Echo's Arlot. That's what we've seen her do time and time again now, twice throughout this series, and she's been on point with the final slashes.
Yep. Keeping the fights long enough, allowing for Panda to deal the damage and survive. But how do you do just that? Look at Ashley, even with just 1 or 2 Abyssal Arrows, it's brought down to half HP, but wait, they don't know where Nicolette is. They deny the purple buff either way though. Oh, it didn't matter. Oh no, and the Abyssal Arrow too. See, there's just an endless list of problems for Gaming Gladiators at this point.
It's like a checklist that they're constantly looking for, because it's either, you know, the arrows or the final slashes like this. This is why I was saying, you know, and I think our panelists said the same thing. They shared the same sentiments when that Selena came through. It's a constant battle to watch out for these arrows, to watch out for the traps like we mentioned. And, you know, you take a couple of those shots, that bit of health that is burned down could make a difference right now in the fact that they're facing a huge gold deficit, and even the conceal being used. You know, this is tough for Gaming Gladiators. They're going to have to pull out a miracle, really, to get in a position to contest, or maybe they just defend in the base here.
I mean, even if you try to think of other areas where they can come from, the other surprises they gotta pick to. Oh, there they go!
They go in, they find the lockdown this time. Fumieko taken out of the picture. Could they turn it around? A Spirit of Destruction goes forward, but then Shell still on the bottom side. She joins the fight. They're going to find Nicolette, and now Arya in trouble. Flickers on out, but Shell will find her. Cine getting the kill. 2 members down for Gaming Gladiators. And Team of Vitality will take that, and they'll go for the Lord.
Vivian just goes back to her post. She just makes sure that the other remaining members of Gaming Gladiators are not able to go any further. Oh no, Ashley though, she's right here!
Swoops on forward. Vival on the hunt for Ashley. Here the Phoenix could be dropped down. Shell 2 checked by Panda. So the damage is there for Panda, but like we're seeing, there's too much that they have to cover to win these fights, Brigitte.
I say Gaming Gladiators, whenever they decide to go for a fight, yes, they do go all in, but they don't get what's necessary for them to win in other areas of the map, which is why up to this point we're seeing it isn't that bad of a KDA for Ashley. It's a 0-0-5. That's like one or only one kill, which she hasn't been participating in overall for the situation of Gaming Gladiators, but it's still not gonna be enough. The flicker's there for Vivian. They have to watch out for Panda 1 and Nicolette. She has to get a crucial pick off too.
See how they clear out the Lord. It's almost dealt with. Fury the Phoenix going to drop down, and the Shadow Kill will pull down the Wind of Nature from Shell. Try to hold on to whatever base turrets they can. A Winter Crown will be popped. Fumieko though, Panda picks up a kill. Lord has already worked on in the last base turret. Gonna be close to falling. Arya trying to hold down after using the heavy spin. Sayori in trouble. But ultimately, Gaming Gladiators, do they keep this turret up? Still, Cine will jump in. Ashley's gonna bring her back. They'll pick up Cine. 2 down for Team Vitality. But all the base turrets are gone for GG.
Okay. They take down 2, and they are forced to retreat for now. It was a confident take from Team Vitality. City still decided to go in. There's the Fury of the Phoenix already committed as well. It seems like Gaming Gladiators want to capitalize on this opportunity. They already lost 2 members, so they want to make the most, and they want to take away as most objectives that they can. But
there's the kick.
Okay. At least it was a tanky member that was caught this time around, but it could have been different.
Yeah, I think Pandas can take the. I think the Kai can take the kick.
Yep. At least we saw how Gaming Gladiators did pull off that defense earlier. They do have a checklist of things to worry about, but they also somehow still have that checklist. It may be a little vague at this point, but they still have a chance. So they were able to force out a couple of reactions from Team Vitality. Nicolette went in for the right targets. It's just that Shell, at this point, I don't think she'll ever be alone on the Moskov, so the damage will always have to be split up whenever she uses the Shadow Kill. But other than that, even the way they were just able to keep Panda 1 safe, and she did majority of the job in terms of clearing the waves. And Panda 1, mind you, also has the Wind of Nature now, so Vival has to be a little more careful. I am going to hope that for Panda 1, they capitalize on the passive that Zetian has also. So it's those small mistakes or errors that can come in from Vival are the openings that Gaming Gladiators can have. But Team Vitality, it seems like they're full aware of that too.
I think this is going to be not a guaranteed Lord just yet. Ashley's going to give them the information. But we saw this back in the previous games, right? Game number 1, you can already see it. Vivian staying there with Shell. Staying on that pressure side, half health on the Lord. It's GG to go ahead and rotate, but with an exposed base, you don't want to get tunnel visioned onto this objective. It is going to be an evolved Lord now at the 18.5-minute mark. So this is tough. This is a tough decision for GG to make. How do they approach the fight, but not lose to Shell's split push again?
Yeah, it seems like they changed whoever's assigned to managing the long lane. It's not Nicolette anymore. It's Arya, who's actually dealing with the wave down bottom right now. It seems like they know that they have to keep Nicolette alive, but Nicolette finds Cine.
She's going to be able to find Cine. pops the winner crown. Fury the Phoenix, an implosion to the final slash. Keeps Ashley at bay. Another winner crown going to be popped. Sayori's in trouble. She has her own winner crown. But now Panda, amidst two, pops the wind of nature. Sayori goes down and Panda versus Vivian. But Vivian gets the kill. And Nicolette on the run as well as Arya forced back to base. Nicolette cut off from the rest of the team. And Team Vitality might be able to just clean things up as Nicolette goes down. Shell and the rest of the team will make their way to base. Arya takes the hits from the spears as Vivel and Cinny will make their way with Vivian, and they have the base in their eyes as they work on it, and there's not much that GG can do. It's now championship point for Team Vitality.
I honestly don't know where to look anymore. There were too many fights going on at the same time. Denials here and there from Team Vitality. Retributions willingly expended just to take down kills onto Sayori. Risking losing your dash just to take down the jungler. Let's hear what our panelists have to say about this game.
It seems to be a consistent storyline for this grand final series. So close yet so far. Somehow Team Vitality just seems to keep finding ways to stop that GG building momentum.
Just when you think that it's an advantage for GG, somehow that experience starts to come through for Vitality, right? The way that they're being able to play in these team fights, the way that they adjust and adapt in the game really reflects that they have 3 years under their belt.
Yeah, and it goes to show also that this is where mobility in terms of the heroes that they had comes in, because some parts of the game, particularly that last skirmish at the top lane, they have this Cho, and this Cho could actually go faster than the rest of the heroes, as to why it was a lot difficult for Gaming Gladiators to disengage and somehow do enough initiations. And this is probably one of the highlights, because just when we thought that Gaming Gladiators will have a better trade on taking down a turret, then you have the SOD plus other players of Team Vitality stopping that momentum from Nicolette.
Okay, so we got what we asked for. We got the Hayabusa and then the Akai together for Gaming Gladiators. I want to focus a little bit more here on Nicolette. I don't think she had a bad game. More so that every time she could go in for the shadow kill, quick fingers on the hands of Team Vitality. She would just get crowd control right away that she can't even press her ultimate.
It's either Fumi Echo or it's either Vivian on the Cho. So on multiple occasions, we thought that maybe with her being placed on the Hayabusa, it would give her a lot more leeway to be able to move around the map compared to a Lancelot. But it turns out it's just Vitality with their quick feet, with their quick thinking, to be able to always shut down one of the main spears for GG, which is the Nicolette.
Yeah, I would agree. It's as if they're thinking one step ahead.
Yes.
Against Gaming Gladiators, so they know and they predict as to where the players are. So we could actually see that for Team Vitality, there were moments wherein there was a deterioration in terms of the formation, but at some point they get back that control.
Because honestly, using a Cho into an Akai is not easy.
Yep.
Right? The crowd control that the Akai offers when the tools are available sometimes is able to stave off the combo from Vivian on the Cho, but for some reason, they're able to find the right positioning and the right entries to these team fights to make sure that Vivian still stays relevant in this game.
And the more we talk about this, the more I hear your takes. I feel like it's sort of similar to what Gaming Gladiators did yesterday in their series, where they were doing the whole divide and conquer strategy with the Badang and the Akai together. That Team Vitality, on the other hand, they don't have like a super clear combo for that. More so, they have 5 heroes who can do their own thing that forces Gaming Gladiators to all split up. And so then Team Vitality is just playing, all right, who's next? Okay, this one's out of position, we get this one. That it just seems so overwhelming for Gaming to handle.
Yeah, and that's true, because whenever there is an arrow hit also from a Cine, then for Gaming Gladiators, we need to move back, we don't have enough heroes with us to set up a play or probably go for another initiation. So it felt like for Gaming Gladiators, there were a lot of factors that they needed to consider before engaging. As compared to a Team Vitality, either they hit or miss, then they go up to the next hero, right? So definitely for Team Vitality, it's very efficient with the usage of their heroes. Even Sini again on top of the damage dealt all throughout this game, and it's shared a piece with the Shell's hero also. So you have Shell doing the macro side of things, even Vival, but you also have the map control with Vivian, and you have the vision from Sini's hero.
All right, and that is, I feel like despite that being a very long game, we actually got to perfectly just tell the story of what happened there between Vitality and Game and Gladiators. We actually have some very special guests right now on our panel, so please welcome Chinchao and Funi, two very familiar faces for the members of Team Vitality, and I know you two are very familiar with Team Vitality, and so I just want to ask you, apa kabar?
Apa kabar? Baik.
Baik, you guys are good. No, wait, no, we're not going to be speaking Indonesian for this. So they will be, although Eternal will be here to help translate for us. So I just want to ask you, you both of you have faced off against Vitality many times.
Yes.
All throughout the years.
Yeah.
I'm not going to ask if you hate them, but I'm sure it's a friendly rivalry. But what do you think, first to start with you, Funi, what's the best quality of Vitality and why they're so strong?
Their teamwork.
Their teamwork,
yeah. Their teamwork, and all of them know their job, their own job in the game.
All right. So what about for you, Chinchao?
For me, I think they're all hardworking as a team. They're working hard. They're consistently playing so that they can give their best in every tournament. So I think that's pretty respectable because after winning so much, you kind of tend to get lenient.
Yes.
And not working as hard, but they keep working hard throughout the years. So yeah, I think that's their strong point.
Okay, so they really good teamwork, and despite all of their success, Team Vitality do not rest on their laurels. They still continue to work even harder. We actually have a very special announcement real quick before we head back to our discussion with the Chinchao and Funi, that there is actually a new milestone hit for viewership for MWI. We have hit 340,000 peak concurrent viewers.
Wow.
So thank you to each and every one of you. Head into your game right now, redeem that code, NewQueen25. Chantel had to teach me how to redeem that code, but I will not do that to you. Teach yourself or just look for a guide online. There's going to be a lot of them. But seriously, thank you so much that we're reaching new heights. We are really, as a community, just going limitless right now. Do you two ladies have questions for Chinchao and Funi?
I actually do, because looking at the history from Vitality so far, I think you guys are one of the only teams who's been able to get a game from them. How did you guys do that?
Really?
Yeah, Falcons Vega, GPX Basreng, that era. How? What do you think is the main weakness for Vitality?
What do you think is the main weakness? During our GPX Basreng era and Falcons Vega, I think we just have the courage to face them head on, and we sometimes have
You get lucky?
Advantage, yeah, in terms of team fight. Yeah.
So you think team fights can be exploited from Vitality?
Kind of, but we tend to make lots of blunders. Yeah. What do you think? We need to find the right timing to fight them back. Yeah.
Okay, so maybe there's a little bit of advice here from Chinchao and Funi. Just really find the right timing. What about you, Chantal? Do you have questions for them?
It's more like of a general question. With you guys having experience with tournaments and now that you get to watch the games, how do you feel being part of the audience and women in esports and as women in esports?
Actually, it's really fun to watch from here. No, we'll come back stronger next year. Sorry.
Why are you apologizing?
No, it's kind of sad actually, but yeah, it's pretty fun to watch them fight there, and I'm only here watching them play.
But I'm sure you're having those moments where you're watching. It's like, if I was on that stage, I feel like.
Yeah. Actually, yes. Sorry.
You get that a lot. All right. So before we continue our discussion with them, we actually had a discussion with a personal favorite figure in esports of mine. It's actually Shiver with Rose. Let's listen in on this.
Hey guys, welcome back to Reporter Hits. This is Rose bringing you all the live action for the grand finals of MWI. Now, before we begin, this is practically before the match point game of our grand finals. And over here, we have Shiva from Dota 2. How are you?
I'm doing great, Rose. How are you?
I'm doing fantastic. I honestly cannot wait to know who the new queens of MLBB will be. However, before we get into that, I actually have a few bits of question for you because, you know, a lot of people would consider you as someone who has been prominent in the scene of Dota 2, and I'm pretty sure in your career you have witnessed a lot of the biggest moments of Dota. Now, what's it like being a part of a multi-title esport event?
I love it. It gives me a chance to, I keep tabs on all the games a little bit, of course, but it also gives me the chance to see a lot of talent that I don't normally get to see colleagues that are definitely colleagues, but that maybe I only see them once a year, and that's here. So that's really cool for me.
Yeah, I agree. I also see and meet so many new people like you. I just met you just now. It's so fun. And we met Slex yesterday. All these fun stuff happens in events like this. Now, just to give you a quick update, the Mobile Legends Bang Bang Women's Invitational Grand Finals is happening. And like I said, we are about to enter match point. Now, what are your thoughts on having an all-women competition in esports?
I think it's awesome. I think all girls on stage and also all the girls that, unfortunately for them, already got eliminated, they are setting such a big example that it's just getting bigger and bigger because 10 years ago, a stage like this was unheard of. This big? It's crazy. It's so awesome to see.
Girl power. Now, we love a girls over here. Now, based on experience, you have mentioned that 10 years ago, stuff like this would be practically close to impossible. But as of now, what do you think esports scene or the esports titles that we have in the scene could do to create more women in the scene?
I think we are definitely on the right track. We're doing very well. I think having events like this across multiple titles, because Mobile Legends Bang Bang, obviously amazing. I wish we could do it in Dota, but unfortunately not enough players yet. I think that's where it's at. I think everybody just needs to continue promoting it to each other, and this is obviously also a great example of getting more women in the scene because there's going to be little girls watching this and thinking, hey, that's cool to do, and then we just have to hope that everybody surrounds them. It's like, yeah, that is cool to do. You know, we need everybody to be on board with that. It is a really cool and fun and achievable thing to do.
Yeah, imagine if a Dota 2 person watches this right now and goes, oh, Mom, Dad, I want to be a pro player. Let's do this, girl.
Let's do it.
Yes, we'll be waiting for you. Now, for our grand finals, we have Team Vitality going up against Gaming Gladiators. I'm sure you've watched or heard about what's happening.
I have a favorite. I'll be very honest, Rose. I have caught a little bit of a glimpses, and I know that Gaming Gladiators, they beat the defending champions. They beat actually 2 Na'Vi teams, which I thought was pretty cool. And we do also have a Gaming Gladiators in Dota 2 as well. So I am a little biased towards Gaming Gladiators, but may the best girls win.
Yes, they did beat 2 Na'Vis in a day. It was crazy, back to back, and they are now labeled as the Na'Vi Slayers. Underdogs as well, representing
Everybody loves an underdog story.
Yes, underdog story, best one there is. Now, anything you would like to say to our community watching this right now?
Well, have a fantastic grand finals, you guys. This is definitely an amazing big stage. I hope you'll have a fantastic time. Again, may the best girls win, and make sure you tune into there's another Mobile Legends Bang Bang tournament as well, right? Later on. So a lot of action, a lot of esports action everywhere, and just enjoy it.
You know what? Thank you very much, Shiva. It is an honor having you on our broadcast. And hey, it's an honor sitting beside you right now.
Thank you, Rose. Appreciate it.
Thank you so much. And with that, let us kickstart our final game of the day. With that, back to the panel.
I wish I was Rose. Hi, I'm Renmar. Welcome back to the panel. We're still joined here by Chinchao and Funi, and it's great to hear from Shiva. Of course, right now, Dota ongoing as well here at EWC. So, I want to continue our discussion with Chinchao and Funi here, because considering that you've met Team Vitality multiple times all throughout the years. If I could ask you if you have a favorite player in Team Vitality, it can be because you think they're the strongest, or maybe you think they're just really cool. Who would it be? Who would be your favorite Team Vitality player?
For me, Chini and Fumi Echo.
Oh,
Yeah.
all right. So I think a lot of members of Team Vitality get talked about. Not a lot of people actually get to talk about how great Fumi Echo is for the team. So why do you love Fumi Echo?
I love her gameplay, aggressiveness. Yeah.
Oh, so it's really just the signature Fumi Echo gameplay that you really like.
Yeah.
All right, what about for you, Jinchao?
For me, I like Vival.
Viva.
Yeah, because I like her chubby cheeks. Very, very cute.
Oh, that's so cute.
Yeah, she's so cute.
All right, so for you, it's the gameplay, it's the strategy, and
Yeah.
for you, it's Viva so adorable.
She's adorable.
Yeah, okay, that's great.
Amazing for this. Now, we are slowly getting into the draft. Do you have any hero like you wish you get to see at least once in MWI?
At least once.
Maybe Nana.
Me.
Oh, sure. Go ahead, say it.
Mia. I want to see Mia. Or Nathan, maybe.
Oh,
yeah, Nathan.
all right, okay,
Yeah.
okay. Mia, maybe not, let's be
Maybe
real.
not. But Nathan?
Yeah,
Okay,
Nathan could potentially show up here. Okay, what about for you?
Me, fighter mid.
Oh,
Fighter mid,
you know, we're
yeah.
in the same boat of that. I've been asking for that for a long time now for teams to show a fighter in the mid lane.
Huh?
You know?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Because in ranked games, I still saw some pro players using fighter mid lane.
Oh, what are those heroes like?
There is Lapu Lapu.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
And also Cho, yeah.
And also Cho in the mid. All right, so
Yeah.
that might be a sudden surprise prediction here from Funi. And hey, maybe something that we'll see for MSE once MWI is done. But we still potentially have even more games here. Just because it's a 3-0 doesn't mean it'll end here. It could still potentially still go to game in, stretching out this series even further. And it'll be great because we'll have Jinchao and Funi joining us here, so we get a pro player perspective for this draft. So let's head into the discussion for that. Eternal, for you, what do we have to watch out for?
I don't know at this point, to be honest. Because we thought it was a Kimmy problem. The Kimmy gets taken away, and then City
We
picks up
said
the Selena.
Hayabusa.
We talked about the Hayabusa. We talked about the Lancelot. We talked about the Akai. And it feels like anything that is put into the hands of gaming gladiators, despite how strong they are in terms of presence and impact, it feels like Team Vitality already are one step ahead. But maybe do you guys have an idea? Is there some hero that we should be looking at for GG to come back here in game number 4?
For me, we cannot ban any violated heroes. Like,
Cannot.
Yeah, it's no use.
Okay.
Oh.
It's no use to ban their heroes. Just fight them back with your gameplay, guys.
All right, so it's like, yeah, so we were thinking like at this point maybe it's like according to Funi, it's gotten to the point where Team Vitality is just unbannable. Like at the end of the day, you can draft all you want, but you just have to
Yeah.
play better against them.
Yeah, either way they can pull off any other hero that they choose. So probably that's what's missing for gaming gladiators. So maybe they're focusing much on how to decode Team Vitality's drafting sequence.
Yeah, when maybe they should really just focus on like playing
theirs.
better. Yeah.
Like self-love.
Yes. Okay. If there was like a graphic right now, keys to victory, self-love, gaming gladiators.
Nice.
Do you guys agree with that? Like, is there something else that we should be considering for GG? Jinchao, maybe?
For GG, I think
I've been
since I've been watching since the first match, very first match before like Navi PH and stuff, I think their strong point is in their team fight. So maybe they'll have to utilize that, like play more heroes that depends on team fight, because I think their team fight is really strong.
Their team fight is strong, but
yeah,
we saw in that game, right? They had a really good composition for team fight.
Yeah.
What do you think went wrong for them?
Their macro.
Okay.
So a little bit too much pressure from the minion waves that it was even harder for them to fight.
Malachi enters the scene.
So now that we get to see Hayabusa, here we go again with the Akai and Arlot.
Best hero ever.
Best hero and best combo ever, by the way, best duo. For gaming gladiators, how do they counter the Arlot and Akai?
She's thinking. Fumi's thinking.
It just means that it's hard to
Have you like gone against the Akai Arlet?
No.
Never.
Never. Yeah, in tournament never.
Oh, that's why.
Yeah.
So it's new in the meta.
Yeah. Their Arlot is pretty strong also.
Yeah. We saw it from earlier.
Okay.
I think it will be the bye-bye game. Yeah.
Oh, so it's the
Because it's pretty strong.
Yeah. All right. So that's the prediction of Funi here. Even already, she's already seeing the first 3 picks. This might just be it. But Gaimin do pick up the Phoveus, and I like Phoveus against Arlot. I don't like Phoveus against Takai. I have experienced that in ranked games. I try to jump on someone, I get heavy spun away. It's like there's not much a Phoveus can do. It might work out, but if this does work out, I'm just gonna straight up say Arya's the MVP. Because it's so demanding for a Phoveus to actually do well against the lineup of Team Vitality right now.
They were nodding. Do you agree with this?
Yeah, we agree.
It's hard for the Phoveus?
Yeah.
Why is it so hard?
She won't use her ulti here because of the heavy spin.
So the potential threat supposedly from the Phoveus to actually zone out players has been neglected or negated already with the Akai. So now, just to compensate like the damage from Gaming Gladiators, what do you think is the best mage that they should get from? I mean, just by the looks of it.
Mid lane pick.
Yeah. I like Suxin, but they banned Suxin already.
Nice
What
ban
else
from
is
Vitality.
there?
There's Zetian, Farsa.
Oh, Farsha is
Valentina.
gonna cry here.
Yeah.
Maybe Valentina. Valentina is best pick for now.
I think they also got Valentina the first time they gave out Akai.
Yeah.
Yeah.
All right. So it might be the Valentina. Maybe Chinchao, you have like predictions you wanna toss out?
Prediction?
Yeah, like for the hero. For the hero.
heroes?
For the hero at least. It might show up.
I can predict the mid lane, but I would like to see Nana being played here.
Nana pick, okay.
I was looking forward for Nana too.
Nana can change Akai to
Molina.
Molina.
Yeah.
So instead of a panda, you want a guy to turn into a kitten.
Yes.
You know what? That is a good strategy we've never really discussed.
Yes, thank you very much.
Yeah, if the panda's the problem, turn it into a little stuffed toy kitten.
Right, yes.
Okay, so the Matilda is actually the next pick here for GG. So we're still waiting on a mid laner. Still think that it's going to be a Valentina?
Yeah.
Okay.
I think.
What about for Vitality now? We're waiting on the next 2 picks. We're looking at a mid lane, potentially jungle or roam? Or XP? What do you think?
Maybe Selena again.
Okay. Another Selena. But
Yeah,
that should work because even though you will give more dashes to work with for the Phoveus, you have that guy. You don't have to worry.
Oh, yeah, Karita.
Oh,
Akai jungler. Akai jungler. Arlot Rom.
And this was the combo that Team Vitality showed up before. And
Yeah, when we go against would that Foot
Foot Esports,
Foot
yes.
Esports, yeah.
Yeah, in Stream B, then that's where that matchup happened. So strong combo. Do you think Vitality, Chinchao, this is good for them? That this is going to be the decider pick that they win?
Huh?
You think they win this?
Yeah, they got this game already.
All right, that's a prediction from Chinchao. Funi, what about you?
100%.
All right. Just to provide more context, it's fellow Indonesian athletes supporting fellow Indonesian athletes. So, Chinchao, Funi, thank you so much for joining us here for the draft. Will this be it? Will it be Vitality taking the crown or Gaimin taking a game back? Let's go to Naisu and Brigida.
Just 1 win away from getting the championship and another 100% record here in MWI 2025. Team Vitality, they've been dominating the series so far. Even our guests, Funi, Chinchao, they think this might be the quote-unquote bye-bye game, but will Gaimin Gladiators find a way to deny them of that? We're seeing the potentially last match, Naisu. How are you feeling for this game?
I'm feeling pretty good, but I'd like it to be extended a little bit longer. You know, I really don't want it to be a sweep here. I'd like to see GG get a game and extend the series. Maybe they can do that. They've showed some promise, you know, here and there, but they definitely had some things to take care of. A big part of those things is map control, making sure that, again, Shell has the Moskov, so you can expect the same thing. And like our panel mentioned, this Kadita. This was banned out previously. Now it's in the hands of Cine, and we've seen this previously in the stream B earlier on in MWI, so I'm hoping GG has answers for this and is able to control this. Now, maybe that was one of the things. Sayori is on the Valentina again. She could take some big ultimates here.
There actually have been a couple of changes in terms of draft, in terms of the heroes that our teams have prioritized. GG, for one, no longer went with the CC. We've been talking about this too. It's a big change if you would look at their previous matches. Instead, it's actually Fumi Echo who has her hands on the CC. And it seems like they're done with the entire Hayabusa Lancelot matchup. So they denied multiple assassin junglers from Team Vitality too, which led to this Akai jungle. But because of that massive respect for the Akai jungle, I think we are seeing multiple Purify spells from Gaming Gladiators.
I was going to say, this is a little like the first time in the series where we don't see the, you know, assassin versus assassin in the jungle. But some of this was swerved too. Ashley in trouble. Should be able to get away as she does. So survives, popping the Purify though in that. So this is a opportunity for Team Vitality to get the advantage for this turtle.
The way it's looking right now, it's purely Gaming just fighting for survivability. And I don't know if that might be the way to go, because you see how Team Vitality is capitalizing on this. It isn't as aggressive for Gaming Gladiators so far, unlike the way they played the first few minutes, and especially game number 1, I'd say. It's a much more careful approach, but they also could just be waiting for their spikes. And they know that Ashley no longer has the Purify, so it's just respect. You can't afford to make crucial mistakes that'll allow Team Vitality to snowball once again.
Panda does have the Purify here, so luckily that was spotted out. Ashley there to help her. Does hit that level 4, so now she's got the Circling Eagle. She has the Guiding Wind too to help Panda. They're gonna go for an exchange, 2v2. Meanwhile, top, Arya's gone with the rough waves. Panda, oh, they get swept with the final slash from Vivian. So even with the 2v2, Team Vitality will still win that bottom. Can Nicolette change this? Gonna be joining the fight. She's gonna spawn out Vivian. She has the shadow kill. She'll pop that. Ashley trying to join the fight, but Vivian still gonna be able to survive. Nicolette can't pick up a kill.
How often do you see a simultaneous gank on the gold and XP lane?
Yeah.
When they were able to take out Arya on the XP lane, even taking out majority, if not all, of the energy shields that were on that tier 1 turret, and they take down Panda in the gold lane as well. This is a massive win for Team Vitality in the early stages of the game, especially considering that they were also able to get their hands on the first objective. Gaming are yet to trade anything away from Team Vitality, but at the very least, they have something to hold on to. They have Panda, they have ways to keep her alive, they have the sustain in the hands of Ashley, but Arya, she won't be able to sustain that burst damage.
How do you survive at that? The burst from a Kadita in the hands of Cine, who's done this previously. If you're at half health this early on, you can pretty much say goodbye. There's no way you escape that burst.
This is so painful to watch. If you're gaming, you're so used to having the CC, you're so used to winning the XP lane, and I feel like that has been a massive factor to how they've been winning out the past few games that they played, how they've been dominating the early stages of the game, but it gets clearly denied here by Team Vitality, and it's not just the EXP lane, it's even the gold, and even the objectives. How do they contest this?
Looks like they're gonna go for it once again. Vivian zoning out. Ashley went in with a Circling Eagle. She could be in trouble. Gets quite low. Has some of the shield to help out, but that's an objective secured. This Vivel will secure the second turtle of the game. Spear Destruction going to be thrown in. I'm not sure if Team Vitality actually wants to go for a fight. They are not letting anything up here already 5 minutes in.
Cine has been incredible, I must say. Cine seems to be the one putting a lot of pressure on Gaming Gladiators for this game so far. The way that you have to be mindful of where the Kadita is gonna come from, of where the Kadita is gonna surprise you with either the Petrify or even the combo, because again, this has been one of the adjusted heroes, and yet I get once more! See, these are the hardest moments, the hardest parts of this game. You can't find a way to check the brushes either. I think at most Nicolette can do that, but do you really want to expand your quad shadow just to do that?
I don't know, that's a great question, because right now the main thing is, you mentioned it, Brigida is dealing with Cini. And I want to say, Cini has been phenomenal throughout the series. A couple games in the hands with the Himi, and now this Kadita. Just proving a point on why she's such a strong and respected mid laner around the world here. Vivil's gonna go ahead and spawn out Ashley again. Sayori's been holding on to the heavy spin for the majority of this portion of the game, and so still Gaming Gladiators, they're finding themselves slowly but surely slipping behind. Shell gonna be the next target. She'll flicker out, so she's gonna be fine. The rest of the team was actually just around the corner if that did break out into a fight, so GG struggling to find a pick-off. Cini, this could be the moment for Nicolette. Rough wave's gonna be used, but Cini will survive. Meanwhile, up in the river, still Arya up at the front. She's gonna be able to zone out Vivian a little bit here, but still in that gold lane. It's just a back and forth. Meanwhile, look at the push up top. They're not able to contain what's happening on the opposite side of the map.
Fumi Echo, she has enough trust in her teammates that they can manage it by 4. But now Vival might be the target, although will easily get away without any pressure from Gaming Gladiators. They might not even want to contest this next objective anymore. They could potentially look for a pickoff, but why does it feel like Team Vitality sends that?
They might go this time. Cini could be in trouble. She's locked down with a heavy spin. A Spear of Destruction's gonna be thrown out. Shell's gonna join the fight, but Sayori on the run, can't escape Fumi Echo. And now Arya next. Dark Wave into the Infernal Pursuit, but she's not tanky enough. Team Vitality again picks up a couple kills. And now Nicolette waiting out on the whims. She's gonna jump in. Shadow Kill's gonna be popped up. GG Panda joining the fight, but they back off. A final slash too, but the turtle for the taking here for Team Vitality.
It was a great attempt from Nicolette, but the damage was not enough just yet. This is some insane game sense we're seeing from Team Vitality actually in this game. The way that they could have just went for the upcoming turtle and they just tried to burst it down, knowing fully well that there would be no contest whatsoever anymore, but no, it seems like they knew how ahead they are. They knew that they could actually engage in a fight up against Gaming Gladiators, and that's what's gonna make them uncomfortable. These constant team fights that they just can't win out on. They have this lineup which makes you feel like they might want to go for those fights, but at this point, it might not be the best decision to go for it anymore. Arya can't even stand the amount of damage that's coming from Team Vitality. I feel like even Cini considers Arya as a target right now.
She could go for anyone at this point. You know, you get this kind of strength in the early game with Kadita. Whoa, Nicolette so low! She has to pop the Shadow Kill, but she can't escape it either way. Another pickup for Team Vitality. GG scrambling here on their side of the jungle.
That wasn't a full combo. I mean, that was just the ultimate. The first kill and the ultimate. And then she used the Petrify mid-ultimate, mid-rough waves.
Yeah.
So Nicolette could have gotten away, but that was another deny by Cini in this game, which leads to this free Lord that goes into the hands of Team Vitality. Mind you, they've already cleared both Tier 1s and Tier 2s in the side lanes, and now might be their opportunity to clear even the mid lane.
Oh, Arya so in trouble under the Tier 2. Cini again unleashing, picks up the kill, and just not enough damage from the Shadow Kill from Nicolette. It's the same story every time. And it's so tough for Gaming Gladiators to find a win in these fights.
This is gonna be tricky for Gaming. The lane where the Lord spawned was the top lane, and they were already able to trigger the Holy Shields even before this Lord has spawned. Again, courtesy of Fumi Echo, she's been pressuring that lane for a majority of this game for the past how many minutes since Team Vitality. It's not that they don't need her, it's more that they can just carry out whatever they wanted to do even without her. But then again, there's the curtain call. Could this be dangerous?
Cini doesn't find the rope waves that time, but they get another Purify out. Lord is making its way up top. GG, are they ready to defend here? 6,000 gold behind. This is going to be crucial. Panda's positioning. She still has the Purify. Ashley already at half health, and she's gone. As Shell picks up the kill, and Panda falls. 2 major members are down of GG, and Team Vitality sees the win in sight. A couple shots of Sayori Aria trying to keep it together, but another's going to fall. They carried the weight of last year's loss. They turned pain into purpose and left no soul unconvinced of their reign. They're completely undefeated. Team Vitality. Nothing was granted and everything was earned.
You can now say that they are indeed limitless, as Team Vitality secured the championship for this year's MWI. The only thing that mattered, and it once slipped out of their hands. They've been waiting for this moment. They badly wanted this win. They've been very vocal about that. But now, it's finally back in their hands. They're a few moments away from reclaiming that trophy. This is a well-deserved win, a very dominant win for Team Vitality.
Man, imagine that. Just no games taken from you. This whole run of MWI 2025 here at EWC, and it's just been a fantastic one, a redemption arc, a restoration, basically, for Team Vitality after what they went through last year in that devastating defeat. But now you can see how
happy dance,
locked in and happy they are.
Let's give it up for our MWI 2025 champions, Team Vitality!
They didn't just win, they conquered every challenge without dropping a single game. They walked the golden road, flawless, fearless, and unshaken. They proved what it means to rise above. They reminded us all that nothing is granted, everything is earned.
They played with purpose. They played with pride. They played limitless! Untouched, unmatched, undisputed, the Queens have completed the Golden Road 3 times! Queens of the Hive, Queens of the Land of Dawn, Queens of MWI! Ladies and gentlemen, this is Team Vitality, your MWI 2025 champions!
A well-deserved victory. The Golden Road for the 3rd time, Cheryl. Who does that? Who's capable of such an achievement?
They have golden roaded so many times. And when it came to the one that mattered most, last year, right here at EWC, they've lost that win streak. They've waited 1 full year with a perfect score record to face off their foe that took their win from them. And it has come full circle right here at the EWC MWI 2025. They've regained their glory, a 3rd time Golden Road. This is Team Vitality.
What an incredible performance. Now, I have to ask you, if you wouldn't mind, our incredible queens in the Land of Dawn, our queens in Riyadh, join us front of stage, because we have some questions for you after that incredible performance. Flexing on your opponents now. I have to say, first question instantly. You regained your titles as queens of MWI. You did it here where it mattered most at the EWC. What does that mean to all of you? I want to start with you because you had a lot to say in the previous interviews, Vivian. You had a lot to say, so please, the floor is yours.
I'm feeling happy and I wanna speak in English.
Oh, we love that.
For you, Ashley, are you still in your dream? Come to my dream! Come to my dream! By the way, this is dream or the fact? My dream very beautiful. Come, bro! ya udah pokoknya tadi gue bilang tadi datanglah ke mimpi gue guys, sangat indah. BTW ini mimpi gue atau ini adalah fakta guys?
Fantastic. And now, we would like to have our next question.
I'm just worried. Hold on. I'm just gonna, like, a little bit of distance, just so the trophy doesn't fall, please. It is so pretty. We want to keep it in one piece.
Okay, Shell, I have you here with me. Now, Team Vitality has remained a perfect score. You guys are not letting up, not dropping a single game. Clean record so far through MWI. In an interview, you yourself mentioned that it was intentional to win this tournament with a 100% win rate. What's the reason behind this goal?
I just want to prove that no one can do it better than us.
And now that you've completed it as per what you wanted, what do you have to say about that?
I think that it was meant to be ours all along.
It's destined. It's destined.
I mean, they proved it here on the stage. And now I want to ask something. In a previous interview, Shell, you said that GG is a team that relies on their mechanics. After facing them, is there anything that you want to say? Do you want to update that statement?
Shell, katanya untuk Shell sendiri bilang Gaming Gladiators adalah tim yang rely-nya kepada mekaniknya. Apakah tetap sama untuk Shell atau ada perubahan?
Yeah, I think we still have better mechanics. Yeah.
Alrighty, and with that, ladies and gentlemen, we do have the Sony Tournament MVP. Who do you think it is?
Come on, who is it? Who do you think's the MVP? Who is the MVP indeed?
All right.
I believe the MVP, if I'm not mistaken, make some noise for Cine! Keymaster, present the MVP award for our most valuable player and our Sony MVP here at the Saudi National Bank Esports Arena. A queen on the land of Dawn and a queen here on the stage in Riyadh. Now, I want to ask this for the entire team. You know what? Yes, when it comes to first place, $150,000 prize for first place. What are you doing with the prize? This is a question for all of you.
Ini untuk kalian semua. Kalian dapat $150,000. Jadi kalian bakal menggunakan prize poolnya untuk apa?
Okay, let's ask Fumieko. Fumieko, tell me more.
I don't know.
Vivian?
For life.
You know what? I like that. Investing in the future. That's what we're looking towards here.
Okay,
Sydney?
we're going to Paris this month, so maybe spend our money on it.
You know what? You earned this moment, and you know what you also earned? You also earned the ability to crush your opponent's keys. And of course, that is the last key that will be crushed in this tournament. You cemented yourselves as one of the best to ever do it. And now we're gonna see the key wall, because I believe we have one more thing lined up. You have to immortalize yourselves in the totem at the EWC. But for now, we're gonna head on over to the studio and get ourselves ready to cement these lovely queens in the Esports World Cup history books in a few short moments. Boys and girls in the studio, take it away.
Sandstorm, thank you so much. Thank you so much. One more time for the people in the arena, make some noise and show your love for Team Vitality. They have secured their domination. They are undisputed queens of MLBB.
They talked the talk and they were able to walk it. I think that was the main thing that we're looking at here. A lot of spicy comments that we've heard from them during the interviews, with Shell saying, you know, they're just a bunch of kids who are relying just on mechanics, with Vivian saying in your dreams to Ashley, and a little bit of more spice at that interview as well. I hope the girls are taking it okay.
Yeah, I think also for Team Vitality, they just came here really prepared. I mean, from the interview of Shell also, they really wanted that 100% game win rate, and they were actually able to do that. And to be able to pull that off, it means that they came here with all those sacrifices from all the interviews, I mean, from all the screams, from all the practices, and it was just worth it for these ladies. And we saw that during that winning moment at stage, that they're just happy that they were able to claim that crown.
It's a tremendous moment for Team Vitality. All of y'all saw the game. We will go to discussions on it even further, but we do have to address the fact that this win for Team Vitality means they become the first club to become eligible for the club championship. Ooh. Team Vitality jumped to 1,500 points in the club championship, and a phenomenal points tally after 2-game participation so far at EWC, with the first being Rensport, where they were second, and Women's Invitational, of course, they are the champions. More on that later on, because we have to celebrate our Sony Tournament MVP in Sydney, who I think this is unanimous, undeniable. As fantastic as the entire team of Vitality was, Sydney was a whole different monster in this tournament. Well deserved.
And I love this for her, because for the longest time for Team Vitality, ever since it was, Bigatron era and so on and so forth, or even going back to the Bellatron era, it was other members that were really highlighted. People see Vitality and they see Vivian. People see Vitality and they see probably Shell. But finally, we get to see that she shines and she completely deserves it.
Yeah, just to update for the EWC Club Championship, Team Vitality are still active also in another game title this week. They still have Free Fire, meaning they have an opportunity to get another 1,000 points on the board, while Gaming Gladiators fall short, puts them to a secured points total of 950 in the Club Championship. All eyes from Team Vitality will now turn to the Dota 2 final as Team Falcons face Team Spirit. Team Falcons will leapfrog Team Vitality in the standings if they win there. So this was a massive win for the organization of Team Vitality. But looking closer to the story of these ladies, they said last year really hurt them. Last year was etched in their memory, and they can finally wash the stain of their loss last year to Smart Omega Empress, as they finally get their perfect run, dream come true this year at MWI 2025.
And I think that's the best trait that this ladies showed all throughout the tournament. I mean, they went here again prepared. The emotional stress wasn't much of an issue for them. They just play their game as if it was their last.
I got to talk to them even before this tournament started, and a lot of things were circling around the fact that they were in a lot of arguments actually. Before they came into MWI, there were a lot of things that they needed to iron out, that they needed to communicate with one another. But I guess all that, it's just like a relationship, right? I mean, at some point there are going to be arguments, there are going to be misperceptions, and there's going to be a difference of opinions. But that's just what makes you stronger as a couple, but also reflected as a team too.
Yeah.
Imagine them playing 3 years together, and then just showing how great they are as friends and teammates as well.
Sisters.
There was a really touching moment there wherein you saw the members of Team Vitality. They were just stone cold. Yeah, we won this, we got this, we are the definitive champions. But then suddenly their manager Shirley comes on to the stage and the tears start flowing, because I was there behind the scenes. I am not shy on social media with my support for Team Vitality as an organization. So I got to see how that loss affected them, how devastated they were. Last year, it's actually an interesting dichotomy, because last year, Team Vitality then almost missed out on the fist bump with the members of Smart Omega Empress. But then I think it was Sydney who had to remind them also that, gals, we have to get back here. So they were able to have their fist bump, their great display of sportsmanship. And now this year, though, of course, understandably, Gaming Gladiators devastated with the loss, while Team Vitality can just revel. They're the undisputed queens, and that final image of them, just them on the stage, no one else, just goes to show how dominant this Team Vitality was.
I think I hear them here from the studio. So yeah, a lot of celebration from the players, and I kind of feel like I could really hear them here. I mean, they're happy. They need to celebrate this.
Yeah.
I see.
Whoa! What is that? When did
She
you put
came
that
here
together?
prepared.
10 seconds, right?
Yeah. So you did the drawing.
Yeah.
In 10 seconds?
In 10
In 10 seconds, I doubt.
You drew that in 10 seconds?
I drew this in 10 seconds.
Are you sure that's 10 seconds?
Unrivaled, undisputed.
You know what? Just for fun, let's play a little game. Chantel, bring out a pen right now.
Okay.
Yeah, and
Wait,
then
where's my pen?
try to draw the gaming.
Can I borrow your pen?
Yes,
instead?
Yeah, you have a pen. All right.
Here you go, here you go.
Okay.
Sorry,
thank
like
you.
Okay. So, Chantel, you have 10 seconds. Where's the cue? I gave you a cue card
Yeah.
already. Never mind, it's gone. We can't do the game anymore. We can't do the game anymore. Anyways, thank you so much for joining us here at the MWI at EWC. Of course, if you want to continue following, and please do continue following the stories of our women's scene in MLBB esports, follow MLBB esports _women on TikTok and Instagram. Right now, actually, we're just waiting because we are going to see another historic moment for Team Vitality as they place their keys onto the totem here at EWC. To remind you yet again of what these teams are fighting for, besides the glory, here are the prize pool listings for MWI. Check it out. Team Vitality gets the lion's share of the 500,000 pool. The 150 bands are going to them.
And there's a huge difference from Gaming Gladiators with the 90,000, right? So just imagine what the 150,000 USD can do. I mean, they answered that they are to spend it in their trip to Paris.
Sini.
Wow.
Sini was like, we're going to Paris. We're going to spend our money there.
Yeah.
Okay.
I mean, as expected. And, I can't wait for the eventual content that's going to come out, of course, with the CS2 counterparts of Team Vitality, who will be competing in EWC in the latter half of the tournament. I believe they were one of the last few weeks where we'll see CS2 compete. And it just runs in the DNA, apparently, of Team Vitality to go undefeated, to dominate a title, and then just win it all at the EWC. So congratulations again to Team Vitality. It's been a terrific run here at MWI. And I feel like because of the gravity of Team Vitality, as the tournament went on, of course, we had to give the stories and give the spotlight to the other teams and to the other ladies. I think it's time now we really just have to highlight the greatness of Team Vitality, how great they are. Let's start with Vivian, the mother of tanks. In Indonesia, what effect does she have in the pop culture of MLBB in the country?
She's literally the face of MLBB for women's.
Yeah?
Just straight out face of MLBB for women's. And I think maybe not just in Indonesia, because everyone around the world acknowledges her.
Yeah, I think that is because of them winning majority of the tournaments, and also because of the attitude that he has. I mean, not everyone is that well-spoken or that confident in interviews and that proud of themselves.
Yeah, and character development, she even delivered part of her interview in English. But right now, we are going to be seeing the keys that Team Vitality are picking out. Who are they going to go for? Definitely Navi PH. Are they going to include Gaiman in their selection? Again, they don't have to. They will select the keys. And clearly, Sydney's still very emotional about the win.
Yeah, you can see it on her face. She's figuring things out right now. And I bet it's an overwhelming feeling, right? You went a best of 7 mentally preparing for the grand finals, and the moment finally arrives when you have to make a choice. Who are the 3 teams that you want to solidify into your own personal trophy here at EWC?
I saw 2 keys that were missing. Team Falcons was one. Navi PH were another. I don't think they got the keys of Gaiman.
Not unless they took TL. No,
I have a theory. I believe that Team Vitality picked the keys of teams that they respected the most. The ones that they've said in the past that either beat them in a game or beat them in the case of Smart Omega Empress / Navi PH now in MWI, the team that beat them last year.
No, it's true because coming to the tournament, all these teams were asked who would be like their main obstacle, and one of the answers from Team Vitality was Team Falcons.
So that's why they included them in their key selection.
It was also TLG and WoW GG, but I don't know if they're going to consider them.
I think I saw WoW GG ski earlier, but yeah, I think I saw them pointing into Team Falcons before. We saw Sini at the frame during the videos. I think Team Falcons.
Right. Pretty sure eventually we're going to be able to see the keys that they were able to get. It's been a tremendous run for Team Vitality. And I think earlier we were in a bit of a discussion about all the members of Team Vitality, but I think to give the focus onto Vivian, it's gonna be that image of her flexing is what's gonna be also important. But also important as well is this for our women here, as the members of Team Vitality get their moment. Of course, the chairman of the Saudi Esports Federation welcoming them. History to be made. They will be the first club in EWC 2025 that gets a chance of being called the club champions. That is what the ladies of Team Vitality has done for this organization.
It's glimpses of what they lost last year, right? That's what makes this all the more touching. They thought that they would go all the way, but they were unable to. So as they're walking up on stage, I think every single memory of every fight, every sweat, every blood, every tear that got them to this point will be remembered.
And of course, who else than the mother of tanks racing the keyframe of Team Vitality as they join the totem for Esports World Cup 2025. The champions of MWI are indeed, truly limitless at this moment. They will be remembered in history as the team that went perfect in their run for the championship, led by their mother of tanks, and in the center of the map, their Sony MVP of the tournament in Sini, the island of her own in Fumi Echo, the gold laner Shell, and their jungler Viva. It can no longer be denied that they are indeed the greatest women's MLBB team of all time. To everyone who has watched us and followed their journeys, thank you so much for giving a chance to our women, giving a chance for us to give them the stage. On behalf of Eterna, Chantel, Brigida, and Naisu, and all the talents who have made MWI possible, our wonderful production staff, and of course, you, the viewers at home, all over the world, and in the arena, thank you, and we'll see you in the next MLBB Women's Invitational. Together, let's be limitless.
in the Women's League. In MWI, we say limit? Watch us bounce. From the MWI queens everyone knows, to the stars who came out from nowhere, to the ultimate champions. Now, MWI is expanding greater than ever. Turkey, EECA, Africa, Mongolia, and beyond. We're stretching the map wider. MWI, where dreams get louder. This isn't just a tournament. It's your passport to the world stage. A spotlight for women in the EWC. No rules, no ceilings, no limits. Just this. We're vibrant. We're ready. We're limitless.
I'ma get
be. Living in the time of our lives. This could go a little too high. Illuminate the room like 1,000 stars. Running like a river through ya. Feeling you can't describe. You know it's time to waste, so try not to wait too long. Yeah, you make a wish, you get it. Closest thing to heaven's right here. In your hands like it's magic. Imagine that happiness can happen all the time. Just look around us. Yeah, everything is right. We don't need 4-leaf clovers, luckily to be. Living in the time of our lives. This could go a little too high. Illuminate the room like 1,000 stars. Running like a river through ya. Feeling you can't describe. Bye.